Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn about design patterns. So, what are design patterns? Well, design patterns are the recurring solutions that solve a lot of our design problems that we always have the solution for. And these are kind of like your standard reference points as a designer. That can mean like infinite scrolls that just keep loading. That can mean also like breadcrumbs. And these are a few examples of design patterns that we're all kind of familiar with. Now, if you're designing a new product, you'll want to figure out the easiest way that users can interact with it. So let's think of something that we always do, login and registration. Now, we always ask people to sign up, sign in, log in, and log out. And each of us use numerous web and mobile applications on a daily basis. And I think we can all agree that constantly re-entering your name like over here or your password over and over again, it's tiresome. So like this completely tiresome to constantly enter your email, your name, your username, your password. And there are design patterns that solve that. So we can usually use like a pattern like this where there's like a social login or there is some kind of like remember me. These are design patterns. Now, the first step is finding the problem. So users understandably are short on time and patience from having to complete like small tasks repeatedly to access their information or get their work accomplished. So in this case, our problem is that users want to sign in quickly. Now, we often try to find ways to eliminate that pain point. That's the next step, is like the solution. So we want to find ways to eliminate or at least diminish this pain point for them. So over here, a solution could be like social login, like I mentioned before, or having like a remember me checkbox. So those are ways that you can kind of solve that issue that we're all very familiar with. Now, there is no need to recreate the wheel every single time. Although we could design our own solution to the problem, several useful solutions have already been designed in the past and they're proven to be effective. So there's no need for you to go out there and kind of retry or redesign something like that over and over again to get like a different result when there's no need to. So for example, like I mentioned before, some sites like have the ability to allow users to sign in using social media. Others sometimes don't even ask users to sign in until they really need to. And others save the user's data and kind of pre-populate that within the sign-in fields. So there are different ways that we can actually solve for this without necessarily having to do extra work. Now let's talk about the categories of patterns. So there are 6 categories of design patterns. And this kind of changes based off of people's ideas of what design patterns are. And I mean, there's no like one truth, but these are the 6 categories that I usually follow. So the first one is data input. So over here we have like a kind of like a drag and drop. That is considered like a data and input category. And these patterns handle data input and feedback that a product gives in response to the data it receives. The second one is content structuring. So these patterns streamline the overall kind of flow of our user experience and they ensure accessibility of all page elements. So users feel confident while they're browsing your product. So that can mean like just natural flow of the page, allowing users to have that really accessible and easy flow and just the way you kind of structure your content. So over here, like just the different options and how it's neatly structured is one way that we kind of find design patterns. Another one is navigation. So these patterns ensure like effortless navigation through your product. So like over here, we have an example of just a sidebar navigation. That is one design pattern. There are many different types of navigation design patterns. And so they're just kind of structured, and we can go much deeper into what navigation necessarily means and how to have an effective navigation. Next is incentivization. So these patterns kind of push your users to perform certain actions, with rewards or successfully completed actions. One thing that comes to mind that I think of is like workout-based applications where they reward users based off of things that they complete or games. So these are different types of ways to kind of include those design patterns. And those are the types of scenarios that you would necessarily see them in. Hierarchy. So these patterns help you craft a visual hierarchy so you can easily distinguish primary elements. So over here we have like primary buttons, secondary buttons, even just like elements in terms of like what is selected and how things are kind of laid out on the page. So a bunch of different types of design patterns for that as well. And I will link a resource for different types of design patterns. It's uipatterns.com, I believe. And that is a great place to see all the different types of patterns and different types of categories that you can kind of dig into. And the last one is social media. So these are patterns that kind of encourage users to share and interact with others online. So that could be like links, that could be just like share buttons or reply buttons. I mean, there's different ways that users can interact through social media. Like tags, I would say, are kind of a part of that as well. So there are a bunch of different types of design patterns in relation to social media. And that's it for our categories on design patterns. So people often ask, like, why are design patterns valuable? Well, I mean, they solve a lot of the problems that we have the solution for. So people will naturally look for patterns. I mean, this is huge. People are always looking for patterns. So when we think about when we arrive on a product, we have a good understanding of how things will work. We often think we already know where to click. I mean, this is based on all our prior experiences dealing with other applications and the solutions that they've used. So you wouldn't necessarily go out there and create like an entirely new design pattern for something that is kind of mainstream. When sites incorporate known patterns, users often have an easier time getting where they're going or accomplishing their goals. Some would argue that if we all use design patterns, our sites may look cookie cutter like. But most designers will agree that there are significant benefits to following established patterns. And then, you can tweak them a tiny bit, which could be to match like your style and your design system. But the benefit would be to provide a more delightful user experience for your users. Using standard design patterns reduces cognitive strain. So if people are already familiar with how like objects on the interface will act, it kind of saves them the time from thinking about what they should be doing or what they should be doing next. Reducing the need for people to actually think is so important if you'd like to keep them as users. Also, I mean, designers also benefit from using patterns. It saves us from constantly having to reinvent the wheel, like I mentioned before. Engineers have kind of known this for a long time. They kind of have like these large repositories or open source code that have like large components and they kind of can recycle them themselves. It really depends on how they build their applications. But rewriting similar code from scratch is going to take them way longer than necessarily copy and pasting and tweaking. So designers who use design patterns can free up time for creating and tweaking, which is kind of like the really fun part. And that's why they're so valuable. Okay, you may be asking some really good questions right now, like, Daniel, how do I actually apply these design patterns? Is there like a process? Well, of course there's a process, and I'm going to teach you that right now. So there are so many design pattern libraries out there, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to go through every single library and just like start picking out all these different types of design patterns and applying all of them. Don't do that. Now, there are solutions to usability problems, and if you don't have a usability problem, then you shouldn't necessarily apply some sort of solution where it doesn't need to be. But I'll tell you the proper way to actually assess if you need to choose a certain design pattern and what that process looks like. So step number 1, you need to have some sort of problem. So figure out the problems that actually require the solutions. Step number 2, analyze other products that have found a solution. So that means just kind of go and find similar websites, similar products to yours that have a solution to your problem. It could be similar to yours. It could be almost the same. It could have slight variants. It could be entirely different, but take a look at what your competitors are doing. Once we've examined how other products actually implement these solutions, or once we've taken a look at what products actually do, we need to actually analyze that efficiency of that solution. So take a look in more depth on how each product actually works. Like, is it going to be a good fit for your product? Is it working for them? I mean, it's just take a deeper look at exactly what those people are doing. And then once you've kind of chosen a pattern, analyze those patterns and decide which one is right for you and your problem. So I mean, that could mean that you found a certain pattern that you like and you dig deeper to see other similar products that have that pattern, and you can decide, which variant would help you better. So step number 1 is to kind of detect those types of issues, but you should be doing that with actual data. Now, you can detect that with things like user interviews. It could be with like data from something like Amplitude that tracks like user inputs and drop-off rates and stuff like that. Mixpanel, another one. But you should always make your decisions based off of that instead of making it based off of assumptions. Now let's take a step back and let's come up with an example. So say we have an e-commerce site with a very high bounce rate. Now we've checked like our Mixpanel or Amplitude, and we found that people are dropping off right at checkout. That's where the big bounce rate is from. And based off of some feedback from users, we have a really long sign up form and sign up wall right at the end. And we think that's where the problem lies. So step 1 is pretty much done here. We have our problem and it's very clear, and we can kind of proceed to the next stage. And that next stage is to analyze similar websites. So the first step is, visiting all those different websites or products. So in our case, it's going to be websites, and they need to be similar to yours. And we're going to analyze their approaches to solving this issue. So we have Amazon here. So this is Amazon.ca, and their solution is a sign-up wall similar to ours. It's not a long form, it's a very short form, but it's a similar sign-up wall before actually purchasing a product. And we're going to get into the actual efficiency of that later. Now, the second option we have here is eBay. Now, eBay has something similar. There is a guest purchase at the end. Users can easily check out with PayPal, and PayPal has your shipping address most likely. That's another design pattern that we can use, like a guest checkout instead of having people actually sign in. So we'll take a look at the efficiency of that later. And then we have Etsy. Now, Etsy has a social login if you don't want to actually sign up. So we can have people actually sign in easily through social media, and a lot of people actually have social media. So we'll take a look at that efficiency as well in the next section. So these are 3 different design patterns, and we don't necessarily need to use every single one of them, but we're going to figure out which one is going to be right for us. So I'm going to jump into Google Chrome to take a look at all these different websites, and we can go through the efficiency of each and every pattern. We're on to step number 3, and over here we are on Amazon.ca. Now, during this step, we're going to analyze the efficiency of each pattern and find out which pattern matches our product's needs. So in our example, our website abandonment during checkout is a big problem. Therefore, our goal is to pick a pattern that will help us retain users and help them actually complete orders. So let's take a look at this. So we have Amazon.ca, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select an item, and I'm going to select buy now. And you can see it just kind of autofills to my address if I want to sign in, but it also won't allow me to actually purchase the product without actually creating an Amazon account. So you'll need to enter your name, your email, your password, and your password again. So this probably works for a company as big as Amazon because they have such a huge following, they have so many different products. But if our company or a product, if it doesn't have as many products or as big as a following, I'm not sure people would be that dedicated to actually do something similar. And that's probably why we have the drop-off rate to begin with. So I'm not sure this is a type of pattern that we should be using, at least at this moment. So let's move on to eBay. So here's ebay.ca. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select a product. Here we go. So what else do we have here? Okay, so let's pick a video game. So we have a video game over here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to click buy it now. So interesting, they're popping up a quick modal that will actually allow you to purchase some sort of protection plan. Oh, here it is. So now I can see whether I want to sign in to checkout or I can check out as a guest. Let's see what that looks like when we check out as a guest. So this is very interesting. We can select all our different options. We can actually put in our shipping address if we want to check out as guest, but we can also pay with PayPal. So that's very interesting as well. So it looks like our PayPal is an option. And I'm not sure if this pattern is going to be good for us, but maybe if we look at like PayPal and allowing people to actually click PayPal and fill in their address, that could work. I mean, we could possibly create an account around that. Let's take a look at Etsy. So Etsy is this handcrafted kind of like commerce store. You'll get a lot of like handmade goods. Let's shop custom jewelry over here. Okay, I'm just gonna pick something random. Okay, so we have a chain necklace. Open up a new tab for us. And we're just going to select a style and add it to our basket. Okay, so it brought us right into our shopping cart, which is really nice. So if we want to proceed to checkout, we can already over here see like we can pay by PayPal, which is very convenient. You can do that really quickly. Let's see what checkout has. Okay, so we can continue as a guest, or we can sign in and register, or we can actually have a social login. So I kind of like this. I like how they've made this much more prominent than the actual sign-in. So it's easier for users to actually do something like this rather than, going through a whole sign-in or sign up. So what happens if you continue as a guest? So you have to enter your delivery address. And I guess this is where this gets a little bit harder for users and longer for users because they'll have to keep on doing this. So if we go back, so my guess is it's much more easier to actually do a social login over here. So very easy to kind of go through this flow. You have a multitude of options, and I think this is something that I want to further analyze as well. So if we take a look at the patterns that we've just kind of reviewed very quickly, I mean, there are notable differences. So for example, Amazon had that sign-in wall. I'm not sure, like we're already kind of doing that, and I don't think that's going to be good for us. There was the PayPal like guest checkout, which is very interesting. There's different variations of that. So it's kind of like a lazy sign up as well as like a continue as a guest, which is very interesting. But the problem is not all users have a PayPal account, and doing that kind of lazy sign up requires like them to go back and enter their shipping address over and over again. I feel like social login is incredibly fast and a convenient way to actually sign in. So most internet users have accounts on popular social media platforms like Google, Facebook, and even people on Apple devices. This lets users fill in the absolute minimum of information and quickly proceed to checkout. So let's say we picked social login to simplify our checkout process and to retain users. So the final step for us would be to look at similar websites that kind of employ social login. So I'm going to be taking a look at CB2 or Crate & Barrel next, because I believe they have a social login as well. So in the next section, we're going to be dissecting the pattern. Welcome back. So we are on step 4, which is dissecting that pattern. Now the last step, like I said, dissect the pattern. In other words, we need to analyze other websites that use social login. And basically we can use that to customize or modify the pattern for our needs. Let's take a look over here. So we have Etsy again, and I'm just going to add another item to our cart. What do I need to do here? Let's actually pick another item. Okay. Let's just pick a quick item here. Perfect. So we're just going to pick that. Okay. So we're going to add that to our basket. And I really like how it pushes us right to checkout really quickly. I kind of really like the PayPal and how that's very upfront. So for users that do have PayPal, so I really like that about this type of checkout process. So if we pay with PayPal, we can automatically jump right in. But if we don't want to do that, and if users don't have the account, which is very convenient, So if they want to use something like American Express, Visa, or MasterCard, they can just go proceed to checkout and they're right here. And the great thing is they are automatically hovered over, or like the input for the sign in is automatically in focus, which is great. But the primary action is to continue as a guest or to log in socially, which is really, really great. I think this kind of gives you the best of both worlds. It gives you the ability to use PayPal and just check out quickly with that. But also it gives you the ability to check out as a guest, sign in if you do have an account really easily, and also potentially sign in or sign up with a social media platform. So I think this is a really, really strong design pattern that they've built and they've kind of modified a bit. Let's take a look at CB2. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick something. Here we got some very, very overpriced furniture. Okay, so I'm gonna pick this lovely sofa. I'm gonna add that to my cart. And that's really nice. It brings it right up so I can kind of continue shopping or check out now. I like that better than how Etsy just throws you right into the checkout page. I don't know if I'm going to be done shopping, and I don't like how they kind of redirected me right to that shopping basket over here. So they allow you to kind of keep shopping and go back, but this allows you to kind of keep your process or your scroll position on the page. If I just remove this. So, and it's really easy to kind of get back. So I kind of like that implementation. So let's take a look at our cart over here, and they have something very similar actually. They have the ability to check out with PayPal right away. I like that. They allow you to apply a promotional code right off the bat. And if I want to click checkout now, this is very interesting. So they kind of have a sidebar with the guest checkout, the returning customers section, and this is actually very similar. And signing in with Google. Sign in and check out. So they have something very similar, but they're limited the options to just Google here, which I think I'm not sure if that's the best pattern to use, but it may work. So let's take a look at guest checkout. So yeah, checkout is a 3-step process. I do like how they've handled this though. So they allow you to see what that process looks like. You're gonna have to enter shipping and gift options. So your name, your street address, in Canada would be your postal code, town, city, province, and phone number. And like I said, when users go through a guest checkout, they're gonna have to constantly do that process over again. So I don't think that's the smartest way. They do have PayPal, so you can click PayPal and then just automatically check out through there. And like I said, they do have, so this is very interesting. So if I click checkout now, again, it's bringing me to guest checkout and it won't let me go back, which is very interesting. So I think I'm personally going to stick with the Etsy pattern. I'm going to tweak it for my visual style, but I think I like the idea of giving them the upfront ability to distinguish how they plan to pay and how they want to sign out. Because if they have a PayPal account, everything's kind of handled for you in one shot. But if they don't, they give you 3 other options. So that's essentially how I dissect the patterns. I take a look at very similar options. I take a look at options that do employ something like a social login, especially for e-commerce or something like this. So in this case, I took a look at CB2 Canada, and I found that, they are very similar, but this one behaves much differently than Etsy's. And for that reason, I would probably follow Etsy's, and, I can keep something from CB2 here. When you add something to the cart, it doesn't necessarily take a full screen and put you in a cart screen, but I can take a look and analyze if each pattern, which one is going to be best for my needs. So when you're trying to find a design pattern, go through that same process, figure out what your problem is, figure out the different types of websites that are your competitors that are very similar to you that have some sort of pattern that solve the similar issue. Step 3, jump right in and figure out which pattern is going to be right for you. And then dig a little bit deeper and find websites that all employ that kind of similar pattern that you actually think is best for you, and figure out which one is going to be best. And that's how you pick a design pattern. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in this lesson, we're going to be learning about mobile design. Now, the reason why is because it's so important, especially if you're building a responsive product, if you're kind of just building a mobile-based product, similar to what we're doing right now. We're building a mobile app for our client, Habitual. So I want to take you through the best practices for actually creating mobile design. Now, we all know one thing, and the difference between a good app and a bad app is the quality of its experience. Now, if we think about it, many of us use our phone for a large portion of the day. I know like my phone is kind of, replaced my laptop in many ways. And it's never been more important to design a very good mobile experience. Mobile users expect a lot from an app, whether that be like delight from, interactions like this, or fast loading times like how this kind of loaded as well, to just general ease of use, just the clarity of like this mobile design over here, and just how easy it is just to use. I mean, all these different things make a great user experience. So let me jump right into those best practices. Number one practice is don't make users think. I mean, that seems pretty standard, but a lot of people kind of forget that. We don't want to make users think too much. Your product should really strive to, be easy to understand and use. If your app is too hard to use or understand, you really risk users walking away from your product. So step one would be to declutter. Cut away all the unnecessary content is kind of like that one way to create good design. This doesn't necessarily mean it's just for mobile. You can do this for desktop as well, but keep things really simple. Don't just smack a whole bunch of copy on the screen. Find ways to hide that or show that, but don't just make your screen incredibly cluttered. Every extra button or image or paragraph makes your interface seem cluttered. And because we don't have the screen real estate, we also need to keep interface elements to a minimum. We want to keep our design simple. You can also practice actually hiding different things under interactions like this. So that content is hidden and it's kind of not cluttering the main homepage. What you also want to do is to break tasks up. If you have like a form similar to this, you want to kind of break that process up, especially for mobile, because we just don't have the screen real estate. This is really important, especially because if a flow consists of some sort of logically connected step, the user can easily use it. Another best practice is just to stick to the patterns. Think about the types of patterns that we normally see on mobile. One being something like onboarding screens. Stick to those patterns that have kind of been proven and just keep on using them, similar to what we covered in design patterns. Also, reuse the elements in screens that users are used to. That really decreases like the learning curve. So like home screens are an example, settings screens. Those are different types of screens that we all kind of see in a lot of different apps, and it really helps us understand how to use apps if we see similar screens over and over again. Over here, we kind of have like a product description screen for a product, and just kind of like a very simple e-commerce layout. And this is kind of all very standard. You want to minimize your user's input. So no long forms. Like over here, we don't have a very long form. There's just a couple of options, and they've also broken it up, it looks like, in different steps. Typing on mobile is never really a fun experience, and we're often prone to errors. And we can really make this process easy by creating forms as short as possible, like I mentioned before, but also removing unnecessary fields are very key. Pre-format certain fields, like this is a phone number, and it really helps to see it pre-formatted, just because, if I want to review that content, I can notice the errors right away, especially for things like even credit cards. This is an example of like a credit card that is pre-formatted as well. And another thing to do is like, autocomplete where necessary. This could be applicable to things like addresses, like over here. This really allows users to enter their address without necessarily having to enter the entire address. And you should also think about validating your inputs dynamically. So when users do create an error, they don't necessarily need to go back and go through that interaction all over again. They can just correct it while they're actually focused on the input. Next is consistency. Now, This is a fundamental principle of design, and it really eliminates a lot of confusion. It is essential. Like visual consistency, like typeface, buttons, labels, color. It could mean like functional consistency, interactive elements across the app work similarly. So that could be like buttons will move you in a certain way, or swiping can move you to a new page, or the navigation is very consistent. I mean, we're thinking about all these different things. Even platform guidelines like iOS and Android design systems, like using that, like if you have two separate apps for both, I mean, you don't need to do that, but say if you're creating an application for Android phones, you kind of want to stick to Google's material design for a lot of those different types of design patterns, because usually users are more familiar with that in comparison to something like on iOS, where those design systems are really different. Next, you want to give users as much control, or the illusion of control. So this can mean like just understanding where things are going, understanding how things work, and that's just overall predictability. You know, all interactive elements should be familiar and predictable when things work in the way users predict, and they kind of sense that feeling of control. So on mobile, we don't necessarily only have one way of interacting with an element to understand the type of feedback that it'll introduce. So if we stick to familiar patterns, our users will really understand how our system works already. So I mean, if we notice that like we have cards, that's a big example of like a pattern. Just cards in general, we know we can kind of tap them. Like in this case too, they're very faint, but we know that I can probably just tap on that and it's very familiar to me. And the way that input is, I know that this is like a menu of some sort. So I mean, introducing that sense of predictability really makes your application much more easier to use. Now we're going to stop here and we're going to pick up on navigation when we come back. Welcome back. So we are here with part 2 of mobile design best practices. Now, we're going to start off with navigation. So make your products easy to navigate. I mean, that seems simple, but I mean, that's the biggest priority of every single app, is helping users navigate. Everything won't matter if users don't know necessarily how to get to places where they want to go. So users should be able to browse your product effortlessly while completing all their primary tasks. So here's an example. I mean, this is just very easy. I know this is a home icon. I know this is some sort of saved or wish list or whatever icon, search, profile. See that this is a kind of like, search, and profile. So I got 3 out of 4 right, but I mean, making your product easy to navigate is so key. Now, the first thing we want to do is, think about standard navigation patterns, whether that be like a navigation drawer, a sidebar, we don't have one here, or it could be like a bottom bar. iOS likes using bottom bars, so that's another design pattern or a mobile design pattern that we can use. Users are familiar with these types of patterns, so there's really no need to invent the wheel. Like you don't want to have like some sort of navigation on the right and it being like vertical or something crazy like that. It won't work as well, and that's kind of proven. The second step is, we got to think about the order. And that is where we kind of prioritize the different types of options within your product. So, in this one, it looks like they've kind of made this much more prominent, like their filters, and it looks like it's a big portion of their application. So they've ordered it accordingly to where your thumb may actually hit it. So that's very interesting just in terms of implementation, something I've been thinking about for our application. Like maybe a search can go there and it could pop up a search instead of having search always fixed at the top. So that's something to definitely think about. And there it is again, consistency. It's back. So don't mix navigation patterns in your product. You want to always stick to one. It is very confusing if you have something like this and then you implement some sort of drawer or sidebar. So stick to one and stick to one only. The next one is animations and micro interactions. So these shouldn't be like an afterthought. You should always be thinking about them. Right from the beginning of your design process, you should kind of be thinking about that, but also before you get to high fidelity designs, think about that as well. Animations are kind of like that best tool to describe like state transition. So as you can see here, just the transition really helps let users know exactly what's happening. So let's take a look at another example. If I'm switching pages, I can see like that state transition from right to left. I can see which pages I'm going to very easily. If we take a step back and we think if this were to happen instantaneously, it would be much more confusing for your user. It would be much more jarring for your user. So that is one big part of like using micro interactions or just using like animation in general in motion. You also want to just stick to the basics. I mean, you don't want to overcomplicate things by like adding different types of crazy gestures. Over here, we have like just pulls, taps, sliding. I mean, just the basic stuff is more than enough. It can be tempting to use a bunch of different available gestures, but I mean, the learning curve is just way too high in most cases. And most people are only really familiar with like the basic ones anyways. So, stick to the basics when it comes to gestures, and it'll make just the interactions in your application much more smoother. And one thing I really want you to think about is think about when the user comes to your application or your product for the very first time. You really want to optimize for that because, that first time experience can really make or break like just the user's understanding of your application, even just the user's feeling about your product. So it's very important to kind of emphasize how much thought really should go into that experience. So, if your app allows for it or your product allows for it, think about allowing your users to try your app first without actually having to sign in. So like they could have like an onboarding screen and then they could just like get started really quickly without necessarily having to go through a sign-in wall. Mandatory registration is a common source of friction for users, and it's probably one of the main reasons users abandon a product. And they should only really be asked to sign up if it's essential. So think about that definitely when you're going through that process. Even if we're thinking about our application that we're building, we want to maybe delay that registration right to the end and let users actually try our product first. Also, allowing your users to try your product, just a bit in the beginning can kind of like get them more likely to commit in the end. If we gently remind them throughout the process to sign up, or if users just like our application overall, it gives them more of an incentive to actually sign up when they would have just been like behind a wall in the first place and maybe have deleted the application without wanting to sign up or give us their information. Your onboarding is so important. I mean, it should be so smooth. Make sure your app showcases why users should stay. So, I mean, whether that be like your value prop is hidden within your onboarding or just teaching users how easy your app is to use in, relation to competition, just make sure that it is a way to kind of showcase why your app is so important. These usually are screens that users see when they first come to your product, or, they can be kind of contextually based. If there's like an empty state in your product, there could be a chance to onboard users to a feature that they have never used before. So, I mean, like whether that be like a drag and drop that's been introduced for the first time, we can have something that is based just within the app when the users first interact with it. Also, I think it's really important to kind of create that illusion that your product is really fast. I mean, loading time is extremely important for mobile users. If pages take too long to load, users may become really frustrated and, maybe decide to leave. That's a big possibility. So we want to make it clear that something is loading and the product is loading data. It's not just a blank or static screen that, runs the risk that users think that something's frozen. So many people have animations, and you saw one in the beginning with like pulling down and something was happening up top, and that's really pleasant. And it gives the user something interesting to look at in the meantime. But then we have something like this where they're like kind of like skeleton screens. And I like using these because they kind of display a blank slate of the screen that is gradually loading content. So unlike a loading spinner, the skeleton screen shows progress that the content on their screen is actually loading. So this is a really good pattern to use when you're kind of loading results or something like that, and they don't load right away. And the last best practice would be that this is mobile, not desktop. Please remember that. And we need to optimize for that. So we need to make sure our content is readable and legible. We need to optimize for that smaller screen. That could be like font sizes. Generally anything below 14 pixels is going to be a little hard to read on mobile. It could even be like font family. You may need a clear and easy font to read. So that's just something that we need to think about as well if you need to switch it up. There's also contrast, so make sure there is plenty of contrast between foreground and background colors when it comes to typography. Even a light gray may look okay. We need to make sure that it's actually accessible. And we also need to limit the amount of characters on one line because it could be hard to read too many characters, especially if it's a size 12 pixel font. Just having it run right across could be a little harder to read, or even smaller than that. And remember, we're designing for fingers and not cursors like the one I'm using to point right now. It's easy to hit a small button with a cursor, but can you imagine trying to tap that with your thumb? Over here, they've done a great job of making things really accessible with larger buttons, larger cards, just making touch areas easily accessible and more spaced out, like over here on this map. When designing for those actionable elements on a mobile product, your targets need to be larger so they're just easier to hit. You know, mistakes do happen, and often because of small UI elements. I've definitely made that mistake in the past. You know, having the right amount of space between elements, like this may be a little tight, but having the right amount of space can really make a big difference. If they're too close, I mean, you kind of run the risk of somebody tapping things. Like think about if you have like a cancel and a save right beside each other. I mean, that could be very problematic. And sure, a lot of people have already seen these screens before. I mean, there are a bunch of different variations of them. And this is just essentially reminding us that, you know, there are thumb zones and we should do our best to keep our primary actions in the green. We don't want to have them up here. If this is your left hand, this is what it would look like. If this is combined, you have much more reach in terms of if you're using two hands. And, you know, usually a lot of users with larger phones will figure out a way to, you know, reach that top area, and whether that be with two hands or kind of like maneuvering around with their hand. They could find a way to do it, but I mean, keeping your primary actions within the green, just much more success you'll have. We need to consider like how we hold our devices. So be very understanding how users will hold them. But when we do hold them in one hand, like I mentioned before, we don't have much reach. So these green zones are essentially kind of like your safe zones. And you can strategically make sure that all the elements you want users to actually use, more like your primary actions, are within that thumb reach. Now, the red zone or yellow zones, those are kind of like your red zones or whatever you want to call them, but those are the harder zones to reach. And this is probably best suited for keeping like options that you want users to trigger less frequently, you know, like a delete or a cancel. So maybe think about that. I know a lot of like iOS devices, especially in their design system, they kind of keep like their cancel or delete up there, and their primary actions may be closer to the bottom as well. So just think about that when you're designing. That's why sometimes I like to use just a bottom tab bar for navigation if users are going to be navigating between screens a lot. That's also why I was thinking about using like a search at the bottom instead of keeping it at the top. So remember to stay in the green. And that is the last thing I have for everyone. Those are the practices that I follow in terms of the best practices for mobile design. And if you follow those as well, I'm sure you're going to be able to design great mobile experiences. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We covered a ton of content around different types of design theories, like anything in relation to like the basics in terms of like typography, color, forms, grids. I mean, we've covered in the beginning more wireframe basic stuff, user flows, and now I think it's time to start building up our fidelity. Now, this is a big topic in the design realm, I would say, in terms of like, where do we start? How do we end up somewhere? And design fidelity is just, it's something hard, and I don't know if there's any really right answer. I guess you can just say that we should always start just quick and, you know, start with your sketches. I have here our wireframes that we designed, which were really great. Here's our homepage. And we should really start somewhere like here and build our way up over time. Now, nothing is ever designed and perfected in the same step. This is something that never happens. Getting to those final, like beautiful designs, that takes a lot of testing and refinement. And that's why we use those prototypes that we made. And that's why we use like these wireframes and sketches that we created. You want to continuously build upon your learnings instead of jumping right into beautiful designs. And you saw that and how we've handled that over this entire course. We've started with sketching and we gradually started to build our way up. We've covered a lot of different topics around style. And I think now is the time to really kind of start to think about that. But before we get into that, I think it's a great segue into, thinking about building, measuring, and learning. And that's something I always try to incorporate in my designs and my design process. This is something you should really apply to everything you do. And you should go out and read the book, Lean Startup. It's an amazing book. And it really teaches this build, measure, learn cycle. So build is to explore your ideas and prototype those possibilities, like we were talking about with those basic prototyping and wireframing. Measuring, testing your assumptions always. Go out there and user test, just put it in front of a user, get their feedback quickly. And the next step is learning. So learn from that feedback, learn from your users and validate just so you can squash your assumptions, just so you can get right back into building again. Think of it as a circular cycle. So build, measure, learn. Keep that always at the center of your design process. That's what I feel like we've done here thus far. I mean, we haven't user tested just yet, but we've built a lot of designs just basically with wireframes, sketches. We've also went into different things like typography. So this is the type system that I've started to build out, not finalized just yet. I've picked a typeface. I'm using Lato, and I've created a bunch of styles and just headings, text. So I've started to think about these types of things. What I would do in my process is to, see what works in terms of visual exploration, in terms of typography, and start to build up to that and see what we need. Even color palette, this is what we've kind of built together, and this isn't finalized at all. And we should continuously try to incorporate that into our designs and just see where we kind of lead. We may cut colors like these colors. We may just stick with like a monochromatic scheme. So that's just something to think about. You have to kind of explore all these different styles. We also kind of jumped right into our form exploration when we were talking about form best practices. So you could see that we're using some of our own colors here. We were starting to see what different types of inputs could look like when they're disabled, like these buttons. We could start seeing what these types of things could look like, these little checkbox squares. We also started to think about like just general hierarchy when it comes to copy and the way we lay that out. In essence, what you want to do is you want to seek your feedback early and go on to learn and apply. This is how you build an understanding about the product you're building, but this is also how you build and reach that level and type of fidelity that resonates with your users. So the reason we seek feedback is to use those learnings to inform and improve our designs. Waiting too late to test or find that feedback, then it often is just way too late to actually act on that feedback, and it could be way too costly. So use those low fidelity wireframes. Let's just go back to that quickly. So use these to start getting feedback early, and then you can continue to improve on your product and build up that fidelity and continue to test. You shouldn't just test with these designs. They may not actually do good at testing like those small micro interactions or just motion in general and stuff like that. And we'll get into that. But these are great for testing things like hierarchy, layout, the type of content you have, that placement, maybe just navigation, a hierarchy as well. So use that as a way to just validate your assumptions. This can really have a massive impact on how we build out certain elements. So in an example, typography. Are things legible? Can people read this small copy? Are things readable? Is there enough hierarchy and contrast between typographic elements? Like if I were to think about contrast and hierarchy, I would go right into like just product details. If I squint, are things blurring together? So I'm looking to create that contrast early on and test that. What about the hierarchy of information? Are things in the right place? Does this make sense in terms of the homepage? How about, does the navigation structure need to be reworked? Is this accessible? Is it usable? Should we stop using the search at the top and incorporate it maybe into the navigation? So these are questions that we're asking ourselves. What about the style of our components? Does the style of this card over here make things look too condensed? Does this button, like these kind of square buttons that I have, or this button, do they look clickable, or does it seem clickable? Does it seem like a user can interact with it? Are inputs actually working properly? Oop. Let's move that. Let's go back to our registration form. So we have all these inputs. I mean, do they Do they work properly? Do users easily interact with this? So we're testing all of these assumptions that we have. It has a really profound impact on all of our choices, and you shouldn't be making large decisions without proper feedback. So I just wanted to take the time to stress this because a lot of people like to really jump into high fidelity designs right off the bat, and that is just a no-no. Start with your sketches, gradually build yourself up, because if you start with beautiful designs without figuring out if certain things do not work or do work, then you're setting yourself up for a big surprise later on when you actually deliver that to users and you find out, maybe users aren't interacting, users aren't getting too deep into the funnel of like checking out or even using your application. So remember to always test your wireframes. Just get feedback early and learn from it, and then jump into designs and visual exploration later on and gradually build up that fidelity. That's all I wanted to say about how to build design fidelity. Next, we're actually going to jump in and start doing that ourselves. We're going to start working on the homepage next. That will be, I think, a great start to figuring out, the type of color palette that we want to incorporate, our typography system, fleshing that out some more, just generally seeing what types of components that we're going to have to build for in the future. Can't wait to get you back in here and working on the homepage. Welcome back. So I gave everyone a big rant about design fidelity and the proper way to jump into higher fidelity designs and just general visual style exploration and all that fun stuff. And now we're actually going to do that. What I want to do is I want to start with the homepage. I know, big surprise, homepage. But the reason why I like to start with something like the homepage is not always the homepage, but the reason why I do start with the homepage a lot of times is because it's a great place to find a lot of different types of, elements we may incorporate just throughout the entire app. I see like cards here. I just see general variation in terms of typographic elements. I see other elements like iconography. I see our main navigation, and I think like there's also a variation of cards here. We may not even build it like this. I think we're going to make some changes along the way as well. And that's something to note in general. Designs just never really stay the same. We're constantly iterating based off of what our feedback is in terms of user feedback, also based off of what we think is a better design pattern. So I'm going to make some changes here. I'm going to jump right into a couple of portions of the homepage, and hopefully you design along with me. You don't need to copy me directly, but I'm going to show you just some decisions I'll make in terms of like cards and stuff like that that should help you when you go and create your own. So let's jump right in. I think like I've been talking about this a bunch, and I think we should redo the navigation a bit. I think these options are fine for now, but I really don't like the search at the very top. So I think like we'll just incorporate it in a way where the user can easily just click at the navigation portion and it'll pop into it like an overlay. So let's go ahead and just create like a simple navigation. So I'm gonna just kind of go in here. What I'd like to do is just create like a frame that's gonna house our nav. Let's just rename that to nav. So we're going to create a little nav over here, and we're going to pick some icons. So I like feather icons. They're really nice. So if I go, there's home. It should drop right in there. There it is. There it is. Okay. So home, what else do we have? I think it'll be like under save, or maybe if we just search up heart, there it is. There, perfect. There's search. And when you're picking icons, I know I went over this before when we went through like iconography and stuff like that. Just make sure you're very consistent. You can even create your own like we did. So we have that. Bookmark. Orders? I don't know. Let's, do they have anything for orders? I think like sometimes you just need to create your own, and that's fine. Here, this one can work. And what's next? We need a cart. Oh, there it is. Perfect. So we got all our icons. And what we're going to do is we're going to create our own. There they are. We're going to create a little navigation here. Okay, so that's the shopping cart. Perfect. So these are all 24 pixels. And are they scalable? No, they're not scalable. That's totally fine. What we're just going to do here is we're just going to keep everything the way it currently is in terms of the constraints. This should actually scale properly. There it is. Let's see how this works if we scale it. Okay, so we have our icons and I'm just gonna kind of place them into our frame for now. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna make the search more prominent as a piece in terms of our navigation. And I'll tell you in a second why I'm gonna do that. So we could do auto layout. I like doing auto layout just because it's a really easy way to lay everything out within your app and within frames in general. So let's do 24 pixels on the side. Actually not, let's not do an auto layout. I think the best is just a grid. So we'll do a five column grid. I have some grids in here, but I think we're just gonna have to create our own. So let's go ahead and create our own grid. So we're gonna choose a column grid. Right now we should just be kind of flying through here because we've done this so much. So we're just gonna 16. And once again, I'm kind of working off of that baseline that we talked about before when we talked about grids and spacing. Okay, perfect. Let's just resize this frame. So that is nice. Let's go right in. And I'm just gonna center this. What I like to do is like, I'll just go like this. Perfect. Then just bring it back to 24. And even if it's not perfect, that's fine. So we are going to just keep it centered and centered. So it's going to stick to that. Same thing over here. I'm just gonna make sure that center is at 24. And that's gonna be, actually, you know what? The easiest way to do this is just to kind of select them all and fix the constraints all at once. So if this frame gets resized, we won't have to worry about just general resizing issues. So we'll just leave that there because I'm going to come back to that. So if you notice, like right now, I'm not really worried about color. I'm thinking about just hierarchy within the navigation. And what do we have here? We have 24 by 24. And I just want to make sure these are all spaced perfectly within this grid. It may not be perfect, but close enough. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to select my ellipse tool and I'm going to just create a big circle. And I'm going to send that to the back. And as you can tell, I have like color styles set up. So I'm starting to build out a design system slowly, and I have some primary colors, like I mentioned. I have some UI colors, and don't worry, we're going to get into this later. But remember what I told you about just our general color palette. What we can do is we can go into our color, and if we want to reuse it, we can just select that, select create a style, and just write your style out. And the easiest way to do that is just to like write primary slash, I'm just going to call it gold, and there it is. So that's a local style that we have now. And it's just something that's just really easy to use and it'll speed up your workflow. Okay, so I'm just going to select that. So I have a 48 by 48 pixel circle. I'm going to actually go back and select that. That is a white, yes. Okay, I'm gonna turn my grid off right now, just because it's a little distracting. So I'm gonna select all those and I'm gonna just select a nice shade. Oh, that's very light. Remember how we went through just creating neutrals and stuff like that in our color palettes? Similar thing that we're doing right now. And I think that is pretty good. Let's just turn on our grid one more time. So if you want, you can kind of just get that nice. Okay, so this is what I was thinking for our navigation. I think I'm going to have to make that a little smaller. So I'm just gonna go 80 pixels. You notice how all these pieces kind of stay together. That needs to be sent to the center. So remember to always set your constraints. I mean, it just makes your life so much easier. Okay, so these are all set nicely, and I'm going to make sure that everything is centered. So I'm just gonna call this search background, and I'm just going to group that into a frame and call it search. And what we can do here is we can just like, once again, center, everything stays together. So I think 80 is good. It's also a multiple of our baseline. I think we are missing one more thing, and we are just going to add like maybe like a horizontal rule. I mean, there's a couple ways we can do this. I like using like a rule, or you can use like a shadow. So there's our rule, way too dark. So we're gonna come in here, and so there you go. Like, we're starting to build a nav out, and I'm really liking it. I'm just making sure there's enough contrast, and we start to look like you can start building that fidelity. Like, we start to use icons that maybe are much better for our use case, just for our general application. We're starting to also think about like different types of hierarchy within the navigational structure, whether what is selected. So we'd be on the home screen right now. I think another thing that we should be thinking about is like, what is the micro interaction for an active navigation piece? So there's different ways we can do that. So I'm going to just use like a little line here that will help us just distinguish what is active, what isn't active. Beautiful. So, let me just make sure everything is centered. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you build a really easy navigation. And you can tell, like, based off of what we've been building over time and some of the decisions that you've seen me make, I know I made this based off of a gut feeling, not actual user feedback. And this is just my assumption. The first thing I would do is I would test this before I make like a big leap to just general design. And I would test it again once I get here, just because I need to make sure that this interaction is going to work. So that's it for the navigation. In the next video, I'm going to get into some other UI elements on this homepage that we have over here. This is just our little wireframe. So yeah, meet me back here again, and we will jump right into designing some other elements. Everyone, and welcome back. So I know I kind of went on a little bit of a rant earlier about design fidelity, but I just really wanted to stress that, don't jump into visual design exploration too early. This is an iterative process. I mean, we are not going to create something perfect right off the bat, and we're going to gradually build our way up. You shouldn't necessarily just jump right into it. So what we did in the last video, we talked about navigation, and we were exploring that a bit. And you could see we've started to create some hierarchy within here, just with colors. I kind of already like the way we're starting to use color, this yellow as more of an accent and, keeping things a little monochromatic. Let's see how that may change. I also need to start thinking about things like just typographic hierarchy. So let's jump right in and do that. So I have a grid on here. I've just kind of created my own. Let's go back and I'll just show you that. So that I have a mobile style here of a grid, which is really helpful. This is just a standard 8-column grid, and I'll show you what it looks like. So it's just really standard, 16 pixel gutter and a margin of 24 pixels. just something to think about. This is what I'm using. You don't have to use that, but let's jump right in. So I'm going to start typing some stuff that we can actually use. So, maybe we don't use this hello like line in terms of like the person's name. Maybe it's something else. Like I said, it's all about visual exploration at this point. We are building that fidelity. So I have some headings here that are styles that are really, really helpful. I want to stress the idea of reusability, just because reinventing the wheel over and over again is so pedantic. We want to reduce the amount of time we have to do that. So, create styles, even if they aren't finalized. These typographic styles aren't finalized by any means. I think I still need to tweak them a bit. And you will need to as well, even with colors. I'm not settled on this palette, and I'm pretty sure by the time we are at the end of this course, it's going to probably look entirely different, or there'll be some slight variations, and that's just the way design is. So don't get too held up on those little details, because things will change. It's just the nature of our craft. We learn, we build, we keep on learning, and we keep on rebuilding. So don't get married to anything too early. What do I have here? So I have some nice colors. We can start actually applying colors to our typographic elements. I'm going to just switch off this grid, which I'm using Control G to do that. Okay, so next thing I want to just think about is this. Let's just drag this in here. Okay. So I want to create something, I want to work on a card, and it's going to give us an idea of just general like typographic hierarchy over here, how to display imagery, also maybe some use of iconography. First thing I want to do is, let me just set some sort of baseline for how large I want this to be. So what I'm going to do is Control G. And I want these cards to kind of I want the next card to kind of fall off the edge, kind of like our little wireframe here. But I'm making this card much more longer because I want the first image they see to be something that is really, really relevant to what they want. So it could be like, if they're into gaming, it could be like a new controller or something like that. Let's actually just jump in and grab an image. So I'm just going to grab an image just to get started. So let's just type in controller. Perfect. So we have a bunch of different things here. Let's look for something that looks more like a product shot. That's a little too dark. What do we have here? So I'm just looking for just product shots. I think I selected two images accidentally, but we'll see what they are. So, okay, let's delete that one. Let's resize this one. Bring it closer. So there we go, we have one, and we're going to actually remove the background on one of these. So remember what I said about just visual exploration a while back? When you're using images, you don't need to just necessarily plop them in there. You can do different things like removing backgrounds, adding different types of gradients to the background. So we have something interesting to play with. And I'm just going to keep this here for now. I'm not going to touch it. I'm actually just going to jump right into typography. So I'm going to take this, resize it. I don't want it to pass the width of this card. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a price tag. So $65.99 is the price tag. And actually we can make sure that that's just the width. And we can start thinking about just hierarchy here. So I have 16 pixels. Let's just select that. 16 pixels and bold. Or we can even jump all the way up to 20 pixels and bold. So we have just the item amount, and I think that's pretty crucial. I'm not sure exactly. So right here, I have the product name and the amount below, but maybe we can just explore with having that up there. What about if there's a sale? So I think I actually have a style for that. Let's see. Yeah, I do. Perfect. So I have a style for that. And if there's a sale, what we're going to do is we are going to have something right beside it. Maybe it's like $79.99, and we are just going to make that a little less obvious. So we're building the hierarchy not only through color, we are also doing it just through size and typography as well. So that's much more prominent. And there we go. These are spaced. We can space them at 8 pixels. Oops. Perfect. Okay, so that looks pretty good. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate that, and let's think about the product name. So this is an Xbox One controller. And I want to create some hierarchy between the the product name and the actual product price. So remember we talked about typography and creating that hierarchy. We can just bring it down a bit. If we wanted to, we can also just bring it down. Let's see what options we have. Like we can do something like that. And our main larger typographic element is the price. So that shouldn't detract from that. This is just our assumption. It could be wrong, and that's just totally fine. Like I said, it's all about exploration. So we have something great here. What should we have? I think, what do I have below? I have some lorem ipsum. Let's actually just copy paste that. So that is there, and we are just going to go like body small over here. And there we go. I mean, I think we can probably afford to have 2 lines. So what I like to do is I'll just go like this. Okay. Just so we can start thinking about that content there. That's a little too, see, like right now I'm realizing that maybe I have too much variation between these 2 colors. So I may need to think about that. And this may be really too thin. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a frame. I'm starting to think right now even about just general structure. So I can just create a frame, call this price, and just start thinking about like auto layout as well. So I have a horizontal layout. And so the great thing about this is, if I start to adjust this, things are going to just adjust with it. As you can see, the price moving back and forth. So that's just going to help us speed up our workflow. I think we're missing something else here. Like maybe we can have like a 20% off tag. So actually, I don't think we need this anymore right now. So let's actually create another frame, and I'll show you what we can do here. So we're just going to create a frame. We're going to put text in this frame, and we're going to just say something like 20% off. Oops. Let's go back. Oops. There we go. So we got 20% off. Perfect. I think I even have one for a pill, or yeah, there we go. Perfect. This is great because, using maybe 16 pixels is too big, but using styles can really, really help your workflow a lot. So I like to, start thinking about all these different types of things earlier on. And it helps me just influence what I plan to do with the just general things like typographic elements and color. If I get those kind of nailed down a little bit earlier before I jump into this, then it makes it easier to kind of iterate based off of just, applying styles quickly, editing those styles, and just generally just keeping you going. So we got 100 pixels. We're gonna make a little pill here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just make 16 pixels on the side. At the top, I'm going to, let's just do 0. Let's see where that, okay, so we're gonna need like an 8 pixel top maybe. Okay, so the fill, let's think about the fill. We can do like a nice background like that, and that can be the darker. So there we go. We have something nice coming along over here. And I'm just actually going to throw this here. Let's just make sure that's like that. That's a little too small. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to Command C and I'm going to select inside. And there you go. There's our little pill just letting us know, hey, you got 20% off. This is an amazing deal. And okay, we can keep that centered. And I'm actually going to create the exact same thing over here. I'm going to select everything and make a frame and call it card details. So I'm really liking where this is going in terms of my exploration. I'm going to just create an auto layout again. So you'll see that just moved over, and that's fine. I'll show you how we're gonna fix that. We're gonna adjust this just to get it right. So this is gonna, if we just move it, we can move it wherever we want. I'm moving it all the way to the left, and you'll see it change at the top as well. So there's our kind of layout, and like we do have a lot of contrast now with our typography, which is really great. Maybe this price is a little too large, and we'll fix that. Maybe we just, maybe that's too small. We'll leave it for now. Okay, so let's think about the image. I really like where we're going here. You can see like this whole thing is starting to come together in comparison. And I wouldn't have really known that if I hadn't gone through different types of explorations earlier. So I want to do something interesting with the image. Like here, I'll show you what it will look like if I just kind of plop it in here. So we're going to plop this in here. And we're just going to, make it the size of that rectangle. I mean, that looks pretty good. Let's make a copy of that. What about if we do something a little bit more interesting? How about we do something like this? Okay, so we have something, and like now we can use the background any which way we want. So I'm just gonna rename this as image, and I'm gonna lock this layer for now. So just you can do Shift Command L to lock it. So I have the image in the background, and like what we can do is we can do a bunch of different things. Like we can set that like that. We can set the radius. So I mean, we have options. Like if we want to use like a secondary color or something like that, we can. So I mean, I'm kind of liking, I'm digging the way this kind of looks. It's very like unorthodox in the sense that we usually just see product images. So this may not work, and that's totally fine. If I'm thinking about like development and scalability, this is probably not the route to go, just because you'd have to do it for every single product image. So this makes sense, just in terms of like, we want to release something. We don't want to go through all of our product images and do that. Maybe this is like a V2 or a version 2 to a version 1. I'm already thinking about maybe scalability issues here. But I really like the way these cards are turning out. I'm just going to delete this one for now. Actually, I don't want to delete it. I just want that image there, but I'm going to delete this card. I'm liking the way this image is turning out. I'm going to actually make this, I'm going to rename this to image background, and I'm going to unlock this image, and I'm going to group them in a frame. And I'm going to call this product image. So as you can tell, like I'm already starting to create different types of cards here. I have one card built out that I really like. I'm not sure if I'm going to go in this direction. Maybe for the other ones, I'm going to start just inputting like regular images. But this is kind of what I'm thinking right now. I'm going to actually create another frame, and I'm going to group this all together and call this a large card. So we're starting to already think about things like layout and just hierarchy and color and how we plan to use that. So as you can tell, that's how it'll look on the screen. You'll be able to swipe through that. That's it for the larger cards. In the next video, I'm going to start working on maybe a more interesting piece that can fit here. Maybe not deals, because that could be redundant. Maybe we can work on like category cards or something like in relation to the user's interests. So that's it for this, and let's jump into our next video. Welcome back. So in our last video, we talked about hierarchy and just style exploration for our cards. We did some very interesting stuff in terms of our image over here, even though we kind of admitted to ourselves that this may not be a scalable feature. We also talked a lot about just typography and the hierarchy that we have within our card. So we started working with what we wanted to be like in terms of what we wanted to be the main source of like a user's attention. So when I first come to this card, the first thing that pops to me is the actual price. We made that stand out much more in comparison to like the product name. We also added just some description content over here, but as you can tell, there is a bunch of great hierarchy here in terms of color between something like this, but also in terms of just size within elements. So I have larger cards here. The next thing I want to do is I want to think about like just user interest. So that's a big part of this current application that we're building for Habitual. So we haven't really touched upon that a lot, and that's what I want to do next. So I'm just going to make sure that's affixed to the bottom. Okay, let's just bring this out just a little bit more. So I'm digging this this style a bit. We may not go with this color in the background, even though it's pretty interesting, but let's think about some other elements that we could build. I'm going to steal one of these elements, bring it out, and I'm gonna have a section maybe called like your interests. And over here, I'm going to change that to like a more bolded copy. And I may have another that says like, see more. And I don't know if I have an underline style. So when I'm creating these text styles, I may have underline styles. I may have all that kind of stuff. I do have a link. I think I do. Yes, perfect. I try to create like for different use cases. I'm not too like strict, but I want to set some stuff up early just so it makes my life so easy. Okay, and for that, I mean, we can maybe make that yellow. I don't want to have our page, you know, exploding with color. I want to keep things really simple because just the nature of our product. Let's take a step back. If we think about our product, there's a lot of images in terms of product images that could introduce a bunch of color that we can't necessarily control. And if we start splashing color everywhere, it'll muddy down the experience. It'll make it really, really amateurish in a way, make it seem kind of childish. So, you know, think about that when you're incorporating color. I'm just kind of using like a dark yellow. I know that's accessible. So this shouldn't expand beyond here. And this is fine where it currently is. I'm just going to set the constraints on that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to group this in a frame. I like to keep things really neat while I'm designing. So that way, like I can reuse all these types of things. So I have title and link. So this link is going to push them to like a new page, possibly. Beautiful. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about like your interest. So I want a little kind of feature that, you know, maybe it has little cards in there where users can just like maybe swipe through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create like a larger frame. Okay, and I'm just going to give it a radius of like 10 pixels. I want to give it a fill of like white and an effect. Oh, see, I have shadows here built out as well, which is great. So we have large shadow. Look at that. Perfect. So you can even make your effects shadows, and we're going to get into all that much later. This is just so it speeds up my workflow. It'll speed up your workflow. Don't get married to anything too early, but we'll have something we can work with. So that's really subtle, really beautiful. the way that card just kind of pops up just a little bit. We can start thinking about, do we want our elements to be really flat like this, or do we want to actually start building cards that have actual shadow? So I know I'm mixing and matching a bit here, and that's totally fine. I mean, this is totally about exploring what our options are, but I want to start thinking about what cards can look like as well, like these types of cards. It could translate to me building out this card differently in the future. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give this an actual layout grid. I don't think I have a layout grid for this. So I'm just gonna have to create one from scratch. And I'm gonna go to columns and just give it like three simple columns. We'll have a margin of 16 pixels and a gutter of 16. Okay, perfect. And I'm just gonna steal this, bring it into my frame. So these can be like a little navigation that we can build. So we have gaming. I know we're kind of just defaulting to stuff like that, but it really helps just to think about the different types of options we can have. So if I think about this as a container, we could have multiple things like that. Maybe tech is one of them. Travel, I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually make this a frame and call this like my nav. And we can do auto layout on it. And we can space it by like 48 pixels. So we can have like a carousel thing going on here. Like I can have another one that bleeds off. As you can tell, like I have a clipping content. So anything that bleeds off, it will not show up. So I have education. So this is fine for just like a dynamic nav that we can swipe through. We're going to make a line just to let the user know that, hey, you are on this line. Sorry, this section. Okay. And what we're going to do next is we're actually going to have some like product images in here, possibly. Whoops, that was too large. So, I'm probably just going to take this, make a copy of that, bring it into here, just to show you what it could look like. So we're starting to think about like, just like style from the perspective, just different types of styles. Like we have like this full image instead of this. And I'm going to start to see like, what do I like more? What's something that I should probably take into account? Okay, so we've been going with like price as the larger element, and we can stick with that. I guess the more prominent element. So we have product name. What I'm going to do is I am going to just, so perfect. And I'm just going to make sure that's there, and this is not going to bleed beyond that. So this is going to be a frame. I know there's a lot of frames, right? And that's just so we keep things really clean, and it helps us as we build Fidelity, we can easily edit all these different types of things. Like once we start building out a design system, we can start thinking more about like, oh, what are the different types of elements we need? What are the sizes? Oh, I have this already built within a frame, so I can just pull this from that and just reuse and make a much more consistent design. So we got product details. Beautiful. Let's make that auto layout. I mean, I like using auto layout. You don't need to use auto layout. Like in this case, we can probably get away with just like 0. Okay, what else we have here? So we can even make this a frame. We don't have to make it auto layout because it is adhering to our larger frames layout grid. And we can just call this like small card. So we're starting to see like the details, and I'm not having a description over here because it's way too small. If there's a sale, then I have to think about what that looks like as well on this card. So making sure this is centered. This will be only affected by the left, and this should only be affected by the right. So if I start to move this, oops. Interesting, that's just because of the auto layout. So that's another thing, auto layout isn't necessarily responsive, so keep that in mind. I'm not worried because I'm using mobile only. So 16 pixels is perfect spacing. And now we can actually start spacing the whole thing. We can use auto layout for this whole thing if we wanted to. So I'm actually going to do that. I'm not going to actually use auto layout, but if I go up here and I hold a shift and down, I'm going to move in increments of 4. And I can just easily position this so we have enough space. Okay, so I'm going to turn off my grid because I can't really see what I've been doing. So we're going to create hierarchy within this this level of the nav. And as you can tell, like we've started to create something really interesting here. Like maybe this is like a your interest card, and what happens here is that for each of your interests, they'll provide like the top 3 products, so you can just swipe through. So very interesting feature that we built, and I'm starting to like this kind of exploration in terms of very nice subtle shadow of the card. I may actually go back to this card and update that. This probably needs like maybe a light stroke. What we can do here is just add that. Perfect. And maybe we can just even think about like what the background could look like. I mean, right now it's standard white. What happens if I just add like a light gray like that? Things look a little differently. What happens if I like add like a gradient? So different things to think about. I think white's perfectly fine right now. And that's how you create like just a little feature from scratch, but also just kind of building upon your style exploration that we have here. We can start seeing, okay, this may work. I actually may like these images. This is the right amount of hierarchy, and I'll probably go back and test with users on this to see if this interaction makes sense. Like, are they swiping on the whole card? Are they swiping on these little things in the nav? What does this interaction look like? Is it confusing for them? But that's how you kind of start to build that level of fidelity. We're going to keep on doing that in our next video. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I just want to kind of start to finish off filling up this page. I'm going to start thinking about a couple of different like UI elements that maybe we didn't think about too much. So maybe let's start with thinking about, so the profile. We kind of removed it from the nav, and I think, maybe we should have like a static persistent like avatar in the top. So let's see where we are on our grid. So we can start thinking about, if we do have avatars, like what do they look like? I'm going to use the plugin over here called Content Reel, and I have this selected. I'm just going to select an avatar, and there we go. We have our avatar that just plops right in. And that's pretty cool. I mean, that's something to think about. Do we need something like that? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we need to rework our nav a bit. What about this? I mean, what happens if people want to see more? Do we have a title here, and do we have another link? Is that too much to kind of have that over and over again on a page? Maybe. I don't know. What we can do is we can start thinking about some alternatives. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a large button, and within that button I'm going to place, or within that frame I'm going to place some text, and I'm just going to just say discover more. Like maybe I'm here, I'm also exploring different things like just our language. What type of language do we want to use? Do we want to entice users like that? Do we want to stay more standard, like just saying stuff like see more? These are the types of questions you should be asking yourself. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make that like that. I'm going to actually make this an auto layout. So I switch that to vertical so I can adjust the width. And that's fine. The top, we want to make this like a 48 pixel. So we're just going to have to do a little bit of testing to get it there. So we got 48. Let's roll with 48. I think that's fine. This needs to go in the middle, so we're just going to adjust that to the middle. Let's make this reach the end of our grid, so it's centered. That looks good. That looks good. We don't need any space in between, and we need a fill. 100% we need a fill. So we can start thinking about like buttons. We have this kind of this yellow from our app. Let's actually just grab that logo. So we have this this yellow that we're using. We're sticking very much with the branding and the color palette that we've kind of expanded upon. I don't know if I like this teal that much. It's making things look really kind of dull, but let's just keep going and we will figure it out. 100% we will figure it out. So you'll notice how I've broken up my color styles, and I'll get into that later, but it just makes it easier when you kind of break it up by use case. So like background, text, even if you're repeating the colors, you'll notice like I repeat white a bunch. So that way, if I'm in a very complex component like this, I can easily just pick off like what's a UI color, what's a text color. And if there's multiples, I just want to change the text color. I can easily just find anything that says like UI or text and just change the base off of that. I haven't been using that here. It makes it really easy to go back and make some of those changes. Okay, so for color, I think white will be fine in terms of accessibility. I think like that's pretty good. We'll need to test that for sure. I'm sure this is not accessible. So like I said, we'll just test. But I'm kind of liking this nice orange button. Like what happens if we kind of add an effect to it? So what I like to do is I'll just create a copy over here. Usually like this is what I'll do. I'll just create a bunch of different copies of things. And I'm starting to see like, okay, this is where we're kind of going in terms of our exploration, just general hierarchy. Like when you see things separated away from the page, let's just remove this image. And you start to kind of like, oh, this is looking very interesting. And I can see if these little pieces can kind of survive on their own. I may go back to this image here. This needs to be refined a bit. I can start seeing like just the general visual direction of my designs much more easier than just kind of viewing in a page one after the other as they're kind of secluded to where you're viewing them on the screen. So I'm trying to make one like cohesive language. We have a button here. I really like the button a lot. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an effect. Maybe this will work. So I have a default shadow. So that's really nice. So I'm starting to think like, okay, what happens when it's active? What happens when somebody taps on it? On desktop, what happens if somebody hovers over it? So I'm starting to think about all these little micro interactions as well at this point. Like, does somebody just click and the shadow kind of disappears, kind of like the button's been pressed to the bottom, or maybe nothing happens, I don't know. So just something to think about to incorporate that early. I kind of like the shadow, we'll leave it for now. We'll place that up there. Let's also think about some like secondary cards that we have here. So right now we have a bunch of different elements. We're starting to think about our typography structure. We're starting to think about just cards, buttons, links, all these different things, avatars. We have navigation and icons and just the general style of icons. And we've done this all just from the homepage. Not every homepage is going to be like this, but I like to pick a page that has a bunch of, or just a variety of elements that I can start to build and actually it'll help me dictate what that visual style will be going forward. So the last thing I really want to do here is I want to create some cards. Maybe they're category cards. I was thinking, actually what I want to go do is I just want to name that button. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create another frame. Surprise, surprise. Just going to call it card. And what we can do here is we can start thinking about what this card could be. So we have like a light gray. I mean, we can use like secondary colors here. I'm not entirely sure just yet, but what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna stealing from there, and I'm going to, start thinking about what these cards can be. Shopping habits and interests, so like maybe another way for users to get into like that kind of funnel. Okay, maybe that's just not large enough. Okay, 20 pixels looks good. That's fine. What I'm going to do is I need an icon. So I'm going to actually, first I'm going to create a circle within here. And that's going to be the background. I want to have like a chevron, a right chevron, making it look like you can click on this and just making that look really apparent. So let's just set the background to that, to white. And let's go and find a chevron. So we've got feather icons. Do we have it under arrow? I don't think so. It's actually under chevron. Sometimes it's under arrow. So we're going to click that. There it is. Thank you. And we're just going to take this frame here. That's perfect. And we're going to plop it right there. And we're actually going to make this another frame, and we're just going to call this chevron. And that will link to another page. Let's just change the color of that. We could do something like a yellow, like that looks pretty interesting. We could also just kind of keep it like a dark black. This can also be like just like a dark gray. I don't necessarily know what's going to work, but I'm just trying a bunch of different options here. Let's see what our grid looks like. So we want to make this, just a little smaller. This needs to get onto our grid. So we got 4, 4. This also needs to, let's think about this. So if I actually, I'm going to shift 1, 2, that's 8 pixels, we'll do 16. And shift control option and using arrow, I'm going back the other way and I'm actually shrinking it. So I got 16 pixels. And from here, 100, and trying to keep this very similar in height as well, kind of like a square. So we're just going to 8, 16. So we got square here, and there you go. Like, let's call this title. Oh, actually, it's already title. Perfect. So we have our little card that is really nice. And if we just copy that, we can start like making other cards based off of that. So another tip, today's trending items, perfect. We can also like make this a different color. Like it could be like that bronze. I don't know what's going to work just yet, but I'm starting to create some interesting reusable cards that I'm really liking. Incoming, kind of like that. Incoming flash deals. And this can be white text. Oops. And that will be like a blue maybe. I don't know. I know I'm kind of using a bunch of colors here. But it's all about just exploring what may work. So we got browse our categories. Like maybe this just throws them into the category screen instead of just having a bunch of different categories out there. But it also gives us a bunch of different options in terms of like they can view flash deals. It doesn't need to muddy up that home screen. They can view like the trending items. They can get into like habits and shopping interests. So like, there you go. Like we're already creating a bunch of different UI elements. And, I'm not sure if I'm really like going to settle with something like this because I don't know if it suits the style and just the general tone of the brand. So I may just do a little bit of a pivot. I need to think about that a bit more. And you should too, because this is your design as well. And you're going to have to figure out what you think is best for you. So just from the homepage, we have a lot of different typographic elements. We have a large card, we have some smaller cards. I think we need to find something in the middle, like maybe like a middle card that we may use. In terms of size, we have just typographic hierarchy in terms of like the cards themselves. And this is just only using one typeface, and you can see the variation that we've created already. It hasn't taken us a bunch of time. We have an avatar over here, we have buttons, links, and we have navigation as well. Pick a screen that you feel will give you a lot of different elements to work with. That could be different for you. It could be different from the home screen in the way you've set it up. And use that to kind of create those reusable elements. And we can even create them into components if you really settled on something. And use that throughout your product over here, because you can actually use like those elements to create other elements with some variation. Like I have buttons here that I've used. I have different types of elements in terms of typography that can be reused, like in terms of the product name, and like just the size that I've used here can just be reused here. So it's all about like figuring out what style you're liking, what's going to work for the user, what's going to resonate from them. But also once you've settled, you need to actually think about reusability. You don't want to create 100 different types of cards. That's fine. Like, I mean, if you have different slight variations, like a button in there, or maybe like a link, or like some sort of, I don't know, some sort of price or pill, like we have in ours, like just for an example, we have like just price changes. That's going to happen regardless. But think about reusability just so you can make your life and developers' lives much more easier. And plus, when a user is looking through an application and they see something or a style that is just incredibly consistent, it makes that user experience so much more better. If they're going to a new page and every time they get to a new page, everything is entirely different, whether that be just hierarchy in typography, even just use of color, something as simple as that could really just make a horrible experience for the user. And it's just incredibly jarring. So think about that as well. Yeah, that's it for visual design and just visual style and exploration. So go out there and have some fun. Experiment with typography, experiment with color, experiment with all the different UI elements that you want to build. And I'm sure there are many more pages to build from here. Just take a look at our wireframe. So you can have just so much fun doing that and figuring out which ways you can kind of build just reusability and consistency within our product. And that's it. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I'm going to be talking about something really interesting, and that is motion. Now, motion is something I love to use in designs, and I think everyone should be using them in design. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to incorporate some complex animations or complex micro interactions and stuff like that. But motion can really, really help add that level of polish, but also just overall create a great user experience for your users. So I want to start right off and talk about the importance of motion, because it is incredibly important. Just look at this screen. Beautiful swipes, beautiful state changes, moving to a detail screen, seeing the little micro interaction when something is added to a cart. Let's take a look at that right there. Little subtleties like that just really improve the user experience, and users are easily able to follow along. It's such a crucial element in making those interactions with a brand's digital product more streamlined and intuitive. Now, this is a quote I really love. Motion tells stories. Everything in an app is a sequence, and motion is your guide. For every button clicked in screen transition, there is a story that follows. Now, this is by Craig Denner. He's part of the former human interface team at Apple. And this is so true. I mean, your motion should help you tell your app's story. Whether that be moving from one screen to the next, or just adding something and getting some sort of visual cue, it could really help not only tell that story, but just heighten that brand's experience for the user. But the truth is, it's often an afterthought. So although it's very, very important, designers who try to incorporate motion usually do it based off of gut feeling, or they do it way too late in the process and it comes off looking kind of amateurish. And there's just not a lot of thought put into it. And that's just the wrong way to go about it. Sometimes, I understand there's tight budgets, tight deadlines, and we can't always put that level of polish into our designs. But motion is incredibly important, and we should strive to incorporate that earlier in our design process. Although motion is very important, it should be used with a light. Use it as a tool for providing users with easily noticeable, smooth feedback. So let's take this for example. This is really beautiful. I'm not saying this is bad or anything. This really suits the type of website and the brand's tone I can see right off the bat. So this fits perfectly. But could you imagine if somebody did this for like a financial institution, just a different type of brand? I don't think that would be something that fits. And too much motion, especially maybe on a smaller screen like mobile that has this much motion, it just may not fit, and it may just degrade that user experience if it isn't really relevant to the task. So this is nice, kind of like an intro screen animation, but if something like this happened every single time I click something, that would get really old fast. So really think about the user's experience and that user flow. Think about the type of brand you're designing for as well. Now, when UI animations are subtle like this, that's really unobtrusive and it's brief, and they can improve the user experience and can really communicate feedback and state changes and stuff like that. I mean, this is a nice little animation, and we don't necessarily need to do this, but this is really nice and thoughtful, and it really kind of probably fits into what this designer is using it for. So little unobtrusive animations like that are really nice for the user's experience. They create delight, but that's not all what motion is used for. Let's take a look at things for motion for like state changes and, just preventing any type of disorientation. When a user clicks into a card in this app over here, you can tell easily where you're going, and there isn't any disorientation. I mean, it's not instantaneous. There's nice flow in terms of going from that card to this screen. So even going back, when the user clicks back on the back button at the top left, it just smoothly goes back out to the card. So, I mean, that's just really great use of motion there. It's not too much. It's just the right amount, and it's totally unobtrusive. It just adds to that user experience. And overall, I feel like it just adds to that level of fidelity that I think we all kind of strive for. So this is a great example of just using it for that just purpose of state change and just visual cue as well. This is another great example. I mean, motion should not be overused, and it could be really overwhelming, like I mentioned before, and it could distract users. If you can tell, like when they swipe that card and they go into this card, motion here is very subtle, and the user knows exactly which page they're on. See, there's personal, there's work, and then we're going right into the work screen. So this is really, really subtle, and it's a great example to show the different types of state changes when the user is clicking on things or swiping through things, just generally interacting with the app. So remember, good motion is really invisible. Users shouldn't notice that they're looking at like animations or motion or like too much motion. They shouldn't be distracting. They should just notice the great experience that you have provided. Now, this is an example of maybe too much motion. Now, these are great types of animations we have going on here. I think they're pretty interesting, and I think this is a great visual exploration because, over time we can fine tune these types of things, to swipe through. Like I can imagine this could be like a record cards, and you're just swiping through, you click like a record and listen to music. Same with something like this, you can just be swiping through different cards. May not show all the information, but it really depends what the content is there. But the reason why I have this example is because, if this isn't fine-tuned and it's just provided for the user just like this is a lot of motion. Like, let's take this for example. So many things are flickering on and off the screen, so many shadows. The contrast is really high. And when the user actually clicks on something, things start to flicker. So you'll see it right about now. And yeah, it's a lot of motion. So over time, we should just fine tune those little things and get that right. So in our next video, we're actually going to jump right into Figma, and we're going to talk about like the purpose of animations and how we can make our animations much more purposeful. So I can't wait to teach you that, and I'm super excited. Let's jump right in. Welcome back. So before we talked about just motion in general and how important it is in the design process, but I really want to talk about like how to make purposeful animations, how to make motion in general purposeful in your design. And what I've done here is I've created this really cool little prototype in terms of, it's like a photo exploration application. It's going to help us figure out different types of ways we can make motion much more purposeful in our designs. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually launch this in prototype. I have it here, so I'm just going to press play. It's going to bring me over here. And this is what we're going to kind of play today just for now. And I'm going to show you some more advanced stuff in a second. But what I really want to talk about is when we use like motion in a subtle way, it helps build like these mental models about how our system works and how users can interact with it. Instead of creating like animations or things like that for the purpose of just delight, don't worry, that's okay too, like a confetti pop when something really good happens. Instead, we can use these animations or just motion in general for usability. Think of clues for what is happening within your product, or maybe signifiers for how certain UI elements will behave. Now, the first thing I really want to talk about is state transitions. Now, this is huge within design, and especially like when we're moving across a mobile app or just a web app in terms of different transitions between screens. State changes in your user interface can involve really hard cuts. I mean, that's a change from one screen to another without any transition whatsoever. And that's kind of like a big no-no. Now, this makes things really difficult to follow. So think about it. If you open a door, you start to push the door open. And when you're in a new room, the same rules apply to digital products. So, I mean, you open the door slowly and you can see you're going into a new room. Can you imagine if you just like tap the door and you're like immediately in the room that you want it to be in? It'd be kind of weird and disorienting. So let's take a look at this example. When something has two or more states, it's easier for users to understand if things are animated rather than like instantaneous. If I were to click just like nature over here, you can see like the hotspots. If I click that, I can see like it's a very gradual change, even with the navigation moving right to left. And this is all built in Figma. I want to stress that because Figma is awesome. And I can also see the images. Let's do it again. Architecture is clickable. It makes that really, really smooth. How about if we click an image? So we have one over here. Like I know as a user, if I'm clicking that image, I'm going gradually into a new like detail screen. I can easily kind of come back out of that. So let's click that again. So I can see what's clickable here. And there you go. I'm back to my homepage, and that's just me creating a simple animation in Figma. And that motion really helps smooth that state transition. The next thing I like to think about is visual feedback. So users really want to know their current context within a system at any given time. And you shouldn't really keep them guessing. So that could mean like the visual feedback of it being an active like element within your navigation over here. That's good feedback. That's one way to do it. Using just animation or just motion to tell the user what is happening with feedback really makes the user feel like they're interacting with the visual elements on the screen. Pressing buttons is like one way to do it. Let's use the example of pressing like a like button over here. So I have feedback over here that's been pressed. And it's just a gradual motion, and there's some more feedback at the bottom. So that's one way, or a couple of ways that you can actually just showcase visual feedback or just easily giving feedback to your users. If something were to happen where like you click something and a feedback shows somewhere else, that's just jarring. Buttons, like I said, are a great way to show different types of visual feedback when there's some sort of interaction happening. And we'll get into that a little deeper later. Now, the last thing I really like to talk about is visual cues. So when your user starts using a product, it may be unclear for them on how to do something or where to look. That's totally normal. I mean, if your product's new and a user hasn't used it before, or users in general haven't used it before, that's going to happen. It's just about making that experience as delightful and just easy to use as possible. So animation, I feel, can really help guide users' attention in certain areas. It really directs their focus to the right spot at the right time. So this is especially true in like onboarding features. You can think about like when a user first comes to an app. Let's just jump back here. When a user first comes to an app, everything could be grayed out, and this area can be like highlighted just to showcase that, hey, this is our navigation. And then it could switch gradually to something else, and just showcasing features like that. Not necessarily like a swiping onboarding, but this is more like an onboarding for learning how to use an app. Another thing is like when we actually interact with elements, think about like carts. Think about like little notifications. Sometimes they aren't as prominent as we like them to be, and users may not necessarily know where to go. So let's look through another example. So I'm over here and we see this nice little click, and then there's a feedback, and there should be like a little animation right there that we've created once again within Figma. So we have a little kind of notification bouncing over and over again in my little navigation at the bottom. So this little ball, notification kind of ball or ping, wherever you want to call it, it's not obtrusive. It's just kind of in the corner. It's very subtle, but there is some movement there that should redirect the user's attention to something you want them to click. Now, it may not be this, but I could see it really being used for like a cart or for our application. So we may go ahead and do something like that in the future. So that's one way to like have a visual cue. And those are different ways you can use animations and motion in your product to just make your product a much better experience for users and make your motion and animations much more purposeful. See, like everything that's been incorporated within this little app that we've built, or this little prototype, everything is very useful. If we didn't have these different types of animations, and I'll show you what it will look like. So if we just go to our prototype, and over here I have a thing called Smart Animate. Now, if it was just instant, let's take a look at what that could look like. Like that's just really jarring right off the bat. And that's nice, that's jarring. So just subtle things like that really improve a user's experience. And this type of thing should really be thought about way ahead of time. Don't leave this to the end because by that time it may be too late. So think about ways to incorporate motion, think about like state transitions, think about visual cues, think about visual feedback. That's going to make your app so much more better, and I guarantee it'll have people talking. So that's it for creating purposeful animations. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Last time we talked about just the different types of properties that Figma Smart Animate actually supports, that being scale, position, opacity, rotation, and fill. Now I'm going to show you a couple of different prototype examples of that actually being used, I guess you could say, in real life examples. Let me show you the different types of ways you can basically use Smart Animate. So over here we have a little transition built, and the goal here is to, when you click this card, it will show this option, and then we can click that to delete it. And then this portion will kind of animate upwards. Think about if you had maybe like a mailbox and you wanted to delete one of your mail items or like one of those cards. And once you do that, the rest of the cards kind of just push upwards. That's essentially what we're building here right now. So the way to do that is you need to create 3 different screens for this type of animation. That's what I've gone ahead and done. And if we just click on our prototype tab that we have here, so we've already done that. I'm just going to click this screen just to show you what I've done. So I've selected this object. So it's called rectangle 17 over here, and it's going to match this one here. That's also called rectangle 17. So naming conventions are very important with Smart Animate, because if this was named something else, nothing would necessarily happen. So we wouldn't get like a fill animation when that changes. And we wouldn't also get it to disappear when it removes itself from this screen as well. So what I've done here is I've just taken this prototype node and connected it to this screen. And I've selected on tap, navigate to this screen. So it's just called transition. I know, poor naming, but it's just for the sake of an example. And out of my animation menu, you can select instant, you can select dissolve, but what we want to do is we want to select smart animate. And that's what we've done. So we have smart animate selected over here, and you can select the easing. You can do ease out, ease in, you can do linear. I find linear looks kind of fake. When we actually design animations and just different type of motion in general, gravity also kind of applies. You need to think about how things kind of gently kind of ease in or how gently they ease out. And if things are way too linear, it kind of looks fake. I like to kind of just apply one of these to it, see what works for you. I have ease out in this instance. So that's what I have applied. And then you can apply the animation duration over here. So I have it set to 500 milliseconds. I feel like that's pretty good, just a time in general. You don't want to have something that is too quick or something that's too slow. I think the optimal speed is in around like 200 to 500 milliseconds. Stay within that kind of limit for these types of animations. You just don't want to keep your users waiting. So let's see what this looks like. Let's go right to our prototype. So we're just going to press R to restart. So I can see my hotspot right there, and this is what's going to happen. So we just have a fill. That's it. So I've clicked this and that card has been highlighted in some way. Let's jump back. And the next animation is I'm going to click that same object and I'm going to attach it to this screen. And now it's the same thing that I have here. I have animate, smart animate as my animation. I have the ease out and I have 500 milliseconds as my duration. And this actually will not appear on this screen at all. So I don't have a rectangle 17 as you can see. So let's see what that all looks like together. So I'm going to click. I'm going to click it again. And there you go. Simple transition. If you provide enough content for something like this, it will look really nice. So if you actually create cards that have content that's relative to what you're doing, not just black blocks like I have, but that's just the easiest way to make this type of animation. Now let's go back. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag this over here. So I have this. Now, another thing that you can do is instead of actually just using Smart Animate, you can use a different type of animation, like a push. Let me just click that. So let me show you what this looks like. So you can have a push animation. That's nice. I mean, we're already thinking about screen transitions, but the problem is that you see the navigation moves and everything kind of moves, like even the title and that kind of stuff shouldn't necessarily move in our instance. I mean, the title may move in another application or another example, but the navigation always stay the same. So this is how we keep the navigation in its place or any other layers in their place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that same animation. I have that also selected here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to let me remove this. We're going to actually start from scratch. So I'm going to actually just select this navigation item and I'm just going to attach it to the screen. And I'm going to not click Smart Animate, but I'm going to click Push. I'm going to leave the easing the same way. I'm going to leave the duration the same way. And I can see a little kind of preview of what that animation looks like. So I have my second screen as B coming in and pushing out screen A. If I wanted to, I can have something similar like that where it just kind of overlays, but let's just stick to push for now. And you'll notice this option here that says Smart Animate Matching Layers. And what that means is all the layers with the same name will be animated within this entire animation that we're building out here. So let me show you what that means. So I've clicked that. So you can see animate layers with the same name instead of using the transition above. Instead of having the navigation being pushed out of the frame, it will just animate to whatever is over here. So let's see, we have a couple of things going on. So we have this, it's called rectangle 15. We have this ellipse 4, yeah. And this is ellipse 4 as well. So we're gonna see these different things animate. And I even think I made this square over here the same as well. So rectangle 16, rectangle 16. So let's take a look at what that animation looks like after we just connect this third screen. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're just gonna push it over there. Let's match our easing. So I have 500 milliseconds, and on this one, I'm going to have 500 milliseconds, perfect. And this will link back there. And see, now it's starting to just kind of grab the exact same animations that I have applied earlier. So that makes things so easy. I love that Figma does this. This looks pretty complicated, but this is our flow. Let's take a look at what it looks like. So we're gonna just go play that. Okay. So we'll see right now, we don't have a push in or a push out, but we have things animating. You'll even notice the little kind of micro interactions, and we're gonna get into that in more detail later, but we can see that things are staying put where we want them. So let's take another look. And what we're gonna do here is we're actually gonna rename this to, we'll call it square 2, and we'll call this circle 3, and we'll just call this square 1. So that way we will actually get some sort of animation. So we'll just call this square. We'll call this rounded square, and we'll call this a circle. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna name these. I'm gonna select them all. I'm gonna select Command R to rename, and I'm just gonna say text and a number. So that way they'll all be different. And perfect, actually that looks good. And let's see what that animation looks like now. So it should update within there. Let's just restart. So now we actually get actual like animation of the screen changing while we keep our navigation the same. So really cool little animation we got here. So we can actually go in and make these changes where we need to in terms of how that animation looks. I'm talking more so about the little details of how things slide in and slide out. We just want to keep that kind of stuff consistent because everything constantly swipes in from the right. And when you're switching between navigation items, it gets a little confusing, but that is essentially how you keep things in place while you are actually switching items on the screen. So let's go even further down, and we're going to kind of put these two examples together. So we have a screen here. Let's actually just delete that. Perfect. What do we have here? So this is going to be okay. That's good. So that's just going to smart animate. And what we're going to have is we're going to have the navigation stay in place, but we're going to have that same kind of card, and we're going to actually have a drag. So what happens here is after a delay, so this is to mimic like a mailbox once again. So I'm going to proceed to this screen, and I've selected over here, and I've selected after delay as my interaction. So after 1 second or 1,000 milliseconds, we're going to navigate to this screen. So that means we're going to have an item pop up at the top, and everything's going to animate down. So we have it selected as a smart animation. So kind of like what's happening here. And then what we're going to do is we are going to drag. So on drag to left, we're going to smart animate as well. We're going to drag this delete button in from the right. And once we do that, after a delay, after we've deleted, we will remove this item and the rest of the cards will jump up. So let's see what this all looks like together. So I'm going to play. So all I'm going to do is click this. There's our item. So if you didn't catch that, let's do it one more time. So I'm gonna click and let's wait for that delay, and an item should pop up from the top. There it is. And now I can see that I can click this item. And the great thing about Figma is it kind of notices when you're like 50% of the way. So if I release over here, that delete will just slide. But if I release over here, it'll just go back. So we can make some really nice micro interactions and animations like this. I'm just going to swipe it, and then we're going to wait for the other delay, which will actually delete the item. So I'm going to swipe delete, and it's gone. Now we can go in and say, okay, that took a little too long for our actual animation. So let's go back. So we have our swipe, and it should be much quicker. So we can even go even further. Let's do that again. And let's go to 200 milliseconds, because I think once you delete something, it should be pretty instantaneous. So let's go through that animation. Boom, that's beautiful. I'm going to delete that, and it's gone. So, I mean, we could probably even trim that down a bit more, but let's do it one more time. Let me see what it looks like. Nice. Slide, delete, and everything kind of pushes its way back up. So this is a great way for you to prototype different types of animations in the application that you may have. With Smart Animate, you don't even need to leave Figma. You can just create pages of different types of interactions. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go ahead and create one massive prototype with all these different like animations and micro interactions. Don't go ahead and do that. It's going to take you so long to just put together. And I mean, if you change one thing, then you may have to go back and rework. What I typically do is if I have like an interaction just like this that I want to showcase, I'll make a new page for it. And I'll just stick to this one page, and I'll have whatever screens I need and different variations of those screens in order for me to actually go ahead and present that to whoever I'm presenting it to, whether that be the product team I'm on, whether that be clients. Keep things separated, keep them clean. Don't go out making crazy animations like that. In our next video, I'm going to show you how I applied Smart Animate to that other app I built over here. So I'll show you all the different things that I did to kind of put this together and make things look really realistic in terms of motion and animation. So stay tuned. Let's jump into our next video, and I'll show you how I did that. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in our last video, I went over just a couple of really rough prototypes and just showcasing how Smart Animate can work in a couple different scenarios, both with matching layers and using separate animations, or just using Smart Animate altogether. So I want to just showcase how I've built this little application out, and maybe it'll give you some inspiration for our project. I mean, you'll get these files, and what I would do is the files that you've started to create and I just like visually explore with in terms of like the high fidelity designs we're creating for Habitual, go ahead and put those together. Start making interactions, start thinking about like different screen transitions and stuff like that. I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of fun with this kind of stuff because it really brings your prototypes to life. So let's jump right in. So I have a couple of similar screens here. I have this kind of primary nav. Let's actually just jump out of the prototyping view. I have this kind of secondary nav up here, and you can see there's portrait, there's nature, there's architecture, and I've created different screens for that. So I have nature over here, I have architecture, and this is the architecture screen, this is the nature screen. So this is just an app for photos that I just put together really, really quickly. And what's going to happen here is when I swipe through here, there's going to be a little animation that happens there, but also the content's going to change in a really nice way. Let's go over here. So let's click our prototype tab. And what I have selected here is I just have a smart animation. So we're not changing anything in the screen, like we're not having any screen transitions. What I am having though, is I'm making sure that when I click this button, or this text, it's going to slide over. So it's going to capture that movement, and it's going to capture the fill. So it's going to turn to a dark black. I mean, I don't think you get darker than black, but it's going to turn to a black. And the images, they're all gonna stay in the same place, but we're gonna change the fill of the images. So we're gonna have a nice transition with that. And that's the same thing with architecture as well. So we're gonna have that nice little animation that's going to happen up here, and it's going to have just the feedback for the fill, just of the pictures over here. They're gonna change to architecture. So that is one of the main interactions that we prototype over here. And let's go take a look at what that looks like. Let's just select our device. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to scale to fit so we can see everything. So we got the nice movement, we get the nice fill. Beautiful. So if we just click that, I've set it so if I just click, I go back. If we really wanted to kind of animate it to the best possible thing that we can, we would just use like a drag. We could do that as well and just kind of like hijack that horizontal scroll. So that way nature just stops over there on the next screen. So it's another possibility, but it's just nice and subtle. Users get the feedback they need for each transition, and there's good animation over here in terms of just the duration of the fill. So I really like that. I'm going to show you another interaction. So what we have here as well is when a user clicks on an image, I don't just want that to be instantaneous. I want to smart animate right to that image. So I want it to kind of take up the whole screen. All the other layers will just be removed. These will be new layers. And I want to see that feedback of that transition of the image going to the very top of the screen. So these, as you can tell, they are rectangle 2 and rectangle 2, and they are both named the exact same. And this should just animate to the top, and the rest of the content will appear gradually. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I click on this, so all the rest of the content just dissolves in, and I have everything there. So let's take a look at what that looks like again. So if I click home and I go back, I mean, we could actually place a back button here too to do the same thing. So that's really nice. I mean, it's not too fast. So I have 400 milliseconds on the actual duration, and I have an ease in and out. So that means it's going to take its time going in, and it's going to take its time kind of coming out. So I mean, when it starts the animation, when it ends the animation, it's gonna have a nice like in and out, and it's not gonna be too abrupt. So let's take a look at what that looks like one more time. Really beautiful. Boom. Okay. I have another smart animation. I've done it on a drag. So what's going to happen here is when the user drags on these similar photos, I want to go to this screen. Now we could hypothetically just have a horizontal scroll on these, but we could hijack the scroll like we've done here, and it will show a new set of items. And I'll show you what that looks like. I've done the exact same thing. I've on-dragged it. As you can see, the frame is bleeding off of the main mobile frame. You can see it over here. So if I just kind of bring that, So it's very interesting how that's not working properly, but so when I actually slide this, it's going to drag to this again. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So I can see, it looks really nice. I bring that back and I can slide it back. So it's just going back between screens now. But the great thing about this is with a horizontal scroll, you can't really stop it nicely. This kind of just hijacks that scroll and puts it in place. So that's a great way to show off that type of animation. Like these are great for working closely with developers because they'll be able to see how things are supposed to work. Because with a horizontal scroll, you'll never catch something like this. So if it's beyond 50% of the space of the width, then it should automatically slide like that. If it isn't, then it shouldn't. So that's something really, really interesting in terms of a little animation that we made there. Now, another one is a subtle animation with the heart. So what I've done is I've created another screen with that heart fill. And when I click that, it's just going to smart animate. It's going to be very subtle, and the fill is going to change there. And it will also pop a little GIF that I've created. Sorry, it's a little pixelated, but I've created this in Figmotion, which is a plugin for Figma. And we're gonna get into micro interactions in our next lesson, but I wanna give you a sneak peek of what we can kind of do here. Because micro interactions are a form of animation and they use motion. So we're gonna get into that as well. But so clicking this little heart here is a micro interaction. Same with like interacting with this type of nav. So I'm going to click this and it's going to fill the heart and it's going to pop this little notification ball that's gonna bounce up and down. So I'm keeping my animations very, very subtle, but I'm also kind of adhering to all those rules we talked about. Things about state transition, so like we've seen with moving between these different types of navigation items and also moving from this screen to this screen. So beautiful state transitions. We also have visual cues. So this is gonna be a visual cue in terms of clicking this heart and getting that feedback. That's also a part of visual feedback as well. So when I click this, I'm gonna get great feedback, and another cue over here is this little notification that's going to pop up. So let's take a look at what this whole prototype looks like from here onward. So I can see I can click that. So very nice. And we have our little tiny subtle animation bouncing in the background, letting users know, hey, click me, I have something for you to look at. So let's remove that. And it's gone. And it's there. So really nice, really subtle, that it's not instantaneous. It doesn't look really like jumbled or anything like that. So that is a way that you can use Smart Animate to just make certain interactions look really nice, bring your prototypes to life, and just to showcase what you're thinking as a designer. I know it can be really tough with animations, and I think up until this point, jumping between so many different plugins, jumping between different applications, Figma has really found something amazing here. They have something really special with the way you can just smart animate and create these different screen transitions within the same product. In our next lesson, we're gonna jump right into micro interactions. And I'm gonna get to what they are. I'm gonna talk about why they're so important, and we're gonna create our own. So go out there, have some fun with like creating these smart animations with your own examples in terms of like, you can use this if you want, you can create your own app, but I urge you to use the app that we're building as a way that we can create just different interactions like that, and just work on different screen transitions and different transitions in general. So go out there and have some fun. Our next lesson, we're gonna learn about micro interactions. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are going to be talking about something super exciting. I know we talked about motion, and micro interactions are next. Micro interactions are so important, and they involve a lot of motion. Sometimes they are very subtle. Usually they are very subtle, but micro interactions are very fun, and I'm going to show you what they are and why they're so important. And we're going to jump into how we're going to create some of our own. So let's jump right in. So this is a micro interaction over here, just pulling to refresh and something is happening. Even just the interaction between this slider is a micro interaction. So let me show you exactly what they are. So what is a micro interaction? Despite being small, micro interactions have the power to make that experience, much more effective and human. So let's take a look at the definition. Now, if I had to define micro interactions, I would say that they're contained product moments that are meant for a single use case. And those little moments are a large part of all of our interactions daily. I mean, we need to think about the different things that we actually interact with. So, maybe every time you set your own alarm, the sliding back and forth that is happening over here is a micro interaction. How about checking your notifications? That little pop-up that may pop up when you have a notification in whatever app you're using is a micro interaction. What about adding to your cart? If I was buying something at a store, that is an interaction. That click, the feedback that you get over there, and what's happening on the screen. So those are all little micro interactions. Micro interactions do a great job at communicating the tone of your brand. This can go on to be part of your brand signature moments. I mean, one thing that I think about when I think about a brand that uses micro interactions to communicate their tone, I think Facebook. I know this is an example, it's kind of overused, but the Facebook reactions are amazing. I mean, just it kind of cracks me up. They're really great. The little subtle animations when you click them, when you interact and hover over them to select whether you like or you love something or you're angry at something. These little things, they all communicate the tone of the overall Facebook brand. And I really can't think of Facebook without these anymore, to be honest. So a micro interaction has structure. And I know it kind of sounds weird. I mean, like you think, oh, they're just kind of like a little animation or something, but they actually do have structure. And it came from Dan Steffer's book, Micro Interactions, Designing with Details. So in order to create an effective micro interaction, there are 4 essential parts. The first one is trigger. The second one is rules. Then there is feedback, and then modes and loops. So let's talk about that. The first one being trigger. So we've seen this one already, but a trigger this is what starts the micro interaction. It can be like user initiated. So in this case, user is actually just kind of swiping through something and there is some sort of feedback happening there. Or if I click a button and there's a check mark, or if I pull to refresh. So those are all user triggered. But they can also be initiated by a product. So that could be like a user getting notification. So over here, like if I were to click something in the nav, or if I were to click something and I get like a little maybe notification bubble, that is system initiated. These little clicks are all user initiated though. So if we were to think of a little kind of bubble that would pop up, or if these animations were to be happening when they want to get the user's feedback, that is a micro interaction. And that is the trigger, like this. So we see a little notification bubble. That is just a great example of what a system triggered micro interaction looks like. The second one is rules. So this is the second piece of our structure over here. And these really determine how micro interactions respond to a trigger, while also defining what happens during that interaction. So I know I have an example here, but generally a rule isn't really seen by the user. They're kind of the things that are happening in the background. So when I click on this needs to fill. There needs to be a little kind of ball underneath here to replace the text. Those are just the rules. The actual interaction that's happening, that isn't necessarily the rule that is laid out, but that's just an example of what a rule could be. The third is feedback. So this tells the user what is actually happening during a micro interaction. So think about like inputting something that is invalid in an input field, or having a successful input field. Something is happening here. I can see when I click, the outline of the input is showing. So that is giving me feedback that I am clicking. The caret is flickering, showing me that I need to actually enter something. And when I enter something wrong, I'm getting actual error feedback or success feedback. The next is loops and modes. These are kind of like the meta rules of a micro interaction and how it changes when it's used. Like sometimes micro interactions won't necessarily change. A good example is if you enter a password and a Google Chrome has saved your password, that is like a micro interaction for kind of saving passwords and entering passwords over and over again. And it changes over time based off of like the sites you visit and the data it collects. Another example I have here is what happens if I'm talking to somebody and I'm inputting some text here and it kind of pre-fills the types of words that I've already said in the past, or the sentences I've already said in the past, and allows me to kind of, interact much more easily based off of like past conversations. So that is an example of loops and modes. So understanding the structure of micro interactions allows you to really design ones that make a difference. But not every element can be a micro interaction. I mean, there's a lot that can be, and I'll go through some examples. Scroll bars are definitely a micro interaction. They use triggers, visual feedback to see the user kind of changing the location of the page. So that is a scroll bar. That is visual feedback of what is happening. So that is a micro interaction. Generally, elements that aren't a micro interaction are static elements. Static elements that are always static are not part of a micro interaction. Flows that have multiple actions are also not necessarily part of a micro interaction. So just keep that in mind. I'll get into that a little more detail. Alarms are micro interactions, so they are triggered by the system. They can also be triggered by the user. So right here, a system is giving feedback that the user needs to get out of bed and walk away for something to happen here. So I'm guessing the alarm is really, really loud. So that is a micro interaction based off of a system trigger. Now, buttons can be part of micro interactions sometimes. So if there is no feedback when a user clicks a button, then there really is no micro interaction. So if I click a button and nothing happens to that button, that's not a micro interaction. But if I click this button, you can see that the actual state changes and other things will pop up within this realm. That is a micro interaction. Things don't necessarily need to pop up, but you can see that just a state change on the button. What about pull to refresh? Now this is a micro interaction. The user triggers this and they get visual feedback to that user action. So I'm swiping down to get more data. There is a feedback of the loader, and that is a micro interaction. Now, swiping animations are also micro interactions. So if I'm swiping, in this case, through movies, that is a micro interaction. Users trigger this, they get feedback, and that user has swiped an element. What about notifications? Those are also micro interactions. So a system triggers a notification, it pops up. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to do this, but if it pops up here, that is a micro interaction. And it provides the user with feedback of a new notification. Now, there are other examples of what like micro interactions can be and what they can't be. An example is a video player. So if we go back to thinking about a video player has buttons, but an entire video player is not a micro interaction. The buttons within the video player, however, are. If you're adjusting the volume, that is a tiny micro interaction. If you're pressing play on the video player, that is a micro interaction. The video player itself, not so much. Even GIFs aren't micro interactions. Those are just kind of images on loop, and they don't necessarily adhere to system triggered or user triggered behaviors. So those wouldn't be micro interactions as well. But all these different elements can be made into micro interactions if they are either triggered by the user, triggered by the system, and give a visual feedback to what is happening. So remember, they need to follow that structure. And that's it for what are micro interactions. So in our last video, we went over what exactly is a micro interaction and the structure of a micro interaction. Now, I know that was kind of really in depth, but it's super important for us to understand how we can create really great micro interactions. Making good micro interactions can really push our product over the edge. So let's talk about why they're so important. I think we kind of already have an understanding, but let's get into this. So micro interactions don't usually get a lot of attention during just a design process. They seem like these little small details of a broader, much larger experience. Those details have a big impact on the type of product that you are building. It doesn't matter what type of product. I mean, it just has a large impact and it gives your users a good impression of your product. That's why, in a nutshell, why they're so important. Now, in most cases, the difference between products that we really like and products that we don't really like, I think it comes down to just the polish and quality of those micro interactions. It's essential that we put a lot of focus on designing those small moments because they really make up a lot of the app. I know that sounds weird, but think about if Facebook didn't have those little animated reactions. Think about if we had like bad transitions between like deleting cards and stuff like that, and things were happening instantaneously. I mean, this goes way back to motion in general. Now, it's so important that we create those really great small moments that make your app much easier to use and much more delightful to use. So the biggest thing is that they provide so much feedback to our users. Now, think about it. Your product should be intuitive no matter what. I mean, it's no excuse. It should be intuitive. But this is what we should always strive for. So micro-interactions are something that you can achieve with this, like just providing feedback in general. So the biggest thing to consider is like the user's journey when we're designing for like providing good feedback. Now, if a user is, in the middle of like a payment process or something like that, could you imagine if they didn't get any feedback whatsoever? That would be pretty bad. I mean, we need to look for places where the user might need that feedback and reassurance. And like, this is especially a place that a user needs that. Think about like sending and transferring money, more complicated things like that. Imagine like I said, if a user didn't get that success or that confirmation, that would be pretty jarring as an experience. And I personally would be confused. I would be a little concerned. I would probably try and contact their customer service line. I would really want to know where my money went and if the payment was successful. So this is really important just in general for your product. It cuts down a lot of costs when not having to talk to users because you're giving them the right amount of feedback. You're making your application much more intuitive. They also help prevent errors. Now, helping users deal with error states is a common UX practice, but it's much better when we kind of prevent those kind of errors from happening in the first place. So when I'm thinking here, like what happens if we kind of have like inline validation? When we think like this, we can create products that keep users in control of their own experience. So when a user signs up to like a new product or service, they often have to enter like a password or a username. And generally like once they hit submit, then they're hit with all the errors at once. Now that's bad UX. What we should do is we can easily handle this with inline validation. We talked about this within forms. We talked about this just in general, this just good UX. So this is coming back again, and this is a micro interaction in and of itself. So having the inline validation while it's happening instead of actually forcing the user to click like submit or next is really helpful. But it's also helpful in the state of like thinking about like undo. Sometimes we make mistakes and click things accidentally, and your product should always make it easier for users to kind of go back and undo that action that they did in the first place. With micro interactions, they really help communicate that state within this kind of like component over here. And it really helps to suggest that further action is kind of possible. So let's think about what's happening here. The user clicks that, they click like a submit button, and then they can undo with that line of text. So mistakes happen all the time, and just incorporating something like that could really help. Now let's think about seamless experiences. Micro interactions can really make seamless interactions and experiences. The less effort a user needs to invest in an interaction, the better usability of the product. Now, this is why we kind of strive for that seamless design that we always want. We don't want users to put too much effort into doing the tasks that we want them to do. Micro interactions can really help here. When I think about that, I think about like swipe interactions. We don't want users to like tap on these little areas. We want them to be able to just effortlessly slide throughout and make the app so easy to use. Swiping allows the user to easily move throughout the list instead of constantly tapping. So like I said, so much more easier. But also another example is just pulling to refresh. This is an excellent example of a micro interaction that is triggered by the user. I mentioned this before in the last video, but this also allows users to kind of pull down a list of items to receive more information, whether that be like emails, more posts, images, you name it, anything. It makes the experience of browsing much more smoother. Can you imagine if we didn't have a pull to refresh? I couldn't really think of a design pattern that would really help. You could have just like a refresh button, but that would be kind of weird. With a pull to refresh, all you have to really do is just pull the screen down and everything just kind of happens on its own. So making that app much more easier to use. The next is encouraging engagement. Now, using emotion in design in general makes it possible to form a better connection with your users. That's just fact. Animated feedback works really well here. Like, think about a heart animation when somebody likes something, or maybe like a confetti pop, what I have over here when somebody does something, like a task that you want them to do, whether they cleared their whole inbox. I know that's hard for some people, but also in this instance, it's something really big, like you have been chosen for the job. Like, that is huge, and we want to celebrate those little moments for people. I mean, like I said, it could be something as simple as clearing your inbox to something much more bigger and much more celebratory, like getting a job that you wanted. So this really helps encourage engagement, because it's really possible to achieve a better result when a user achieves important goals or finishes a task. And these moments can really be reinforced with these micro interactions. And by doing this, you're creating that sense of achievement and can make that little moment a bit more special. So that's what we're aiming for. And that's what I'm trying to get at, is you can use these little kind of micro interactions, these little animations, to really bring users back into your product. Keep them excited about your product, get them just really loving your product overall. Now, I'm not saying we should have confetti pops everywhere, but just choose accordingly, and it's got to match your brand as well. And that's the next thing. They can really help communicate the tone of your brand. Big surprise, we got Facebook reactions here again, but micro interactions should always have a purpose, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to capture your brand. So the last slide, I talked about encouraging engagement, and confetti pops may not be for every single product. I mean, they may not be suitable for that, but we need to think about our brand, and micro interactions can really align with our brand and help even communicate it further. So if your brand's tone is fun and colorful and joyful, it's okay to try and recreate that within your micro interactions. This only works if it matches your branding. So think about these different tips about creating just better micro interactions and why they're so important, because these kind of form the basis of just how we create micro interactions in general and what we're thinking about when we actually go and plan them out. So in our next video, we're actually going to jump in and create some small micro interactions with Figma's Smart Animate, and then we'll create our own animation with Figmotion. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what we're gonna do today for this little kind of video, we are going to actually prototype some micro interactions for our navigation. So if you remember, we were working on some visual style exploration, and this is where we kind of left off in terms of our home screen. Now I'm actually going to just delete everything here, and I'm gonna just keep our nav. I think that's a good place to start for our nav anyways. We're gonna just bring that up. And what I wanna do here is, let's actually take our nav out. I'm gonna just duplicate it. I'm gonna just work on the nav right here for now. So let's just hide that. Let's bring this color. Okay, I'm going to just detach that, grab that, and okay. So we have our little nav, and for the sake of this little test, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bump this all the way up to, I think 100 is going to be fine. I'm going to bring them up, and this is going to be our nav to work with. So what I want to do is I want to create a couple of different interactions here. I mean, I know we're on mobile, but I want to show some hover interactions as well, some clicking interactions, just different examples of things we can do and what's in the realm of possibility. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select my text tool, and I'm going to just write something. I'm going to write home. Let me just detach that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do, that's a little too big. So we got home. Perfect. Let's just change to 100%. So I have home over here, and I'm going to actually make that a frame and just call it home. Let's delete our other frame there. So we're going to call that home, and that I want to have pop in over there. So I'm just going to leave that there for now. So this is just going to be just an auto layout. We got home in there. Perfect. Let's keep that centered. I'm going to create another one and another one and another one. Perfect. So this one is going to be wish list. This one is going to be orders. And this one's going to be cart. Okay, let's rename each frame. This is important. So we keep things in order. So we got all our different, just copy in general. What else can we do here? We can make copies of these. Actually, let's keep it like that for now. Let's just prototype quickly what we got here. So what we're going to do is on a hover, we're going to go like that. Weird. Okay, let's do on hover. I'm going to open an overlay, and that overlay is going to be home. And we can select how we want to feature that. I mean, that can show up right there. That's a little perfect. So we got home. That's what's going to happen on hover. And that is going to be a dissolve. That's okay. Let's see what that looks like actually. So what I want to do is I want to just, do you see that is a micro interaction? We're going to hover, boom, hover, gone. So really nice feedback we're getting there. Just changing the background color. And we're going to do that for everything else as well. So on hover, we are going to, let's just do, while hovering, we're going to do that, dissolve. We're going to navigate, open overlay. We are going to keep that to manual. And 8 pixels just below and centered. So we're going to do that. And let's do that for this one as well. So what we're creating here is just a very, very simple micro interaction on hovering. Let's do that. So we got 8 pixels. And let's finally do it for cart as well. So we got on click, while hovering, open overlay, custom or manual. So you can center it out, overlay any which way you want. I'm doing manual because I want it to be perfectly centered. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get it perfectly centered, but. Okay, let's take a look at our micro interaction. That's looking sharp. I really love it. So that is a micro interaction. Let's see if we can bump that up. That's really wide, but it's all right. So we got our wish list, our home, our orders, and our cart. Now, what we can try and do is we can actually make the actual icons come in and darken. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also, so there's a couple ways we can actually do this. So I'm going to just take all these and delete them. Delete the, okay, so let's go back to design. So we're just going to set this up really nicely and quickly. We are going to make these a vertical, and I'm going to drop that in there. I'm going to drop that in there, and I'm going to drop that one in there. Oh no. Let's drop that. So as you can tell, what I'm doing is I'm just beautiful. And let's select all of these and make the spacing between items 8 pixels. So what happens is, perfect, they're all gonna turn black. And let's see what that animation will look like. So when I do that, what's going to happen is I'm going to have to just overlay that over my, okay, that's fine for now. Same thing over here. I want to bring that up. For some reason, it is not aligning, but that's okay. And I'm going to bring this one up too. Nice. That's good. And this one I'm going to bring here. So let's click on that. Okay, so that one's perfect. Okay, so let's take a look at our micro interaction. So as you can tell, when we hover over, we're getting that nice little black overlay. It's a little shaky on these, but that's fine. And now we can see just the label as well. So that's really nice. In our next video, we're actually going to jump in and animate this search experience over here. We're going to work on the micro interaction for what happens when we actually click on this or even hover on it. So that is it for hovering on each navigation item. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are going to start working on this little search. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate that search button, and I'm actually going to take this background, just expand it a bit. Let's see what that looks like. So what I'm going to do is on hover, just going to click that. So on, where is hovering? While hovering, open overlay. Let's see what that looks like. So that's not matched up properly. So what we're going to do is we're going to manually do it. Oh, there we go. So we have a little kind of hover interaction. Let's bring that up in size. So we have a nice little, now this interaction isn't perfect, but we are still kind of showcasing what would happen if we had to hover. It would just grow in size. So that's really cool. And what we're going to do next, we are going to take this frame. We're going to duplicate it down here. We're going to take this out. Let's actually go and search for an icon. So I'm going to go to feather icons. Perfect. I'm searching for an X. Beautiful. So we got our X over here. Just going to change that to white, and I'm going to copy that, throw that in there. Let's delete search. We'll have our X. So what's going to happen is on this overlay, because we're going to be hovering on it, and the only way to click it is going to be to actually click the overlay. So while we click on this overlay, so let me just make that frame a little bit larger. So let's go to prototype again. So on click, we are going to navigate to this second nav. Let's see what this looks like. So we're going to dissolve. We can actually just smart animate. So let's see what that looks like. So we got to fix that. Let's do that again. Okay, so this should, perfect. This will not have anything on it. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. Let's restart it, pressing R. And then we have an X all together into a larger interaction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press F and I'm going to get just a screen over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this nav. Let's go back to our design tab because it's near impossible. Okay, so we have that there. Perfect. And let's see what this looks like. Nice. So when I click this, it will navigate to this screen and delete that. Okay, so a prototype. And so when I click on this, it's actually going to go to the screen and everything should smart animate. This should swap. Perfect, perfect. Now what I want to do is let's think about an overlay. So we can do a couple of different things here. We can actually keep this out of this frame. We can remove this. Actually, you know what? We're going to need that because we can't have more than one thing at a time, but let's just create this. This is going to be, let's create like a background color. So I'm going to make like an overlay for search. It's not going to be anything final or anything, but I want to create something pretty cool here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. I'm going to just make like a rounded corners for this card. And who knows, like this could pop like a search up. And we can have a search form input. And that can be right there. We can even just steal this icon, putting something really quickly together. Okay, this is going to be rounded as well. And we need some text that just says search. So I know that a lot of these interactions aren't really viable. I mean, hover isn't viable on mobile, but we can start playing around with the cool things that we wouldn't normally think about. And when we're working on desktop and stuff like that, we will definitely be working with hover. So it's good to think about that. So what do we got here? What do we got? I'm going to show you something pretty cool. So we're going to smart animate. This is actually going to be in here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to let's see if it works the way I want it to work. So when I click this and when I click this, we're just actually going to go back to this screen. So prototype, we are going to go back here, unclick, navigate to a smart animate. Perfect. Let's see what we've put together here. Let's get a black background on this, just so we can see where we are. So we have all our different items. If I hover over the search, I can see that it will get larger. If I click and I get an overlay. So that's pretty cool. If I close it, it goes away. So, I mean, you can create all these little micro interactions, incorporate motion into them to create like little types of experiences like that. Like this is probably not a good search experience just because we don't have like an actual search bar. But if you wanted to kind of create an overlay, I can imagine this working really well for something like cart, where it may not be a whole page. It may just be like a little overlay that shows your cart items. So think about all the different ways you can incorporate that. Like this is pretty awesome. I love it. I think that's a pretty cool way to create a micro interaction there. So something is happening over here. Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty cool. Now, like I said, that may not be the best interaction for search, but I thought it was pretty interesting because you could just like pop a modal, and having the search like turn into an X is pretty cool little micro interaction. You get that nice little feedback after you've clicked it. So I think cart is another kind of a good candidate for something like that, where you would just pop an overlay and it would have like cart items. Apply that structure to micro interactions, trigger, rules, feedback, and modes and loops. So that way, when users go back and use the interaction, I mean, it's just very seamless. It's very good in the sense that this one's triggered by a user. It is giving me feedback. The rules behind the scenes are that if I click on this, I will hide and show. I will get the feedback that something's happened. These are individual micro interactions. I am seeing the different item. I'm noticing that the color change. And in terms of modes and loops, in this case, it may change in terms of like if I have something in the cart, it'll change, or if I've searched in the past, we may have type ahead like previous searches or saved searches. That could apply to the micro interaction. So apply all those rules I spoke about earlier. Remember those tips just about motion in general, and you're well on your way to creating beautiful, seamless experiences. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So last time we talked about just micro interactions around like hovering, clicking, and sometimes I like to actually make just animations for great feedback. And one example of that is you saw my little kind of animation of my bouncing ball, this little notification bubble that was bouncing on a heart. And I thought that was really cool. And I think we should probably recreate that for our own project, maybe like a little bouncing ball for our cart. Something like that. Now, there are different ways to create that. You can go really simple. What I did for something like this was much more in depth. If we think about motion in general and animation in general, it must follow the laws of gravity. So what that means is if we think about how a ball bounces up and down, let me just create a circle because I don't really want to mess with that frame over here because this is where our animation is actually. So I'll show you how that works. But the one way we can think about like just gravity in general, when we think about a ball, when a ball hits the ground, what happens to it? It doesn't just look like this. When it hits the ground, it kind of squishes just a bit. You don't see it. It may not squish that much. It may just like shrink just a little bit like that, but it still does. And when a ball propels itself upward, it stretches, depending on how fast it's going. So if we're thinking about something like a really squishy ball, that's how it would look due to gravity and velocity and all different factors due to physics. So what will happen is if it bounces up and then reaches just like the max height it can go, it will start to just recede and return to normal. And then after, pause in the top and then start dropping down and then hit the ground like that. And then same thing. And then over time, it will gradually stop bouncing, hopefully. Now, we need to apply that to our animation. And so let's just delete that. Now, there are different ways we can go about doing that. We can make something really simple, just something like moving up and down. And I'm going to show you how to create something really simple like that. And then I'll show you an example of what I created that followed all the laws of physics and just gravity in general. So let me jump right in. I have a little frame here called notification. And within that frame, I have a little layer, not original naming, but I have a little layer that is going to act as our notification bubble. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a plugin, a very special plugin that is, and it is called Figmotion. And here it is. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my plugins, go to Figmotion and open Figmotion. And it's going to open up like an overlaid window. There it is. And you'll see our layers within that frame. There's only one layer. Now let me just give you a little walk around on what Figmotion is. There's a timeline. If you've ever used something like After Effects or Premiere Pro or anything like that, ScreenFlow, they all have timelines. Now you can animate all these different properties like the X, Y coordinates, width, height, all that kind of stuff. And you can animate it based off of keyframes. So these are in 100 millisecond increments. And that is basically it. What you want to do is you want to set like a keyframe and then go ahead and you can set another keyframe. And when you click into something like that, you can adjust it. So this will move on the X axis and this will move on the Y axis. Now, when you're done, you can actually just play and it will show you what's happening over there. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to give you an example. So if I were to just look at this, I'm going to remove these and I'm going to select that, the Y. I want to move it up and down. And if we play, we'll see that it moves down. That's a terrible animation, but you can see that we can start creating much more complex animations from something like this. So let's jump right in. I'll show you a couple of little tricks that you can do along the way and what happens after you're done exporting it. I'm going to create something really, really simple. I'm going to bring that down. I'm going to update my layers because any changes over here will not be updated here unless you update them manually. So I'm just going to start at 0 and I'm just going to, it doesn't really matter. Like you can select just different points in time. So I'm just going to select 200 milliseconds and I'm going to select another keyframe. And what I can do here is I can go into this and I'm going to type, how about just 20? And you can see what type of animation. So I don't like doing linear. We can do custom if we wanted to, and it'll give us like a little graph. And we can play with that if we wanted to. But if you didn't feel like actually working with a custom, just the easing, you can just select ease in, ease out, ease in and out. So for this animation, I am moving upwards. Let's check what ease out looks like. So we're gonna play. So that was really quick. So let's just see what the animation looks like. So you can see it's pretty abrupt and then it slows down. Now, if we use something like ease in, so it was very, very slow to move and then it gradually got just faster as it moved in and out. So we can just do ease in and out because if we're thinking about gravity at the most basic sense, we can do that. Okay, so what I'm just gonna do, I'm gonna go to 1 second. So it's going to take 1 second to get from top to bottom, but I'm gonna make sure this is much larger in space. So let's even go even further. Let's do 10. Okay, so that looks good. So if we play that, do you see how it eased in and out? So it was kind of like it was slowly moving upward. Then when it got to the top, it was slower. Now, when we come back down, let's scroll all the way to the side. So I'm going to go all the way to 2 seconds. Actually, at the top, I may just wait. So I may wait for like just a bit. And when I get up here, I'm going to select, we're just going to stay. We're going to just stay ease in and out. We're not going to move. And then we are going to go to 2.2 seconds, which is over here. And we're going to go all the way back down. So what I need to do is I need to select my Y coordinates. And I'm going to see the original. I'm just going to select that. And I'm going to paste that within here. And when I think about actually like something dropping, it's going to ease out. Actually, it's going to ease into it, and then it's going to drop really quick. So let's see how that looks. So up, down. Sometimes you just have to fiddle with these to get the right animation. See, I didn't like that one. You saw how it slowed down at the end. That makes no sense in terms of gravity. So I'm thinking like, when you hold, you get up to the top, hold, and down. Okay, so we can now start to fine tune this a bit. Maybe that hold is only just there. Maybe we start bringing it in a bit more. So we got at 700 milliseconds, and we can do like a half millisecond hold. And then we will go to 13. The drop should be maybe a little more quicker. So I'm gonna go grab that keyframe. I'm gonna drag it all back. The only problem is this doesn't have a way to zoom in and out and grab keyframes, like just dragging and just drag to select, which kind of isn't the best, but this is great just working within Figma. So there we go. We have like a little animation going. Now we can even go a little bit further if we think about, so this is more linear. Now I'm just gonna exit out of Figmotion. So we have a little animation here. Now let's take a look at this one. Where is Figmotion? All the way right there. Now we're at 0. You can see all the different types of keyframes I have in here just to get it right. And as you can tell, I've created like a little bounce. So it's gonna squish and propel itself forward or upward, stop, return back to normal size, and propel itself downward. And it's going to shrink in width and look much more elongated. And it's gonna hit the ground again. It's gonna shrink, and it's gonna do the same thing. But this time, if you notice, when it reached that top height and then came down for the second bounce, we've lost a little bit of speed. We've lost a little bit of force, and we're not gonna jump as high this time. We're not gonna bounce as high. We're gonna bounce just a little bit and then just a smidge. Let's see what the ending of this looks like. So just a smidge, and then we're just gonna hold. So that way, when we do create this loopable GIF, it's gonna hold for like a couple of seconds afterward before it bounces again. So it's not like crazy bouncing in the corner of your screen and people are gonna be really annoyed with it. So let's take a look. There it goes. And it's gonna hold, then it'll bounce again. Boom. So that's a quick little way to do it. I'm gonna actually show you how to break this down just a little bit more and with this one in our next video. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are gonna get into actually animating this a bit more, applying things like physics to it. One thing I just wanna stress is when you're working with animations like this, they are time consuming. I mean, you can spend hours and hours perfecting these types of things, and you need to really gauge whether that's worth it for you. This may not be worth it for a version 1 of your product, but it's really cool once you actually have something like this. So be very mindful of your time in relation to what you're doing. Like, you can create crazy quick animations doing something like this. You can go ahead and create some very simple animations that don't take much time. Like if you want to show like a slider or like a loader, like you can easily show like a loader going from 0 to 100%, creating something like in Figmotion. And it wouldn't take you that much time in comparison to like making like bouncing balls and other more complex animations. So just keep that in mind when you are trying to figure out what you want to build in terms of an animation, and just take into account the time that's going to take. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole and not actually deliver anything. Let's jump right in. So I have my notification bubble over here selected. I'm going to go into Figmotion. There it is. So I think we have some pretty good timing right now. So it's going to jump up and down. Now what we can do is we can keep on we can make this animation a bit shorter now. Let's just see how that looks. Start from 0. I like it. Okay, and then when it comes back down, it's gonna just stop at like 9. Let's just drag that over. So that pause at the top was a little awkward. Okay, we can even bring in that drop just a bit more. Okay, so we have our basic drop here. Now what I want to do is we're going to have to work with like just width and height as well. Best way to do this. So if we were to start at say like 1, and before we get there with our width, maybe we'll so let's see what that looks like. So we probably, so 17 is our normal width. Okay. So we can, this is my only gripe with Figmotion is like I can't drag multiple keyframes and it's such a pain to actually get that to work properly. So this can be at 17 and this will not be a linear. We'll just do ease in and out. Let's see what happens. So it's gonna boom. So I wanted to, let me see what it's gonna look. So it's gonna go to 17. So this is obviously like you just need to figure out what's going to work for you. Okay, so our height needs to be different as well. We will drop down to 15. I think that's fine. So 15. And then when it's going up, we are going to hit another keyframe here. So I'm just going to show you how to get this started. So for our height, we are probably going to, so it was at 17. Now we can kind of just, we can go to like maybe 18. So it's like a gradual thing. So boom. You see how that starts to come together? Boom. So I squish. So that squish is a little too much over there. So squish. And really that's where we're gonna start seeing some more change. So we can bring things in a little bit more. And that looks pretty nice. And like right when we get to that top, what we want to do is actually, so let me just change that. And what we want to do is when we get to this top portion, we want our width and our height to just return back to normal. So we're at 17 here. I think we were at 17 here as well. So that's good. We can actually drag that. That's just going to stay there. We want our height to go back to normal. So we're going to go back to 17. We want to make that ease in and out. So we're going to be like, boom, and then drop. And when we drop, that's when we go back to squishing it a bit. So look at that. That looks actually really cool. So let's go ahead and do that again. So when we get to the top, what we're going to do, so that's when the drop happens. Right there. So I'm just going to set this keyframe over here. I'm going to set this height keyframe. So it's just going to persist at 17 across these blue lines. So the ball is staying normal. Now what's going to happen is, so actually, let's just put it over around here. So it matches when that drop is going to start happening. And then we can start messing with the height. Now the height is going to stretch again. So it's going to, and when it hits there, it's going to shrink. So let's do it an ease in and out. Sorry. This is where it should probably be. So do you see how it gradually picks up speed from the top as it's going downward? So it's picking up speed. We can even, like, if we wanted to, we can even make it skinnier. Let's do ease in and out. Beautiful. So it's going to shrink. And then when it gets to there, it's going to be kind of instantaneous. You know, at the top, when we got to the top, we like gradually got from like something that was more skinnier to something that was much more normal over here. So what do we get? We went from 17. What do we have over here? So we're at 18 in height. Like we could have even went 19 in height. So let's take a look. Perfect. So when we're out there, we can just go to the top. And once we hit that bottom, I want to start to actually, so I'm just going to boom, boom. So those are going to stay stagnant and we're going to hit that bottom really hard. And let's see what it looks like. So we're going to go back to 17. 17. We can do it, ease in and out just so it's a little smoother. And let's see what that looks like. So one thing you're noticing that is missing is when we do get here, our width should actually be like 15. Oh, no, sorry. Our width shouldn't be 15. Our width should be something like 19. Oh. So it's squished and the height should be something like, I don't know, 15. So this is just basically kind of getting you started. You can tell that I'm going to leave this animation for everyone. And you can just see that jump. Let's see, squish, up, losing momentum, and everything going back to normal. Hold briefly, then everything gaining momentum and then spiraling downwards really quickly, much more faster than it went upwards. And when it hits the ground, squish. So you can just kind of copy this and gradually go lower. You don't have to. What you can do now is you can just kind of hold this and kind of loop a GIF together. What I would do next is you can either export it as CSS or a JSON file. What I usually do is I go and I click render, and you can choose whatever format. You can choose GIF and the frame rate and enable the loop. And you can set any transparency color if you want. If I have my frame with no transparency. And then once you render it, it will actually take some time to render in the background. There's a little percentage. And it'll give you an actual link where you can go and download it. So that's it for how to use Figmotion. I mean, you can make some really awesome animations, as you can see. Here's our render just playing out really nicely. And once you get that GIF, all you have to do is drag and drop that right into your file and you have a GIF that you can use. Put it inside a frame and you can use it as an overlay if you need to for like cart and anything else. So that's how you make an easy animation within Figmotion. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I know I've spent a lot of time talking about, components, styles, and all those different types of features that Figma offers, but they play a much larger important role when we're thinking about design systems. And I want to just talk briefly about what is a design system and why do we use one? So a lot of people give a different name to design systems. A lot of people like to call them UI toolkits, and that's okay. I mean, that's what they kind of are. A design system is more so involving your larger and broader team. Your development team is helping making those changes and implementing those systems that you've created. So what I want to show you is how I use a design system within Figma and why it's important. So this is a design system I've created for our client called Habitual. Now I've separated it into, if we look over to the left here, I've separated it into 3 different sections. Now, this isn't a full entire design system. There's much more you could possibly even add to this, but this is enough to definitely get you started and definitely get you creating a bunch of different pages. Now, what I've done here is there is this section called the foundation, which houses all the styles that we're going to use throughout the application, including certain components, which I'll get into. We have the components section. Think of the component section like a section of like atoms. And when you build up atoms, they create larger components. This section, which I call recipes. Now, the difference between all these different things is components will use the foundation and recipes will be more complex components that use a bunch more components together. It may be a bunch of like cards together. It may be a bunch of like checkboxes. That's what I would call a recipe. And they also use things from the foundation to bring this all together. So let's get right into it. I'm going to show you some examples of foundation and components and recipes. In later videos, we'll go into how to create individual pieces for this design system. So your foundation will house things like colors, and these are your main styles. So these are the colors for the application. You can see that I've broken them into different sections, and if we go down to the right, we'll see all our local styles, and these are our color styles. Let's get into actually typography. We have typography, and remember how we were creating that type system? This is just more fully fledged. We have different headings. You can see here. We have different text options. So body, large, small, regular, labels, hints, which are displayed over here on the right. And these are all different styles. I have icons, 24 pixel and 16 pixel variants. I have grids. Let's turn those on so you can see the different types of grids I'm using. Mostly these are just for the entire mobile screen. And all these are used just so we can actually start building components as well. So if I go over to the component section, I have avatars and different versions of avatars. You'll see that there is a base layer here, and I'll get into that later. There's different types of buttons that we will be using. There's cards over here, different types of cards that we have. Checkboxes. So as you can tell, there's so many different types of components that we're making and reusing. Even in our recipe section, if we take a look at something like cart, we have different types of cart lists. We have different types of like footers. So these types of things are definitely ways to implement your recipes. So in our next video, we're going to go over how to work with different types of elements in the foundation of your design system. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I want to get right into the foundation. So if you take a look at here, this is my color palette that I've built out. These types of things, we have to understand that, design systems will continue to evolve with feedback that we get from users, from overall feedback that we get from different types of stakeholders. And generally, our product will evolve over time. But what I've done here, you can see that I have a primary color palette, which is like the primary yellow, and I have a yellow that is just like
a 20% version. So I've basically created these sections, and I'll show you how I've even structured it. And you have this file as well. You'll see that I have these all in auto layout grids. You have a color row, and I have each individual color, and then text and the color. So that even within the text, I have the name of the color, I have the hex value, and I have the actual color. Now, what I've done here is once I've picked a color, I'll go into my styles and I can create a new style if I want to. I have a bunch of styles here already, and you've seen me do that a bunch of times already. So this one is under the primary section. I've also given myself a couple of secondary colors if I need them, which are a blue and a blue variant, kind of like the yellow, green, and a green variant, just like the yellow. One thing you don't want to do is give yourself way too many options. I'm not saying that I will use all these variants. It helps to kind of have them, especially when you're building out an interface. Now I'll show you how I'll use those in later videos. Another thing that I've done as well is I've given myself accent colors. Now, do I need them? Maybe. These accent colors will help us brighten different parts of the app. So if we want to build like an animation with like confetti, like we can use a lot of different colors like that. And I don't see myself using these colors in many other instances, but you know, they're fun, playful colors that we can use if we need to just inject some of that into the application when we want to. And that's what I've done here. I've created all these different accent colors, and they're in my styles, my color styles over here. So you'll see I have my primary, secondary, I have my accents, and I have my user interface colors as well. Now, what are user interface colors? And I mean, you can name them whatever you'd like. I like to break these up into different sections because when I'm applying them to something, and I'll get into that as well, it's easier to pick that apart. So if I have like a background that is white, I'm going to use the background white style, not just the UI white style. If I have an icon that's white, I'll probably use the white UI style. If I have text that's white, I'll use the text white style. So that's definitely the reason why I've decided to break these out and duplicate them. That is just so that when we're using them, we have a lot more flexibility. Now, it might take a little bit more upfront work, but you'll have all these different styles to use, and you'll be able to easily swap out the ones that you intend to. Instead of swapping out one UI color and affecting everything, you'll be able to pinpoint, you know, if I'm touching a button, I'll be able to just touch the text or the UI colors or the background colors if I wanted to. And I'll show you how that works. But what I've done here is I've taken out the grayscale palette and I've broken it into just different increments. So I have like a gray 100, which is basically like a black, gray 80, gray 60, gray 40, and so on. So this will give me a lot more to choose from when I'm using grayscale within our application. In the background, I've given myself a couple of different options, one being white and a nice little gray here. And in the text section here, I've given myself a bunch of different options. Now, when we spoke about accessibility, these colors may not be accessible and I may not use them. But yellow can be accessible if we're using it over like a dark black or like an image. So I've given myself that option if I ever need it. I've given myself definitely a green and red option for success and error colors when it comes to things like forms. And I've given myself a lot of variance in terms of grayscale because that is going to come in handy when we're trying to distinguish, like just create hierarchy within different text applications. So titles, subheadings, and so on. So when you're building out a color palette, or if you want to call this a color system, remember to give yourself enough variance, not too much. You don't want to have like 20 different grays. I mean, that's going to muddy your design. But I've given myself, 5 variants of gray, and I probably use just the majority of the time for text, I'm using these 3. Black is when I maybe need something that's really, really dark, but I'll use mostly this to be my darkest, which is the gray 80. And if I want to create more hierarchy, I'll use something like a gray 60. Then once we get into the 40 and 20, you know, we have a little bit of diminishing returns because we just have legibility issues. So this is how I've laid out my color system. And another thing is I've created it in a way where it just looks really nice. If you can see over here, everything is spaced out like 40 pixels between each other. Everything is, even the borders are all very nice and spaced out perfectly. So if you'll see if I change this to like 50, left and right will be closer. The horizontal spacing will tighten up, but I've decided to just use 80, obviously a multiple of our base unit, and I'll get into that next. So that is how I've actually laid out our colors system, and you'll notice that this is what it looks like when you're using your design system and when you're using it elsewhere in other files. So this is it. Hey, and welcome back. So I want to get into grids and spacing. Now, this is very important because it dictates how we space elements out, how we choose like different unit sizes. And what I've done here is I've used the 4 pixel grid and I'm using multiples of 8. So let's get right into it. So I've created different grids here and we've created them together in the past. And my mobile layout grid is just a regular 8-column grid. And let's take a look at what it looks like when we go to edit the styles. So we have an 8 count in terms of our columns. And I like using an 8-column grid just because on mobile, it gives us a lot of variance in terms of how we like display cards, especially our application. I think it's really card heavy. So we have different variants in terms of like larger cards, cards that bleed off in terms of horizontal fashion. We have cards that stack upon each other. This allows us to do 2 columns in terms of cards and a column, a larger column, and then something that bleeds off, which you'll see later. This is how I've set it up. Color, I just kind of use the standard color. I have an 8 count, type to stretch. Margin is set to 24 pixels. And my gutter is 16. So my margin over here is at 24 pixels, which is another multiple of 8. My gutter is 16, which is another multiple of 8. If we move over, I've created just a baseline grid. If you wanted to use that as well within your projects, you have the option to. This really helps just if you want to space things vertically. You don't have to necessarily use this just within the entire mobile screen. If you have like I'll show you how I would apply it sometimes. So if I've created a frame, maybe this is a card, and I go to my layout grid styles, which is right there. I can just apply it to a card and now I have a different way to track my vertical spacing within this card. So there's another one. This is an 8 pixel grid. Let me just change the naming to that, to 8 pixels. So we have our 8 pixel grid, which is just a little bit larger. I prefer 4 pixel grids because, you know, there's a lot more variance within there. It gives you a lot more to work with. This is more of a preference thing. So still 8 pixel grid. We also have the 4 pixel grid combined with the mobile layout grid that we've created here. And I've done the same thing also for an 8 pixel baseline grid. So these are the baseline grids and the layout grids combined, and I'll show you what that looks like. So this is my style. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this little icon here that says edit style. And once I've done that, you can see what I have here. So if I go to edit the properties, you can see those are my rows. My rows is my baseline grid. And I have them set to auto count, type right from the top. I've changed the color just so I have a little bit more hierarchy within here so I can distinguish between both of them. I have a 4 pixel height. I have 0 offset and a 4 pixel gutter. So that is how I've set up my spacing for this project. And like I said, this could change if this is a mobile app and, you know, if we were working in a responsive application, we may see many more variations. We may see like a desktop version. We'll probably see a tablet version. We'll probably see even an extra large desktop version. So keep that in mind. Don't just stick to one grid. You're probably gonna have variance if you have a responsive system. but this is going to really be what you base everything off of. You have your grid here and your spacing is based off of 8 pixels and increments of that. So this is grids and spacing. Hey everyone, welcome back. So one thing that we often forget about is something like our assets, like icons. Now, icons are very important. We created our own icons in this course, and we've also found different types of resources that give us a bunch of icons. And these icons are definitely based off of our feather icon resource, which you can find right here. So these icons are based off of that. And I've taken all the icons I need for this application, and I've broken them into two things. 2 different sizes, 24 pixel icons and 16 pixel icons. Now you may not need to, depending on how you set your icons up, you could just resize them if you really need to. But what I've done here is I've split them up just to make it easier for you. Now I've also included several filled versions. So I mean, if there's a heart, let's turn off our grid because each of these is on a grid. So if we take off our grid over here, we'll notice that we have like a heart that is filled, or like a zap icon, or just like a star. And this helps us really, like if we're creating interactions with icons and we need to fill them, this really helps. So you don't necessarily need like massive icon set with like 400 different icons. I personally use the icons that I'm going to use within the application. I may have a couple extras just in case, and that's totally fine. And you can continue just adding to this. This is my icon system right now, and I'll show you how I went in and built it. So I have different sections. This is how I've named them. I have outline, 24 pixel, and just that is where the artwork is within. And then I've actually, here, I will show you what I've done. So if I take this, let's just disconnect that. This is my icon. And I've just taken it and created it as a component. I've done Option Command K. I've named it whatever I want to name it. So I've been using this naming convention for my icons just to split them up between 24 pixels and 16 pixels. And now whenever I want to use it, if I go into my assets section, you'll see that I have it split up over here. Let's change that for 1 second. Okay, so this is my outline 24 pixel arrow. You'll see that. You see it's selected. Now let's just delete that and it won't show up there in my assets section. But I have my iconography split up by 16 pixels. And then I have filled and outline 16 pixels. And the same for the 24 pixels. And if I wanted to say get 24 pixel outlined icon, I can see all my assets right here. And this is why I split it up just like this. It's perfect. You can just grab I want a home icon and just drag it into whatever file you're using. And if I wanted to change that icon, and I will show you how I've used this within other components, I can just go into my instance section over here and it'll automatically give me related components if I'm in 24 pixels. But say if I wanted to use like 16 pixels, I can do that too. I can change it like that. And just like that, we have icons that we can easily use within other components, not even with other components, but just within a file if we need to grab something quick. It keeps everything in one place and neatly sorted. So these are the icons I've decided to go with. As you can tell, they're more rounded, more playful, kind of like how our logo is for Habitual and just how the overall app kind of tone is. And I've done the exact same for the smaller versions. As you can tell that they are a little bit more chunkier, but when you start shrinking your icons, you need them to be a little bit more thicker so people can really understand them and understand what they are. We don't have them as thin as we do as at 24 pixels. So just another thing to think about. But that is how I've decided to incorporate iconography into my design system. Hello and welcome back. we're going to be talking about typography. Just like your whole entire design system, not just like your foundation. Now, this typography like makes up a lot of your components, a lot of your actual designs. And I don't think designers put enough thought and care into how they distinguish variations between typography and how they use it. So what I've done here, I've taken a lot of time and I put a lot of effort into just creating a nice type scale. As you can see, we're moving 12 to 20 to 24, 32, 36, 40. So 4 pixels is what we're basing a lot of this off of, and 8 pixel. So that's the line height. My font size is 12 pixels, 16 pixels, 20, 28, 32, and 40. And I think that creates enough variation just for headings. I created 6, kind of like your standard set, and we may not use all of this. But I've created it to give us enough variance maybe in the future. So as you can tell, like I have the style name here, and these are our local typography styles. And what I've done is I've broken it out just so it's easier for other people to come into this design system and just understand it. And in the beginning, I mentioned like, what is a design system? A design system isn't necessarily just providing styles, but it's also providing so many different things like context, more deeper understanding of these styles. So if a developer wanted to come in, they would be able to easily understand that, okay, the weight is a semi-bold weight, the line height is set to 40 pixels, and the font size is set to 40 pixels. And they can easily like implement that into a component within your digital design system. So keep in mind that, this isn't just a language for designers. A design system is for your team, for your product. Everyone is using it in one aspect. And you may have variants of different things, like for marketing. Marketing may not be the exact same as how you have treatments within user interface, like in terms of applications and products. So you can distinguish that within your design system. You can create different design systems. You can create different categories. You can have just a design system just for your marketing website. You can have a design system for just your product and so on. So I've done this in a way where a developer could easily come in here and understand, okay, this is my H1, and these are all the different parts of my H1 that I can actually create into a component and reuse through just code. You also got the code section over here that will tell you all the different types of styles. So you have my font style, my font weight, we have my font size, and so on. So that is how I've broken out headings, and headings is very straightforward. You just have like a pretty standard scale moving from large to smaller or vice versa. Now for text, I've decided to use the category called text just to kind of encompass different things like body copy. So I have different variants of that. Let's go over here. So I have like a body large, I have a regular, I have a small, and I have an alternate small if I need it. These are kind of your standard body copy styles. We have like our font size. So you'll see that I'm reusing a lot of different types of font sizes. I'm not all over the place. I'm not like using like 14 pixels, 13 pixels, 12 pixels, 11 pixels. I have definitely a method to all this madness. I'm using 16 pixels for my body. I feel like you going any smaller than 16 pixels on a mobile screen, you're gonna have some small issues with readability. I think that's fine with copy that isn't so important, but when you're trying to display things like product names or more important information, stick to 16 pixels and above. That's what I have for my body copy. We don't have a lot of body copy within this application, and I'll show you where we kind of use them. I have labels. So I have a label style, which is just your 12 pixel with a 12 pixel line height. And it's just a simple label over here. And I have a hint. I've given myself a 10 pixel hint. This is just in case I need to incorporate something that's even smaller, maybe like a very small hint, maybe some fine text, but I've given myself that option and we can change that in the future. So this is how I've gone ahead and created my styles. You've seen me do this in the past. It's in the text section over here. And I named it hint with a 10 pixel font size and right beside it a 16 pixel line height. And just like that, we have a text style that we can apply. If I wanted to say, go ahead and apply something different, very easily you can apply something different. So text styles are super important. And then in my last section, I have a pretty important section called interactions. And here we handle different things where users are going to interact with our text elements, links, maybe strike throughs. I've created a strike through style just because, we have prices. And if we want to display something like a sale, then we have a strike through. This isn't necessarily something that somebody can interact with, but I thought that it placed well within here because it is very much in relation to, our pill text. We have a pill text over here as well. And that is more so for, little pill containers. They could be pill checkboxes, or they could be just ways to show like little 20% off on the card. So I've created like even text variants for that. And really, there isn't much variance between some of these things. Like you'll see, this is an all cap version. And that just makes it much more easier for me to apply something without having to worry about like capitalization. This will just automatically do it for me. Same for things like strike throughs or underlines for links. And you'll see like my variants as well. Like there isn't much difference between my regular version here and my alternate version, but it's just enough, makes your life easier. So create those variants if you need them. Even create them if you think you may need them. They may come in handy. But this is how I've set up my typography system within this larger design system. And I'll show you in our next videos how we kind of go in and use these different types of elements. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I want to talk about components. Now, components are very important to every design system. And one of the most important components that we create are buttons. Now, as you can tell over here, I have two different types of buttons. I typically have my button that is a grow-based button and a button that is a fixed-based button. Now, what does that mean? Now, a button that grows is a button that grows with the content within. I'll show you what that looks like. I'm going to create just an instance of that component. And if I start typing in here, hello, this button grows, you'll see that the button grows with the content. If I remove these icons, now the button shrinks. So that is a growing button. A fixed button is exactly the opposite. So let's take that component and bring it up over here. Now, if I were to say this button is fixed, you'll see that it is indeed fixed, but I can stretch out this component and I can make it full width. There are a couple of times where we will do this within our application, where we will have buttons that span 100% width from left to right. This is where you would use something like that. Now, you may be asking me, Daniel, what is base? What is that? Now, I've created this thing called base because when you create your initial component, it's not going to be like this. It won't be like beautiful, like it won't have any styles. There won't be variants of it. You'll have to create a version where this is just your base version. Everything else is based off of this. If I modify this in any way, like say if I expand it, every other variant that is a grow variant on the left-hand side here, you'll see will actually expand. Or if I change the border radius like I just did. So it's very important to create like a base that you can base everything off of. That's exactly what it is. If I put a period in front of it, it will hide it from my component list, but you do need a paid account. So another thing is you do need a paid account for your design system if you want to use it across other files. Trust me, it is very much worth it. If you are using a paid account like with your company, that works fine as well. Like that's perfect to have like those libraries. But if you're using it just for yourself and you want to use a design system and use it for like a project or a bunch of different other files, you're going to need to have a paid account for that. And I'll show you what that looks like in a second. But this is what I've done. I've created these different regular fixed and a regular grow button. Now, the reason why I've named them regular is just because I think this is regular size. If I wanted to create a variant which is smaller, I can create another base button, or I can create another component based off of this instance. Totally up to you. I don't use the smaller buttons enough for me to do that. I may use them. I may create another version. So let's go into how I've gone ahead and actually taken these buttons and turned them into different variants. So I have a primary, I have a secondary, and a tertiary. So let's get right into it. If I have a button here, you'll see this is my primary button, but if I look within this structure, there's my regular grow and everything else. Now, all I've done here is, I'll show you exactly what I've done. So I've taken this button, I'm gonna just duplicate it right here. And let's say I name this default. The only problem with like grow buttons is if you see this little container here, you're just gonna have to, this frame, you're gonna have to just bring it to the edge to properly size it. So if I was gonna create a default button like that, where I can reuse within my application, I'm gonna do that. I'm going to change colors. So I'm gonna use like my primary yellow. Remember what I said about colors? So if my UI is white, I wanna change it to like a UI, which is like a gray 80. My text will be text gray 80 as well. And there you go, I kind of have my button. I can even go into other styles. So I have some styles in here around different like shadows. So I have a default shadow. And there you go, I have my primary button. Looks exactly like that. And all I would need to do is, I'm not going to change this instance. I'm actually going to create another frame around it. So Option, Command G, and I have another frame. And I'm gonna rename this super cool button. And I'm gonna just create that as a component, Option Command K, or you can go into your toolbar. So if I reverse that, Command Z, so I have my ability to just go like that. And that's a component. Now if I go into my assets and I go into my buttons, I will see my super cool button up there. I mean, it's not in a nice folder. You'll notice just how we have our base buttons here. We have our primary buttons, and that's based off of the frame they're in. That's how I've separated them. So that way I can easily access components, not necessarily based off of their naming convention, but based off of the frames that they're located in. And that's just the best practice I find for creating components. Separate them by frame so they're easily accessible when you need to grab them. So I have all my grow versions for primary buttons, all my like fixed versions for secondary, and so on. And so this is my super cool component button that I can just reuse and reuse. And, you know, in this instance, if I were to create, let's delete one of them. If I were to create an active version, let's see what I've done here for active. So all I've done basically is I've made the pass through 80%. So that way it looks like it's, you know, when you're clicking it, just like a nice hover state in a way, but it's very much different from that first state. So I'll just go ahead and I will set that to 80%. There is a variance there. And I can even go ahead and go right in there and set that to the active shadow, which is maybe just a little bit lighter. So it looks like it's a press down button. And let's go into our layers section, and you'll see this is very much an instance. You'll see that super cool button over here. You'll see my other super cool button. But over here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to detach this instance. I'm not going to detach the base, just the initial instance. So Option Command B, and I'm going to rename it super cool button active. Now this is very good. And this is what I said about, like, you know, your design system is not just for you. Oftentimes designers aren't really designing to show like active states or disabled states. Well, maybe disabled states. It really depends how in depth you're going with your different user flows you're trying to show others. But When we hand off something like this to developers, we're showing them all the different types of variations of buttons they need to code. So this is my active button, and this will trigger when this is clicked. So if I were to create a prototype, this is what I would do. So when I click on this, we can do on mouse down. We're gonna swap. Super cool button active. And that is not instant. We're just gonna smart animate it. And what I'm going to do here is, or we can actually, sorry, dissolve that. I don't think it's gonna work because they're not the same name. And what I'm gonna do is over here on mouse up, I'm actually gonna go back. And that's just gonna dissolve. Let's see what this prototype looks like. So you'll see when I'm clicking it, there is very much a change. Now I can even set this to like 50% if you want to see more change than anything. I'm not clipping the content. Okay, let's go back to our prototype. And you'll see there is a change in that interaction. We're giving them a lot of feedback. So don't just create the default button. Let me delete that. Don't just create the default button. You need to create like the variations that go alongside that. And when you're working on desktop, that may be like hover states as well. So I've gone ahead and done that. I've created disabled buttons. I've also created like a secondary button where it's just like a white background with a shadow. And I've created those variations with active and disabled as well. Same with the tertiary. I don't have a disabled button because I'll never use a disabled button in this instance. But I've done the exact same thing for fixed as well. So when you're creating buttons, when you're creating components like that, remember to think about all the different types of use cases for that button. I may even be missing something here, and I totally understand that. And I understand that, you know, these things may change. I may use different colors in the future. I may use different typefaces, different icons, but I've made it so it's very much modular. I have this icon now. This is my instance, and you know, I want this to be like an add button now. I'm using it for the sole case of an add button. I'm going to not delete it. It'll just hide it, which is perfect. And for this button, I'm going to swap it out for another icon. Do we have an add icon in here? Oh, there it is, plus. And just like that, we've created our own component, and I'm just going to shrink that down so that we have proper sizing. And there you go. You have your own component that you can use in any which way you like. And that is how I've built out buttons for our design system. Hello and welcome back. So we're talking about components again, and we're talking about inputs. Now, we covered this a bit when we were talking about just forms in general. When I'm thinking about creating just like components around inputs, there's so many different factors. What I have here is I have my general input, which is like the base style here. Let's go into it. We have my right icon. And within there, I have my icon that I can swap out with anything. I can hide this section if I need to. I have my content area over here, and I have my text and icon little component section. And my text is over here. And just like that, like if I decide to hide this, my text will just automatically left align. So I'll show you what that looks like after once we create more instances of things. And this is how I've set up my general input. Very simple, and everything else is connected to that. I've also created a nice label. Let's jump right into what a label looks like. I have my left content and I have my right content. You'll notice these little icons, and that is just to indicate I have an auto layout set up, and that helps me create just like responsive, not entirely responsive, but responsive within this sense that if I were to delete something, the entire width wouldn't stay just like the width of optional. It would shrink down to the label width. So I have my left content, which is made up of my label copy and my optional indicator. And then on my right, I have like a little description, and I have an icon if I need it. And same thing, it is set up in the auto layout, which will help me a lot. So that is how I set up labels. I have a word counter if we need that in the future, which is just a simple like text that I've used. See, I've used my style here. If we wanted to, we could maybe bring that up into like a 12 pixel style, but I've left it at 10. And I have a field message. So if there is an error, if there's a success, same thing. I have my icon, which is always going to be accompanied by a text. And I've set it to a certain width that I know on mobile that I'm designing for. Now, there are going to be instances where you can't always do this. We are afforded that luxury because we are just working with mobile. But remember, auto layout just isn't there yet. And I would be using that a whole lot more for things that I can like expand in terms of the width and height and have the elements still stay within that auto layout properly. Right now, they just don't do that entirely. They don't work that way. But this is really great for what we need it for now. Now let's get into our variations of our base. So I've done a couple different things here. The first section, I've just done inputs. You know, there will be times where you just need an input and no label. Sometimes you may just need an input with a placeholder. You know, you see them on sign up screens, and I think that's totally fine. You know, I think that's one instance where you can just use a placeholder because it's just so standard. You have your email and then your password or something very simple like that. So I've done things like placeholder unselected. I have it with a placeholder disabled with an error. Same thing over here. I've just empty states. I have empty and selected, empty disabled, empty unselected with an error, empty error selected. As you can tell with inputs and forms in general, they are so complex. I mean, just look at all the different variations that we have to design for. That's not to say that we are going to use all these variations to like show every single use case within a form when we're designing and presenting. But this is like what I'm saying around design systems are for everyone. We need to show developers what we're thinking in terms of like different use cases and what those use cases look like. So we have a filled version and a filled selected. We have a filled disabled, error unselected, filled error selected. And in this case, you can only see a success message when it is filled and filled and selected. You'll notice when it's filled and selected, we get a little bit of a thicker outline. We get our caret that's blinking in there. And now we'll see actual form fields. So with labels included, we have our label. And what I've done here, you'll notice that it's just a label. Everything else is hidden just by default. I found that that was just better. And in the future, in most cases, this is how our label will be displayed. But if we have like, I'll show you an example in a second, but basically it's a duplicate of this, but with a label included with a message text at the bottom included if we need like success or error messages. You'll even see I swapped out the icons for something that is much more fitting for like an error or a success message. So let's get into how we can use just one of these assets, these components. So I'm just going to actually show you how I would use it from the asset section if I were using it within a project. I'm going to go into here. I can even search for it if I want to. I can just search input and I can see all my types of inputs that I've created, which is a lot. I can also just go into the input section. Say I'm trying to create a form field and I am going to see all these different instances. And, you know, maybe this is a lot and, you know, you don't want to see all these and you want to break it out further and break it out into different frames. You can do that too. I may actually do that at one point. So if I bring my form field, this is my filled unselected. I'll see that my form field filled unselected. And I don't need to do anything here. What I'm going to do is I'm not even going to rename it or anything. I'm not even going to create a new component. Like when you are using it within your designs, when we're using them, we don't have to like recreate components every time you use them or you change them. They're there for you to just kind of tweak if you need. You can use them as is. So if I were to call this one birth date. So I have my birth date. And here I can start, turning things off that I don't need. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna do that. And there you go. What I can also do is I can turn on my write content. I can take that icon off. And I can change that variation to like text gray like that. I can even make this one a little bit lighter. I think this one's already set to text gray 80. So there you go. Like you can just continue to create like a form like that if you need to. You'll also notice like the same thing applies. If I were to go here and tighten up that radius a bit, maybe make it only 5 pixels, that's gonna just be changed everywhere else. It's reflected in all my designs, even my instances of the components that house that original input. So if we look over here, I have that base input right there and it's going to be reflected there. So that is how I would use them if I say I had credit card information like a CVV. We have a way to toggle an icon, and in that icon, we can go in here and let's change that instance. We could have different types of icons. I think this one actually suits what you would use for your CVV. So say if that was like my code and we can shrink down that text, what you could do is you have to make sure that your field unselected is able to actually shrink properly. So that is how you would create different types of inputs very easily with all the different variation you need. That includes things like different types of icons. So if I wanted to go ahead and create like a search bar right here, I have my search and I can use it any which way I want. So that's an empty search, and that is how I would use it. So, use all these different assets in a way that is going to help you, but remember to create these different variations for your development team, for your whole team to understand all those different use cases. Why would we see an error? Why would we see like a selected state? Why is there a disabled state? You need to ask those questions. Remember to go through your user flows and think about all those different cases. And that is how we create components for inputs. So let's talk about cards. Now, cards can be really complex components. They can be really simple components. It really depends. I have the whole spectrum right here to show you. These are all the different types of cards I've designed in this design system. I have something simple as just like an icon and a title card. I have something simple like just even text and icon, imagery. I have something really complex like this. So many different elements, other components in there as well. You'll notice that I have like pills, which is over here. These are really simple components, kind of based off of our buttons. So let's go back to cards. I have icons. I have typography. I have imagery. So I have different things. Even in this one, I have all of that, plus I have buttons. So, and these ones kind of have like an interaction built in. So these are the different types of base components I built for cards. And I want to show you how I went ahead and built these. So you'll notice that I have a base card over here that has everything included. Like it has reviews, it has like a staff pick pill, it has a percentage pill of a sale, it has like strike-throughs. I thought about all the different use cases that you can have in a card. And I'm not saying that every card is going to look like that. It may be rare that every card is going to have all this information. In fact, most cards will look like this. You see that I've turned that all off in this variation. I've created a new component called a large default product card. And all I have is I have my product name, price. I have a small description on these larger cards. I have the amount of reviews and the level of the review. This is like a 5-star product. And I have the category. Now, I do have a variation where there is a sale and I have a strike through added and I have a sale. Now I have one with just a staff pick and I have both. So I've created all different components for those use cases. I may not use these all the time. I may use them just to show variation within my designs, but I'm also using them to communicate with my developers that, these are the different types of options that we need to think about in code. So if I were to take a variation of this, I can easily go ahead and I'll show you what the makeup of this card has. So if I wanted to say that this card is liked, let's go into my save button. So you see I have my product image section, which is like my top layer, and I have my product info section, which is my bottom layer, and everything else. And this is all set to an auto layout. And the reason why I'm using auto layout in this instance is because it isn't going to be responsive in my designs. I'm only using it like in one screen and I'm showing you how that looks. But what you could do is, if you really wanted to, you can use auto layout to help space things out. And then once you're happy with that, you can just turn that off and it'll just automatically revert to another frame, a regular frame with the same spacing that you've applied. You just won't get the nice variation of like, if this copy went over the line height, the card would not grow. That's what I really love about auto layout. Anyways, let's get into the different type of ways we can customize this card. So if I was thinking about this heart, I may want to fill it. So I have a heart, I want 24 pixel heart, and I'm just going to fill that with a red accent. First, I want to think about what images I have. So I've set it up in a way where I have a lot of variation. I have electronics, I have music, I have books. So if I were to turn that off, like I have music, so there's different ways we can turn all these on and off. Boop, boop, boop. So I have like a record player. I have like different types of CDs or vinyls. If you wanted to show like fashion, I have, let's get into that. I have different variations. I have glasses, I have shoes, I have shirts. So what I've done is I've used that plugin called Remove Background to create easy ways for us to have like a nice, pale background, this nice gray background, and have just the image of like the product that we are trying to show. So let's see what we have here for electronics. So I have like an ultra wide screen monitor that's really ultra wide. I have like a VR kit. I have a MacBook. I have Bose headphones. I have an iPhone in here. I have an Xbox Elite controller, and I have AirPods. So say if I were to use the Xbox controller. Xbox Elite controller. And, we're in Canada over here, so this is going to be really overpriced. Maybe, I think it's like maybe $100. I don't know. And we have a description. This controller is going to change your life. Mainly because it is awesome. So I can also change like the category. I can say something along the lines of, this is in gaming. Oh, maybe this can fit into two categories. Maybe if I want to just kind of add more if I wanted to. That's up to you, what you think is best for the product. It may just be best to kind of narrow it down to just the one. Totally up to you, and totally what's best for the product. So I can also change the number here. There's 4, and there's maybe, it's a 4-star. And the reviews are like, there's like 2,034 reviews. So different ways that you can kind of customize that card. I've also created like smaller horizontal cards. You'll see that there is a sale. I don't have a sale pill here just because there's not enough screen real estate. I did give myself enough for like maybe like a staff pick, but on the smaller cards, these will be used like on category pages where we're just kind of stacking them in a grid. And these cards are much smaller just in nature. So that is what I've done for just my standard vertical cards. I've also created horizontal cards. So I've even broken these down. So these are more like standard. Let's remove this. These are like your vertical cards. They can be used for different instances, but when I mean vertical, I mean image on top and the descriptions on the bottom. Horizontal cards, I've used them in search results. So this is my default. This is my sale version and my staff pick version and my sale and staff pick version. So you'll see like this system is very much following like a set of rules, like these unwritten rules. Like everything is placed like left aligned, similar over here. My staff pick's always gonna be on my right side. Same with my sale. I'm keeping things incredibly consistent. While we're creating this design system, we're also creating a language. So I also have wish list cards. So if something's in my wish list, I have a default where it is saved. If I click that, that would remove it from the wish list. I have more of the important details here. I care less about if it's a staff pick at this point. You know, I've already added it to my wish list. I care more about its price. And, you know, maybe its reviews, its category, that kind of information. And I've given it like a little CTA where it's an add to cart button. People can easily add that to cart. So if there is a price change, that is also reflected in this card. So like I'm saying, like there are cases where, okay, I have a wish list card, but I don't have to create like unnecessary options that we'll never see. I don't need to create a staff pick option because we'll never have that option here. I've also gone ahead and taken this variant. So if you notice, the search result cards and the wish list cards are both the same variant of the horizontal product card here. Now what makes them work is auto layout. So if I were to go into my default component here, you'll see that I've actually hidden that primary button. If I were to show it, everything would just pop right back up and center itself. So like I said, create a one base version, allow that to be like your source of truth and, you know, iterate on that. I have a smaller horizontal card, which I'm using for order cards. So when you have an order that's maybe shipped, order in transit, I've created like a little link, a text link here with a little icon and delivered. I want people to know that they can click this and interact with it in some way or shape or form, maybe to see a receipt or maybe to see like all those order details. And for my horizontal product cards here, these are more simple, where it's just a product name and a sale. We're not worried about anything else at that point. And I'll show you how that's used in a recipe. We have our cart cards, which are pretty standard. We have our default and then our quantity version when we swipe left. We can edit the quantity. And we have our color cards here. Very simple. These are our growing cards. So they will grow based off of the content. So if I select a new image, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this all the way up so we can see. We have our electronics. I'm going to hide that. And if I bring in a new image, it'll shrink. Same with fashion, same with anything really. So I've done the same exact thing for this. So if I wanted to create like a text button, or maybe like this is a checkbox kind of thing, you know, like select all the different types of categories that you're interested in. And this one could be gaming. If I select it, then it turns with a yellow background with the black text on top. So just to show it's selected. I have a text button, I have just a text card, and you know, I've created these just because I don't know if I'll ever use them. I don't even think like if I were to use something like this, and there is my variation, I don't think I would use orange. I would probably use something more subtle. Maybe I would use like nice light gray. So I mean, you don't have to stick to the colors that you're creating these components in. They're meant to be used in any which way you like. And then I have a fixed button here. So nothing's going to change as I add copy. And that's meant to be that way on purpose. So that way, I know I'll have maybe 2 lines of text here or 3 lines at most. And these will all be able to say maybe like if I create like a grid. So I'll show you what that looks like. And there you go. Like I have a grid that is able to accompany things like just the rest of the page, but also it really complements if I want to create like a section here that says like, latest trends and so on and so forth, and just to point people into other funnels. So that's how I've set up cards. And cards, like you can see, they're incredibly complex. Like these ones are pretty complex. But, these are kind of like necessary, especially for our use case. We're using a lot of cards, especially with products. There's a lot of descriptions. There are a lot of different elements like prices, old prices, pills, reviews, categories, names, buttons, icons, imagery. So this is an example of a really complex component and how we can use them. If we look into our assets, just very quickly, we can see we have our cards here, and I can see all my different cards. So if I wanted my larger vertical cards, I'm going to go to my vertical. I'm going to see all the variation. I see large sale, large staff pick. I want a sale card. And right there, I can go right in. And you may be thinking, why is there so many different folders? I mean, if there weren't, it would be a mess. So I have 20% off sale, and I can just easily add to that. If I wanted to, I can take this and be like, okay, I'm creating some sort of recipe, and we're going to do that soon. I'm creating a recipe and I don't want another sale card. I actually want a large default card. And this is where it's so powerful within Figma to create these variations and easily swap them. Oh, I don't want another default card. I want a sale and staff pick. I don't want a sale and staff pick. I want just a staff pick. So, create those variations for those different use cases, and you'll see, like, just like that, I've created 4 different variations, and I can go in there and select all the different options and, customize them the way I like. And I'm not going to create a component based off of that, but it just gives me all the options I need. And that is how I've built out cards for our design system.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what I want to talk about next is something called recipes. Now, I call them recipes. People call them a bunch of different things. They could just be like a collection of components to make like different types of pieces that you can put together. What I've done here is I'm going to actually create different variations of the ways like our vertical product cards would look within our app. So one way to do that is to, take your component. I have just a default large product card here. You'll see that over here, large default. And I'm going to take my frame tool. I have it selected already, and I'm going to go to phone. And there we go. So this is the size the majority of our designs are based off of. I'm actually going to select one of our layout grids, just a standard A column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that large default card. And as you can tell, like it perfectly sits on that grid. And then I'm going to take another one, because the way I want to use this card is I want it to be a swiped container. So I'm going to actually take these and I'm going to press Command Option G to put them in a frame. And in that frame, I'm just going to call this large swipe container. You can call it whatever you want. Now, I'm going to set this to auto layout because it's just easier for now, at least. And I'll show you why. So I'm spacing out by 16 pixels. I'm going to take my next product and Command C, Command V. You'll notice that I am creating a bunch. So maybe there's like 1, 2, I think there's 5 here. Perfect. Okay. So I can do that. Now I know that they're all spaced perfectly. And I am going to actually remove that auto layout. Now they're just a regular frame. And if I hold Command while I shrink this frame, it's not going to affect anything. And what I want to do is shrink it to the width of the iPhone frame that I have here. So there you go. Everything is going to be clipped. And I'm creating just a nice, easy way for us to have like a swipeable container. Now, if I were to press Command G,
this is what it would look like. Actually, I think it's fine if I just clip it like that. So this is what it's going to look like. You don't need to make a component. This is more so for people within your design team to actually have like a point of reference on how certain components are used. You can just keep these in one area like I'm going to do here, and you can easily just copy and paste it while you have your design system open. They won't appear in your assets tab because it isn't a component. I mean, we can go ahead and create a component for this, but I wouldn't. This way you can keep it up to the way you want to do it. Like you can just say that I want this one to be an instance of large staff pick and sale. This one, I want it to be large sale. So, I mean, it gives you a lot of flexibility in that aspect. And if I want to actually prototype something like this, let's see if it's going to automatically bring it. Yeah, there we go. So if I want to prototype that, I have it there, and this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to click prototype, and click horizontal scrolling on that. Go back, and now I have a beautiful swipeable container. And that's how I would use the large product card. So really nice. So that's one recipe that I would definitely make. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag that. Actually, that's Command C. I'm clicking into my recipe here, so it'll be right there. And over here, the recipe will, I'm going to go in my design. I'm going to go clip content. So it's going to automatically clip it for me. Just like how when we create like an iPhone frame or mobile frame or Android frame, it doesn't matter. We were setting that to clip as well. So it's going to hide it automatically. So let's remove this. Perfect. Now, we can also create another version where let's create another thing. If you notice, I'm very keen on actually making sure that everything in my system looks exactly the same. I'm gonna just adjust that spacing between those frames like that manually. Okay, what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna go into my assets tab. I am going to find my card here. So vertical cards, I want a small default card for now. So there it is. Let's go back to our layers tab, and there we go. Okay, so when I think about categories and how cards should be filled out, like we can go ahead and turn on our grid again, but there may be other aspects of like this container that we aren't thinking about. We may not have been thinking about aspects here that we really needed, like maybe like a title. These are automatically set up to be like a 50% card. But here we go. We have our 50% card, and even in our recipe, like I said, a recipe isn't necessarily meant to be like a component on its own. It's meant to also use like components and bring them all together. So I may have like a title. We can adjust that. And we can set it to like only be that long. We can have another thing that says like see more. Now I'm just going off the top of my head. Give it interaction, maybe link. 16 pixels. And then we can change the color to whatever we want. And in this instance, maybe we choose something like a gray. That's fine. So this is obviously link. Nope, it's going to be a heading. So heading 20 pixels. Great. And this can be confined to that side, and it's going to be affected by the right. This is going to be affected by the left. And then we can take both of these and we can like align them in any which way we like. So I'll just align them based off of their baseline. There we go. And there you go. So we have, now we're starting to see like something come together here. I'm going to actually go ahead And, you know, maybe I'll swap this out for something that says like a small sale. One can be small staff pick. Oh, no, that's large staff pick. Wrong one. Small staff pick. And then what I would do here is I would actually create another frame. So Option Command G. I'll call this left column. And I'm going to actually create an auto layout. And I want that spacing always to be 16 pixels. So even if I write like 13-inch MacBook Pro, you'll notice that we start to see these different things actually expand. So if I'm going to make sure that this is in line with that, and that will make that column expand, and I would do the exact same thing for this right column. So I'm going to just duplicate that because I've already made the frame, and I'm just going to rename it to right column. And there we go. Like now we can start creating like a larger list of items. Maybe we just keep it to 4 and we show them a larger list once they click to see more, just to save real estate. But that is one thing we can do. And I'm just going to actually collect this. You can even like make another frame and just call these products. And we can create another frame around these and call it text. And then create a larger frame and call this category list. And there you have it. You have just a very quick way. So let's just Command C. Let's go in there, take that swipe container out, and now we have another recipe. And I can just like either copy this, it's just easily made. It already has all our spacing in there. It has different types of ways that we can make this responsive if we wanted to. We can have like short product text. And if we go in there, we can just easily manipulate that. And there you go. So that's how I would approach creating recipes just for cards here. So this is what I've done with our vertical cards. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I want to show you how to create another type of recipe, which is like maybe around our search. And you know, there are different types of recipes that have to do with search, because if we think about all the different instances of search, that includes stuff like lists, results, type aheads, and that's where we're going to start right now. So you can actually go ahead and create like components for text. I'm not a big fan of doing that. It gets a little hard to manage, but like I'll show you what you can do here and how you can even turn that into components. Totally up to you. And it really depends on your application. So I'm going to grab that iPhone. Again, I'm going to actually apply a grid just to something simple, just so I can set my frame around it. And I know that this is going to be like the width of these grids over here. And I'm just going to name that type ahead list. Now we need to actually create a list item. So let me just fill this with a stroke. So we know that that's our frame for now. So let's move this out of the way. Our list item, when we think about type ahead, there's going to probably be like rules. So I'm going to actually create a line. So let's create a rule. And that rule is probably going to have like a UI color. Oh, that's a little too dark. Maybe like 20. Really subtle. Maybe 40 is fine. Okay, so we have that. And now we need some text. So let's think about which text we are going to use. So say I start typing something, text type pre-fill list. So there is my text. It's not going to be 20 pixels. I'm probably going to bring it down to 16. That's good. And some portion of it is going to actually not be pre-filled. So you're gonna have to do this like manually for yourself. So when we see pre-filled text, that's how it usually is. Okay, so we have our text set. We also have maybe like an icon. So let's grab an icon. So you can very much make a list component. I haven't. Okay, what icon are we going to use? We're going to use an outline 24 pixel chevron, right? And like very easy, I'm just going to bring that in. Just leave that there for now. And I'm thinking about all the different parts of a pre-fill list. We have our text, like if we're looking for something, it will automatically pre-fill with bold, and whatever you've typed in with a TX over here is going to be just regular. What I'm also going to do is I think like we may have like a category indicator, and that we can make much smaller. Maybe bold is way too much for a heading. Maybe this is where like our alternate small body copy comes into play. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to create a frame, and I'm just going to call this text. I'm going to rename it to text, and we can use auto layout if we want. And here we are just going to space that out maybe by 4 pixels. And then we have another frame. So we're going to call this list item. And what we can do here is we can just select both and automatically space them out so they're centered. We select both of these. We can make sure they're 8 pixels apart. Let's do that. So we know that these are all 8 pixels apart from each other. Let's go ahead and just rename these. We'll call them rule, like a horizontal rule. At this point, we can actually start creating our list items. So I'm going to actually put this into this frame. And this frame is now going to be an auto layout frame. And everything within this frame is going to be spaced by 8 pixels. So if I go ahead and take my list item and duplicate it, text, oops. I can easily put it below. And if I don't want to show this any longer, I can easily do that and have that variation like that. And my list item will, you can just like resize to fit like that. And there we go. We can easily create a variant. So that's how you can create like a different type of recipe over here. So I've created this one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually select this and that. And you see 8 pixels may seem like a little too much. And see UI40 gray is a little too dark. That's a little bit more subtle. I think that's fine for now. But if we want to bump that up, like say by 16 pixels. So I've noticed that, that 40 is too dark. And this is what I mean about like your design system starting to evolve. You'll realize that, hey, I may need something in between here. Maybe if I dock this by another 20%, the rule may actually be a little nicer. So if I, say if I go 80% on that, maybe even 40%, like that rule is a little more bearable. But that is something we just kind of learn with time. So I'm going to actually continue. We can just Command C, Command V, Command C, Command V. and just create like a huge list. And there you have it. That's your type ahead list. So we can go ahead and put that into our little section here. Let's put it into the recipe. Perfect. So that's one other type of list that we can create. Obviously, you can turn these into components. Totally up to you. If you feel like you're not using it enough, then you don't need to. Another recipe that I thought about also when it comes to search is like your results. So let's create a quick search result list. So I'm going to actually go to my cards and I'm going to grab like horizontal. Oh, no, there we go. Search. Okay, so we only really need one and then we can play with that. So let's go back to our tab. We can turn on our, so I like to work within like a frame like that. And what we're going to do here is when I think of search results, I'm going to space these out by 16 pixels. We can even have a horizontal rule if we want. We can also, you know, add variations. Let's call these results. And these are going to be in an auto layout, 16 pixels apart, vertical, perfect. And so like when I delete one, that whole frame changes. Okay, that is good for now. What I'm going to do here is, you know, like another title. I'm going to put like maybe like 100 results for music. Now what I can do is I can create another auto layout. Let me show you what that looks like. So I'm going to actually just push that over here. Let's bring this down a bit, so 16 pixels. And I'm going to Command C and then Command V. So this is going to probably be in the darker text color, so gray 80. And this is probably going to be in a 16 pixel regular. So we're creating a lot more hierarchy here. And we're going to create a frame around this, and we're going to call this text. And within that frame, we're just going to do an auto layout again. And this one can be like 0 or whatever you see fit. Like it could be like 4. That looks like good enough spacing. And then like once you change something like this, it changes everything, and same thing for that. So keeping things very kind of like responsive to this mobile screen, we have a text portion. Let's make sure that we're like maybe spaced out by that increment. We got 24. That's perfectly fine for now. And then maybe there is like button here. Actually, maybe not a button. Let's go check our pill buttons here. So we have a pill grow. That's good. Okay, so I'm going to actually place that right there, and I'm going to call this filters. So maybe we handle filters in a button like this. And we're going to remove. We're going to resize that. And let's take a look at our grid. So we're going to resize that, and we're going to select both. And I'm going to center them. And I'm just going to call this, I'm going to make another frame, Option Command G, and I'm going to call this, what should we call it? We should probably call it something like results info. Then we can take this and call this search results. And there you have it. You have an easy search result section where we can constantly add new items. And this becomes like easy way to just build a page. So I'm just actually going to take this. You can make this an auto layout as well. And you can space these two things by 24 pixels. Totally up to you. And you'll see how everything just grows. And that's what I really love about auto layout. So I'm going to actually take that, Command C, and Let's put that into the recipe. And that is how you can make different types of recipes. So this is more in relation to actual searching, but I have like a type ahead list. So when I'm actually typing in to my search input, and then I actually have a results list where I can show users how many results there are for their actual search. And if I want to pop like a filters overlay, I can do that with this button. And I have all the different types of, well, not all the different types, but I have different types of results that I can always pull from if I needed to. So this is how I would approach recipes for something like search that has different types of components and different types of variations. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we've been talking a lot about cards, and I think that's totally fine. And I think we're going to do a little bit more actually. Now, I've been working on the order list. So when you make an order, it has different variations like, shipped. I have one that says almost there. I have one that says delivered. And we also have a list, like you can probably filter, and that list has a title, and, different cards look different for things that are in the shipping process. And I've actually started to build out like a little card like that. So I have one that's over here. And this is just like kind of like a live tracker. And maybe, this becomes a component. It probably should become a component, but we're going to create it into a recipe for now. And then that's another thing. As I said, design systems will evolve. You will add to them. You will remove from them. Things that were once useful don't become useful anymore. And things that are needed become components so you can reuse them. So in this case, this will probably become a component. Now, let me show you what it will look like. So if I had an order card, okay, so I'm just going to grab just a regular order card. So this will be that width. This, like I said, we can probably make this into an auto layout. So let's bring this all the way up so we can see exactly what we're working with. So we have an order shipped card over here. And we have our product. So this is probably like a $15 book. Lean startup. So we have our shipped. And what I've done here, I've gone ahead and I started thinking about creating like a little tracker. Something very nice for people to kind of see how things are panning out with their package. There's probably a portion of this that, we're missing something here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take pills, small, like we can even use the base pill in this instance. I'm going to use the base pill at least. And I'm just going to say something like delivered by 0808 2020, even though we are past that date at the moment. So we are going to be delivered by then. And that base pill, we can also just change that UI. We can do a couple different things. It really depends. Like we can make it background of yellow and the text can be like dark like that. This is, I think, fine for now. So maybe delivery by that date. That looks good. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn this into an auto layout. Big surprise. Whoa. So let's see what happened here. So we have a package tracker. Let's see what happens. So that, interesting. That didn't. So what we can do is we're going to copy that, select where I want it. So that is one piece of the list. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an effect, and the background product, we can call this medium. So this is the problem. We have a package tracker, and so we're using the background color. That's the problem. Okay. Okay, and this is going to be our background color. We're going to just use a frame. And we are going to use 10 pixels for the radius. And then we are going to apply the recipe to that. So let's not clip that content right now. And there you go. We have our card. That is probably too unnoticeable. So we have a card here. So this probably should become a component. I'll leave it up to your discretion if you want to do that. We have UI stroke, just that border there, so you know that you can distinguish between that and the next card. So we have our order status shipped. So we can say order shipped. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create another frame, and I'm going to call this order list. And you guessed it, auto layout. And we're going to do 16 pixels. And we are going to go ahead and grab one of our cards here. We're going to go and find our order card. Where is it? And we'll find a delivered card. And we'll just place it there for now. And this delivered card will go into our order list. Perfect. So that is fine. So I can actually like remove this background. Let's make that like that. Let's do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the background color or the background. So we have our map tracker, we have our map. We can just pump that up. And yeah, so I'm going to actually remove the stroke because I think, you know, we can just keep it flat. And these can be maybe spaced out, let's see. These can be spaced out probably by 24. And these ones probably around 8. So we have that connection. So I think that's kind of fine for now. I'm liking it. What we're gonna do is we can add another item. So when I think of these lists, I think there's something here. We probably put a horizontal rule, but let's move ahead. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to, you know, make that title. So if I want to think about order lists, we probably should be able to, you know, filter it. Let's do that. And then let's grab a filter button. So I've been using like this checkbox variant that I've made. Where is it? So let's do grow. That's been really good. And we're just going to call this filters. So we can probably filter by different things, price and maybe just timeline. Let's bring that together. We can just call this filters. And I'm going to expand that all the way to the full width. I'm going way out here. Okay, so I'm going to take that, and I am going to make sure they are centered to each other. And then I am actually going to take my frame that is now not resized, and I'm going to put the filter list in there. So I have my order list, I have my filters, and I'm going to create another frame. We'll just call this a filtered list. And yeah, auto layout, 24 pixels. Maybe this one is 16. But Let's clean that up. So now like you can create an easy list of different types of products. You'll notice that like we have our last 3 months plus our filters. We have like a current shipped status. I mean, you can also go ahead and change some of these things. Like you can say this is in transit. So you have different variations, kind of like a live tracker that we've designed here that you can just kind of like copy. I can just take this like this. Okay, I need to use an order list right now for what I'm designing, or a filter list, and I'm just gonna drop that right into my designs. Easy peasy. So yeah, definitely use recipes. Recipes are gonna speed up your workflow. Recipes are gonna set a good standard for your team on what different collection of components look like, what components are gonna interact with each other, whether that be like these cards or like buttons, checkboxes. It'll also sometimes make you and force you to think about what you may be missing from a component. So we may go back and add this map tracker as a component where people can kind of, use that default map just to display a map. And also using this kind of pinging thing, we can possibly even animate that. So like we can make it go in and out, or more specifically, just the background. We could just make it pulse when we think about like micro interactions. So pull those different things out of your designs. They're going to really help you, figure out what you need to build and also make your workflow much more easier. That's why I do a lot of these things. This design system is just going to help us, add to this app. We can turn it around, make something else from this, but it sets a good standard on what a design system should kind of look like. And it's going to be different for everyone. So this is my design of the orders list.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are going to be talking about how we bring everything together. So we talked about how to create different types of components. We talked about like creating recipes for our design system. Let's take a look at what that looks like right now. So over here, we have our major like foundational base styles. We have our colors. We have things like typography, iconography. If we go into our components, we have stuff like avatars, checkboxes, different various inputs. And you may be asking me, well, Daniel, how do I bring this all together? Like, how do I use these things? So at this point, you've probably have started to, created some more high fidelity designs. You've settled on more of a specific style. So as you can tell, like things have come together a bit more. And there's much more like style definition in the different types of components that we've created. So you can tell that we definitely have a direction to go in. Now, as I said before, design systems are always changing. We are constantly iterating on them, but they give us a great way to have like a bunch of components in one place that you can update and have it update through the rest of your application. So this is my current iteration of the design system for Habitual. And what I've created here are a bunch of recipes like I've showed you. And now I want to show you what it looks like when we actually start bringing it together. I have a bunch of different pages laid out. I have our onboarding pages, registration, and as you can tell, they all have that very similar style and there's a lot of visual cohesiveness. So let me show you how I went about and actually did that. So let's go to the wish list. I think that would be a great place to start. So as you can tell, like a lot of things have changed since the last time. How did I create this actual page? So as you can tell over here, I've created a frame called the header. Let's just bring that up so we can see. So I have everything that scrolls. I have our footer, which is our nav. And what I've done here is I've actually gone to my assets tab here. And I'm looking through here and I see my main navigation component and I want the wish list component. So I'll just drag that into my frame like I've done here. And then I've set my component there. And then if I change that in my design system, then it will automatically update in this mockup over here. So I have one for wish list. I have one for our cart or a shopping bag. I have for orders, and you see we have different variations. Now, if we take a look at what we have over here,
This is our swipe container. And you may actually remember this from when we created a recipe for product cards. So we had large product containers, and what I've done is I've actually just kind of taken this recipe that we've put together and I've just copied it over there. Now, do I think we're going to use this forever? Probably not. Actually, I can guarantee that, things are going to change. Different types of details will change within these product cards, but this is our iteration right now. And this is what we think the user wants right now. So if I go back, I have a recipe over here, and I will continue to use this anywhere I see a large container that needs to be used. And that's what I mean about having so much reusability within your design system. You may also find that there's some components that you may have forgotten or some certain styles that you may have forgotten. It's very hard to build an application from the ground up so quickly without taking into account all the different use cases. Now, more specifically, I'm talking about like the heading over here. The last time I thought I was going to use, a more traditional, just like a capitalized text, but I've done an all caps header for the different types of content that follows below. And then I've done a gray link or an underlined link that's all capitalized right beside it on the right side. Now, I didn't think about this before, but as I started to build out the fidelity of our application, I found out that, I need a little bit more variation with my typographic styles. So I'm going to either create a new style or I'm going to just kind of create a variation. So I have like the link here, which is this style, the interactions link style. And I've just kind of capitalized it on my own. And, I may go back into our typography section and actually create a capitalized version there. So that way it's just easily accessible since we're using it so much. You may also find that, wow, I use these two typographic elements together and I use them a lot. So I may actually take them out here. I'm going to actually create a frame around them. And we'll call it content header. And this content header will be like another recipe that we use. You'll notice that whenever I move this frame, then that gets moved as well. This can have that on both sides. So we'll see what that looks like when we start to shrink it down. So now we have our own recipe for that section. And we can just kind of copy and paste that from our design system whenever we need it. So remember, your design system is kind of like that source of truth, and you're never going to get it right in the first try, and you're going to continually iterate on it as you see your application grow and as new demands need to be met. Like if you new learnings that you found out through user testing or just general like analytics, you'll find out that maybe we should have like a big button on the bottom of these cards that says add to cart. And I'll show you that and how we can iterate later on. So this is what I've done for the wish list page right now. I've also created like different variations. I'm thinking through these different use cases more in depth right now. Like I've done the user flows for them, and I've thought, okay, when you come to the wish list page, there's a couple different scenarios here. We have like a logged out version where, you haven't logged in yet. So we have that CTA at the top. It pushes them to like a sign up or a login screen. I also have like a card here that says you have no saved products. You can start saving to add to wish lists or creating one now. So if I don't have a login, this is probably going to prompt me to create one. So I have that. I've also incorporated different elements like illustrations. So let's take a look at that really quickly. So what I've done here is I've started to use these illustrations through a plugin. And I'll show you what that plugin is called. It's actually just called Illustrations. So let's launch that. It's running right now. Okay, so pretty funky plugin over here. And what I've done is I've just taken like one like this. Let's just throw that in there. Let's close that plugin. So I've taken this illustration that we've gotten from that plugin. I'm gonna shift option, hold that so I can scale it appropriately. Okay, and what I've done is I've just used our brand colors. So I'll use like the primary to replace that, and to replace the black, I'll use like just a lighter gray. And just like a little use of an illustration like that makes this card much more better. Like if we remove that, it doesn't necessarily have the same effect that it did prior. So let's just move that up. So as you can tell, like it's really plain. That illustration adds a little more of a dynamic touch to it. It makes it a little more exciting. It gives your application a little bit more personality. So that is what I've done here. And like I said before, I've noticed that I've started to use cards like this to prompt users to do certain things with like a primary CTA button. I have like secondary copy, and I also have the primary copy over here, and then an illustration. I'll create a card, and I may actually create a component out of this now, because I found that I'm using a bunch of different illustrations. I'm using a bunch of different scenarios that it may be reusable. So that's another example of how you find more reusability as you start to design. I've also created like a title over here with a background. So this is our header. So all it has in there right now is the background color. It has the wish list copy, and the avatar can actually come in here as well. Okay, we can throw that in there, and then we can just say login CTA. And right now we have a nice header component as well. So that is another way to start to build out your design system a bit more, because we do have some top navigation options. Now let's take a look at some other options we have on Wishlist. So over here, when you actually have an active list and you've logged in, you have your avatar, you see how things have changed a bit. You have like your wish list at the top. So right now I have like a personal wish list. I'm using this component in here as well, which is like your invite. I'm using horizontal component that possibly opens up like a list where you can share this. You can invite more people possibly, or actually just delete the list, and it'll probably open up an overlay within whatever operating system you're using, whether that's iOS or Android. As you can tell, I'm using our small wish list components that we've created, these horizontal card views. I've created another list over here, and I have another CTA, which I'm using the secondary button. Now, as you can tell, like this seems like a pretty standard thing that we're going to probably be using a lot of. And this makes sense to probably create like either a component out of something like this, or just a recipe so that we can reuse that. And again, I'm repeating the same kind of thing over here, like a suggested for you section, possibly showing them results that are based off of their recommendations and based off of their wants within their wish list. So I have like some Bose headphones over here. You know, they coincide with maybe the music that this person's listening to, or, you know, just general technology. So that's just another option we have in Wishlist. And the last option I have here is what happens if a user comes here and they don't have a wish list, but they are logged in. So now what they'll need to do is, all they'll need to do is create a wish list. They'll select this CTA over here, and it will prompt them to kind of name a wish list, invite some people, and then they can go ahead and start saving to it. So that is what we have here thus far for wish list. There are so many other scenarios. Like what happens if we don't have a wish list? What happens if we do have a wish list, but what happens when we first click this? Where will it go? Will it prompt me within a modal to say, I want to save to this specific wish list or that specific wish list? So as you can tell, as you start building out the application, you'll realize that, wow, there's so many different use cases that I haven't necessarily thought about. And that's totally fine, because that's just the nature of the job. And that's just the nature of actually designing from low fidelity to high fidelity. So this is how we've built out Wishlist thus far, using some of the components that we've created, using the recipes that we've created, and actually finding some new components and new recipes along the way. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I wanted to show you how I started to actually build out like the profile page, because I think that's a very interesting section as well. So when a user actually hits the home button, let's actually go to home right now. If they've hit this kind of profile picture, what will happen is they will go straight to the profile page. Now on this profile page, there are several different options we have. If there was a login CTA, if they weren't logged in, then they would actually go to sign up or log in depending on their scenario. But if they actually were logged in, they would come to this page. And what happens here is I've set up like a header that has like this kind of like overlay effect, you know, kind of just giving a little more depth to the application. Now over here, we have like a CTA. Now this header isn't one of the ones that we currently use within our components, and we can actually bring one in if we wanted to. So let's actually do that. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna create a duplicate over here, and I wanna show you. So I found out that, while I was continuing to experiment and build out this application, I found out, hey, like this is an interesting component that I never necessarily thought about. But I think we could actually recreate this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove that and I'm gonna place this in here. So we have our component, let's get that, there we go. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna actually fill some of this information in again. And I've been thinking a lot about what the style of the back button is as well. Let's change that instance. So as you can tell, this is how I'm starting to use our design system. This is where you can tell it's really powerful. I don't have to like go and search for new icons. I know which ones I'm planning to use most of the time. I want to go back to my layers panel so I can see what I'm selecting. So I have a background white here, and I was using yellow. And there we go. So now we have like a different yellow background. You saw that I kind of had that effect going. So we can still recreate that if we wanted to. So we can create a frame that encompasses all of this. If I hold Command and I stretch that frame, it's not going to stretch everything else. So if you can see, I'm not holding Command and I'm stretching that frame. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring it above there. I'm actually going to change that to 15. I'm going to change this to 15. And I'm going to make sure this background is white. So like we still get the same type of effect that we had before. Now we may need to do a couple of different things. That's going to be fine for now. What we can do is we can also set the background color of this actual frame to yellow. It's not going to make a difference because we have all these different options here. And this is kind of acting as our background color right now. So I'm going to just hide this border. And there you go. Like we have like another variation of the header. I like this kind of yellow that we've been using. So what I've decided thus far for the profile page is to have a profile picture. They can edit my profile, which would probably bring up a modal. Like yet again, like we didn't necessarily think about all these different things and where they'll be placed. And once we start kind of piecing these things together, even at the high fidelity stage, we're noticing that, we even forgot some stuff while we're sketching. So I have like edit my profile over here. I thought about interest. What happens if I have no interest selected? Like I could hypothetically create an account and not have selected anything. So over here, as you can tell, I have like the same type of CTA that we've seen before. I'm going to go into my content. I've noticed that, hey, maybe we should create like a button with a little plus sign there. That makes much more sense. So add my interest would kind of push them to do that. Even edit. So I kind of have like the secondary CTA, keeping just in line with the consistency. I have things like my payment information, my address. There's probably more cards that we could add here. And for the user to get back, they would just select that back button. Now, there's another section right here that is showcasing what happens if the user is actually logged in and they have all their interests set. So I haven't created like a frame to hold these yet, but this is like something where we may be using this particular card over and over again and in this same manner. So we may make like a frame. What we can do here is we can create like a column. So I can just go and encompass it within a frame and call it left column. You can set that to auto layout and it's going to be like 16 and it's going to grow and shrink based off of the sizes of the elements within. I'm going to take this and I'm going to call this right column. So now we have 2 frames. I'm going to also create an auto layout for that. And then we can actually take these together and encompass them in the frame and just call them color cards 2 column. So now we've created another recipe over here that we can probably reuse. As you can see, now this will change based off of if we add new elements or not. So let's actually take that over here. And what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna create an auto layout for that. So let's push that to the top. Oops. So we have our right column, push to the top. So if we add like say another text, image, and button component that we have here, it'll start pushing all the other components down. Same with if I add another one over here. So let's see what we can do here for this. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. And I'm just gonna say something like vinyl. We notice that, we need to just bring that lower. We can change it to whatever color we want. We'd probably do maybe like an orange or something like that. If we were to do the same over here, let's go to the image selector that we have. Ooh, I already have glasses. So you can kind of go back to the components and add new images if you want. So I have like a MacBook, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna write productivity. So right now, Figma is not in a place to handle like auto layouts really well. Like the frames sometimes won't grow properly. Same with just regular frames and components, but it'll eventually get there. What I'm gonna do actually is I am going to maybe I will create green. If you see, I can switch these around. I can if I use my arrow keys on the parent container, I can just switch these around. And that's the great thing about auto layout. You'll notice that, wow, that spacing looks really messed up. So I'm just gonna have to manually do that. It honestly beats recreating the wheel over and over again. And there you go. We kind of have our own Pinterest style stacking of cards. So that's what I've done here. I've started creating this, and this is obviously this can be a recipe that we now use over and over again. I have another recipe that I hadn't created before, which is having these little icon text containers. So what I can do is I can encompass these in a frame and create another kind of auto layout or something like that. But that is my approach so far for profile. And that's how you can use components if you need them here. You can also actually, if you wanted to say, let's make a duplicate of this, and you want to select this component. So I've selected that. I can go to my instance and I can see all the different related components to these color cards. So there's text, image, button, just text and image. So if I wanted just the text and the image, I can get that really easily. Everything's sized in really nicely. Same with this. If I wanted, say just, what do we got here? Text and button. I can get that really easily. I don't want this one because, maybe these are growing related cards. So I have text cards grow, I have color cards fixed. I have a text and button fixed version that we can create. So that is how you can use instances to, just really bring in more variety in your designs, but also just to get the correct component that you need really quickly without having to copy and paste and stuff like that. So that is how we've built out the profile page thus far. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about our cart and checkout compositions that we've created based off of some of the components that we've created in the past and recipes that we've created. So you may notice that we have our cart here, and what I've done with our cart is I've made it really simple. I've used it as just an overlay. Now I have just my header. Now this is a component that I've created, but I actually didn't use the component in this instance. We can use that because I just pulled this because I had a previous design of cart where it took up the whole page, and I thought that wasn't necessary. And I thought, a better implementation of cart would be to actually have it just pop up from the bottom as an overlay, and to keep that really simple and small, not have that take up too much of the screen. Because if we think about cart in general, when we buy stuff off of different types of marketplace websites, we don't necessarily buy 10 things at once. I mean, that's a rare occurrence, maybe if you're shopping for a holiday or something like that. But generally you're buying maybe 1 or 2 things, maybe 3 things at once. And what I wanted to do is I want to make that very simple in terms of the experience. I want them to, press that cart button, see this pop up. They can add to it really easily. I have these two variations here. Like I said, when we're starting to build out the design a bit more, we have to start thinking about all those different types of scenarios. We also think about those scenarios in the beginning as well when we're building out like sitemaps, when we're sketching still, when we're building out user flows. The thing is, user flows and sketching, that's kind of thing is going to just happen throughout the entire design process. So don't worry about forgetting something in the past, because new features will come, new problems will need to be solved, and you'll need to kind of go back to the drawing board, quite literally, share those with your team or your stakeholders like clients, and come to some sort of solution. So this is my solution for Cart, and I've used the same type of recipe that we created back in our design system, which was like our cart list. And I have the different cart components. So you'll notice that this is not a component, this default component over here. That is just because of when I was using it within a prototype. So if I go to actually update this, all I need to do is copy that. I can bring that down the list. I can remove that one now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to Command C, and I think I had this priced at $75.99. And you can just easily update it like that. Perfect. So there you go. Now we have a component. We can even have that reflected in here. Let's push that all the way up. Let's get rid of the one that isn't a component. And there you go. Everything's kind of back to normal now. Now, like I said, I have two variations here. I have a variation where we have the cart when the user first pulls it up, and then I have a variation where we have a cart where somebody swipes. And I just want to show that because when you're working closely with developers, they want to see all these different types of interactions, and we'll get into prototypes later, but they want to see the different types of use cases we have for different types of modals, overlays, or just compositions in general. So at the bottom, I've decided to kind of go with just showing off the total. Like I said, we haven't seen this all caps version yet as typographic elements, but we've seen them in the pill. So I found maybe a double use case for this. So I may create another style just to have for something like this. I have the checkout button with an arrow, trying to create a little bit of FOMO, which is fear of missing out, or just trying to create some sort of urgency, come on, let's go in this direction. So when this happens, we're going to push them to a new page, which is the checkout. So they've already reviewed their cart at this point. And in checkout, what we want to just kind of focus on is, do we have the right type of payment method? You'll notice that I'm using the same card that we've created in the cart section. So if we kind of go back to our design system, I'll take a look there. Let's go back to cards. You'll see that we've created a Bank of America card. Just something small that we can kind of change on. If you want to add a new bank, you can do that. What I've done is I've just created a standard card that kind of fits our brand, but I've also just kind of slapped a name on there. I've also kind of slapped a MasterCard logo, and you can do that too. It's there for you to kind of go ahead and edit. Now I have that. I've also added a carousel at the bottom. So if users want to swipe through cards, maybe they have multiples, there's a cool interaction to be had right there. We want to make this really nice, really exciting, even through the checkout process, because if we take a look at all the different types of checkout processes that we've participated in, a lot of them are really boring. We don't even read anything. We are just kind of yeah, whatever, pay. But if we do need to change credit cards, that kind of stuff becomes a little bit more less exciting. They also, sometimes the experience there is not nice. So we want to make sure that these cards are right up in the user's face. They're very familiar for the user, so they can understand that, oh yes, this is my Visa or my MasterCard that I've put into this application. So I can see that very vividly over here. I can swipe it if I need to add another one, or if I need to use another one. I also have the important shipping information right up front. I know where this is getting shipped to. Below, I've also added a very small section for adding a promo code, making that very simple. It has a CTA, a bright yellow button, but I mean, it's not necessarily the primary thing users need to do here. but I've kept it there just so it will reflect in the total price right away and users can see that connection between here and here. But like I said before, I'm using my placeholder unselected button. And if we want to show this interaction in more detail, we would create like another screen and have like a selected input as well. And I'll show you what that looks like later. I have my apply button over here, which is just kind of like my primary button that is a default. And then I have like my delivery fee. I have the order total, and at the bottom I'm using our footer. And like I've noticed that I'm starting to use a footer very much like I'm using a header within the application. And I thought, maybe this footer becomes an actual component now. So I may actually go back and create like a footer component section where I add this and I maybe add different variations like you've seen it in the cart, where there's like a footer, where there's a button and text. Over here we have just like kind of the primary button. You'll see it also in like product pages as well. And once that happens, this is the exciting part. We have like a confetti pop at the end, just showering down on our users. Like, woohoo, you placed your order. And what would happen here is just a continue button would pop up and they would just go back to the home page. But we want to kind of make it a little exciting. Right now, a lot of applications don't make it exciting when you do something really well. And this is kind of goes back to what we talked about with motion and animation. It's okay to create these screens and like reward your users in a way. They kind of love that kind of stuff. And we want to make sure that, it's reflected in our designs, it gives our product a little bit more personality, especially with like the bright colors, just the animation of the confetti flying down whenever you actually complete an order, you do something successful. So I wanted to reflect that also in the designs over here. And like I've noticed that, okay, well, I have a confetti frame and I may actually have to make this into like an animation with Figmotion or another type of application like Principle or something like that, or After Effects. So I'll just create this and I may actually put this in our assets within our components in our design system if I want to reuse this elsewhere, because we do reuse this screen a couple of times. Yeah, you'll just realize that, okay, then this is some sort of reusable component or animation that we can kind of keep to the side and reuse whenever we want to. And again, like we have the footer come in here. It's a little different this time. It's still a fixed footer. As you can tell, it's fixed position over here, but it's not a primary button and it doesn't have like a thin horizontal rule that we see at the top of this, that little gray line. So there are different variations to be had for those components, and we'll probably go back and actually create more components based off of all the different variations we come up with. So it's okay to start creating high fidelity mockups without, components and stuff like that. Totally fine. That's actually normal. When you start kind of adding components to your designs and stuff like that, you'll start to realize, hey, like this is starting to come together. It's really neat. Everything is like in its own place. But like I'm finding that, I don't have enough flexibility, so I have to go back and think about, maybe some more typographic elements and stuff like that, or more recipes that can help, bring this all together a bit more. And that's it for cart and checkout. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are at the very end of our project. We've created a bunch of designs. We've created a bunch of components. We understand different things like color theory. We understand a bunch of things like typography, and like we're at the end, and you're probably wondering, what do we do with all of this? Like, how do we put it together? How do we showcase some of our designs and some of our interactions we've been thinking about? How do we incorporate things like motion, animation? And this is where the fun stuff really happens. If the other stuff wasn't fun to you, this is the really, really fun stuff. So what we have here are our high fidelity prototypes. So I've kind of grouped them into the same file where we have our actual high fidelity designs. And over here, we can really start to experiment with certain types of interactions. As you can tell, I don't just have one large prototype. I actually advocate against that unless you're just trying to like showcase some like the navigation tree. But if you're trying to get into the little different types of elements, you may want to actually create like a separate prototype for that. So what I have here is I have our onboarding section. Now I want to showcase what it's like to get from the main onboarding screen to sign up or not signing up. In this case, the user's not going to actually sign up. So let's go ahead and play this. But before we actually do that, I want to click the prototype tab. And as you can tell, I have everything set up here. I have a different type of phone model.
I have like the background color set to whatever I want. I have my starting frame, which is at the splash screen prompt. Looks like we're good to go. So if I select this, you can see that if a user presses this CTA, they're going to go to this page, and this is the interaction I have. Now I have on tap, it will navigate to the next onboarding screen. It will push this onboarding screen out, but it will smart animate those layers. And what that means is, if you were paying attention in our last course around prototyping and motion and animation, smart animating the matching layers will actually keep the layers that are named the same in the same frame, and it'll just animate them to a new spot depending on different types of properties. Like it could be position, it could be color, it could be size, it could be rotation. There's so many different properties that are covered by Smart Animate. So let's take a look. So we have that pumping in here. I've also set up a couple different interactions here where it's very similar. We have that push animation all at the same time. The type of animation is like an ease out. But I also have on the actual entire frame, I have a drag interaction. So if users just want to kind of swipe through, they would get the same interaction from clicking next, but it would actually just be like a drag animation. And then if we take a look at the top, we have a skip button, and that skip button is going to lead all the way to the very end. And I want to keep this at the very top. I don't want users to skip through this onboarding. I want them to get a good understanding of, what is this application all about. So one thing I want to just showcase before we actually run this prototype that I forgot about. So you can tell like text is named the same. So we'll see slight animation there in terms of how the text changes. These animations are definitely different. So I have this one named illustration 1. I have this one, illustration 2, and so on and so forth. These circles are actually all named main circle. So let's bring that up. So you'll see if I click one circle, it's going to be reflected in every frame. It's going to show me straight up what I'm dealing with, where it's repeated, and how it possibly may animate. Same with these carousel little buttons over here. So I have a carousel set up, text, and I have our buttons. Okay, so let's run this prototype. What we're going to do is we're going to click play. It's going to pop up in a nice window over here. And if we press R, we will restart it. So if I click on my prototype, I can see which button I'm going to click, and I'm going to do that. So we'll see. That was a nice little animation. We had that main circle come in. Everything slides in nice and slow. If I want to kind of swipe, we can start seeing a little bit of swiping. Animation, we can see like how the actual carousel starts to work. So I'm going to click next. Boom. We're on our second page. Irrelevant results again. Boom. And then the last one. Perfect. So at this point, we're at the very end of our onboarding screen, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to click. So we had a little issue there, we'll see. Ask me again later. You notice how there's a little funky background change? Now this is what we're going to do here. At this point, if I click ask me again later, I don't want to smart animate at all. So let's see if that fixes it. Yes, it does. So it just moves in over, and we're at the home screen. Now, we don't need to worry about things like logging in at this point. Users can log in if they click that, but we have easy ways to get back. So as you can tell, I've also set animation to go back and forth if the user wants to do that. But this is how we've handled our onboarding. It's really exciting stuff. I love that. I love the little animations there. And then we can kind of go through our containers. We have kind of like a swipe container over here. Same with our deals section. Then we just have our standard things like our shopping habits and interests. So these are the kind of the components that we've used. Now, if we go back to our screen, you can tell that sometimes when you're creating prototypes, your components may not actually work really well, because if you're trying to smart animate certain things, you're going to need to possibly break those down a little bit more. I've done that a bit through some of the prototypes I've created. Like here's some carousel dots. They're not a component yet, but I may actually create a component for them. When I'm using them in this instance, I probably won't actually use the component version. So you have to think about those little things because, sometimes if we take a look at our primary default component, if there are certain things changing within, you see how deep this goes, and with it needing to match certain naming conventions and stuff like that, you may have two primary button defaults on the same screen and you may need to rename them, and things get a little bit complex in that regard. So that is what we've done for our onboarding prototype. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what I want to do is I want to show you how we've created our login screen prototype. Now you can see just an overview on how complex that can be just from going from one page to the next. You also notice over here I have different variations of a certain page just to showcase how interaction will happen and what that may look like. So we may need to even break this down further if we want to get really into the nitty-gritty details, but let me show you what it looks like. So what I want to do is we've gone to the home screen from the last prototype. We have our login CTA over here. And what I want to do is I want to go straight to our login. So this is the login section I've created. Now, if you go to a profile without being logged in, we have a login screen. If they click this, what I want to happen is this button shrinks a bit. So I want to showcase that interaction and maybe it lightens a bit. If they want to go back home, so I've connected that backwards. And what will happen here, this is the active state, and we're actually not going to be doing much here. After they click this button, I have a delay. So 50 milliseconds afterwards, we're just going to pop to the next screen. We're going to dissolve. And that's going to pop into this screen. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. Let's just click play. Okay, so what we have here is our screen. We're going to click login. Perfect. So now I can see what I can click. If I wanted to go back, that screen just kind of pushes itself back in and go there. Okay, so if I click login, you're going to need to catch this little interaction. So you saw how that button just kind of like plopped itself back down and up, but there was definitely some clear feedback in the type of animation we had there, the little micro interaction. So it's just very subtle, and that's how you would create like prototypes just for that. Now, what happens here is actually, if I just click down, the button, like I said, it shrinks, it goes back up. Now, in the instance, we're trying to show like some connection of screens alongside those micro interactions, and that's what makes this so complex. So after this kind of shrinks down, it goes back and shrinks back up. So as you can tell, we're creating like a lot of duplicates here. And then after a 300 millisecond delay, overlay will pop up. So it's going to move in from the bottom. No smart animating match layers. We just want a brand new screen. So that's where we are right now. So we've showcased that button interaction. If we want to close this, so we are using some components here. If we want to close this, it's just going to shrink back down. So we have that right back down. So this is a large overlay that we've created. Now, the next fun thing we're going to talk about here is the different types of input states. So I've set up this login page and sign in page. So if they want to sign up, they would go to a new sign up page, but I have like social logins. I have our main logins. And what will happen here is if I click this, it's going to move in the Apple keyboard that I have here. I've created a component and it's actually in our design system. So what's going to happen is it's going to pop this up. It's going to smart animate. So nothing else is going to move. So you'll notice that this will change. And this is what I'm talking about when we have to rename our components, which makes it a little bit confusing, but it's okay. So I've just renamed it to input. And this one's renamed to input as well. So they're both named email and then input. That all matters if you wanted it to match properly. So this is going to pop up like a little caret indicating that you can type, you are active on the input. We have a little bit of shadow here showcasing that it is active. We have the outline. We want to make that really clear. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So I'm going to click login. Not bad, right? Now, if we want to even go the extra mile, we can create like a little GIF of that component caret over here that's just kind of on the side and have it blink over and over again to even get the further detail of what this interaction looks like. But if we go back, I'm just going to click the back arrow. So this should still be fixed in this instance. If we click out, then this will drop back in. But this is what we have. Let's show that again. Boom, really nice. So the next step is to just showcase, I've actually selected all the different keys here. I mean, you don't need to do that. You can just, if you want to just showcase the interaction entirely, I went a little above and beyond and did that. But when the user clicks the key, I want them to navigate to this section. So we have the same page duplicated once again. The only thing that changes on this page is now it's filled. The password is filled. We're still active on here. And the Get Started button changes from disabled to primary. So we have the disabled. We have, it's primary now. And we have the enabled Go button over here for our iOS users. So I've set just a smart animate. Anything that is named the same will kind of like either behave accordingly. Other content that isn't will just kind of apply a dissolve effect, and you'll probably see that with the Get Started button. So let's take a look. Yeah, so the dissolve effect applied on there. And from here, I can click Get Started. So as you can tell, we have a couple different options here. Let's take a look. So we can close this all over again. We can click the Go button or click the Get Started. If we click the Get Started button, we go through that same process of, losing the focus of this. This will kind of shrink and then we will pop back up into here. And there you go. And we're back to our home screen and now we're logged in. I mean, if they don't have an actual login, they'll probably have to go through a sign up registration. But if they do, then their profile will be found and we'll go back to relevant details for them. And that is how you create a little bit more of a complex prototype with different types of mini interactions like this, where we're kind of focusing on state changes within inputs. Those are incredibly important for users. Also, just state changes on buttons. Hey everyone, welcome back. We're going to be talking about product search and that prototype. So like I said before, I mean, these prototypes can get pretty complex. We have another complex one over here, and I'll run through how this worked out and how I did it. So I have the home page leading directly to search. So before, in a lot of my wireframes and a lot of my sketches, I was thinking about what happens if search is actually at the top. I didn't like that implementation. I wanted to keep search right at the bottom, make it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more easier for users to reach. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what that looks like very quickly, and I'll break it down. So here we go. We have our containers. Now, if we want to click search, a little bit of lag, but you see that smart animation back and forth. Beautiful. So what happens here is when I click this button, it's just going to slide in. You can see the animation over here. Slides in. We have a 300 millisecond animation. And it's just going to bring in all these elements that don't match any elements on the other page, but it also brings in the nav. And as you can tell, I've taken care of the nav. I've taken it out of the component structure just so I can actually create a better prototype. I've had to create the active bar and take it out of each individual frame, which is fine for the prototype. I mean, when we think about the component, then it makes sense to kind of break that up a little bit more. But over here, we've taken it out just so we can have that sliding animation, which is really slick. So what's gonna happen next is if the user clicks this search, they'll pop up the keyboard, we'll get an active search. And then if they select the back button, we can go back. If they select the keyboard, we're gonna kind of pre-fill for them. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So we have a change, we can go back. If I select any one of these buttons, then we have some new content. And within that new content, we can see music, musicals, music for babies. We have that type pre-fill. If I clear that search, we're going all the way back. So if I go to music, then I'm going to results. So let's hang on there. So what I want to do is, this is the happy flow. We go through the music, we find our results. It's up here. We can clear that and go back if we wanted. We can also press this button. I haven't linked it, but we can if we want to do that. Over here, we have our home button. We can go back. But now we have all the different results. Let's take a look at what the filters look like. So what I've done here is with the filters, when the user clicks, we have a move in, and it's not going to smart animate because I just want like a kind of like a brand new overlay. And these are our filters. And so this will just kind of reverse that. We're going to move out. So we're just going to move down. Same type of timing, same type of transition. And over here, I've just started to think about what are the types of filters we want to show here. We're going to sort by the standard stuff like price and customer review. We have different categories we can possibly sort by, price range. We have like a customer review, so 4+ stars, 3+ stars, and so on. And then another footer over here showcasing how many results are actually going to show up. So that's what I've done. If users even click that, it'll just kind of do the same thing. Now let's go back. So that's what happens if users actually are able to, slide in and get those results much more easier than if they selected something else. So we're gonna actually go from here now. So let me just, so if a user does click music from here, like from maybe suggested searches, they'll go straight to those search results. Same type of animation. In the case where they select sneakers, I want to show a different scenario. So we're going to navigate and we're going to have a dissolve effect. So everything is going to stay the same up here and down here. But we're going to have a nice little dissolve effect showing, oh no, like we have no results for your type of search. And I want to make this a little bit more interesting. I want to, have an illustration here. We could actually improve this a little bit more. We can probably suggest a little bit more in terms of searches, but for the sake of the prototype, this is what we've come up with. If the user does click on here, they can go back to, like if they click here to make it active, they can hypothetically type and then that would bring them back to kind of the MUS, the beginning of music. So let's take a look at what that all looks like. So we're gonna go back. We have our suggested searches. Oh no. Okay. If we clear that, we'll go back there. Let's go check out our suggested searches here. So if we click on here, then we get that caret. We can make that probably a flashing caret if we wanted to. And we'll go back to music. If we search based off of that, we have our music pop in. So our search results, sorry about that. So this is essentially an easy way to kind of showcase what our search will look like. As you can tell, it's easy to get to. Let's remove all these lines. It's very easy to get to in our bottom nav. And then once we do get there, this kind of whole experience is very streamlined. We're trying to get them suggested searches based off of the recommendations right away. And if they do actually want to search manually, we can hand that off really easily. With the type ahead over here, we're trying to get them more relevant results based off of that search. And then once they do, they're right in to their results and they are easily filterable. So making this search much more easy to access, easy to use was a big part of my thinking when approaching these prototypes in the high fidelity designs. And that is how we prototyped search. Welcome back. So we are in another prototype here, super complex. I mean, not that complex. I mean, it looks much crazier than it actually is, but let's get right into it. What I want to showcase today is just how a user can add something to a cart and just my thought process around that. So what I have here is I have like a little interest picker on the homepage. And when users kind of select or drag any one of these options, it's going to smart animate the options here. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So we're just going to push these other options out and these will be able to be selected. So What I really want to focus on is the rules that I was trying to follow before around just motion in general, showing proper state feedbacks, allowing users to actually see like what's happening without making like certain interactions instantaneous or happen instantaneously. So like if I swipe this, it doesn't mean that like in an instant we're going to jump to the next page, but I want to see that smooth transition and understand that, hey, that's how I got here. So now that we're on this page, what I'm going to do is I want to continue with that kind of philosophy, and I want to click this controller, and what's going to happen is this image is going to animate into here. And this is what I'm talking about, how things need to be named properly. Let's take a look. So I've named this one product. It's like a frame within a frame. So there's a frame here, and then there's the product container frame. Within this, I need to name this whole thing product container if I want things to work out the proper way. I can't remove this from the product container, this item, because the product container creates that little animation there. And this is what I was talking about when we were creating prototypes. When we have so many different like moving pieces and parts, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So what I would rather do now, I would probably break this into its own prototype to showcase this interaction. And then after maybe once I'm happy with that, I can rename this to whatever I wanted to, and probably take this out of the frame and then have less frames to worry about in the following interactions. But I just want to showcase everything at once. But if you're going to go back and do it a little bit more differently. Now, so if I want to click on this, it's going to pop up. You'll see that this image is going to animate and grow. So let's click that. So we have that image animating and growing, and you'll notice that, hey, this actually led just to this page. What happened? Like, why does it look like this? Well, that's because I didn't want everything to pop in at once, because that's pretty jarring as well. So I've set a delay, and it's only a 1 millisecond delay. So what's going to happen is this is going to pop up, and right afterwards, we're going to start another animation, and it's going to take 400 milliseconds, which is just under a second. And we're going to smart animate, move in these items, unless they're already there. So if I select this, it's not there, it's gonna move in. What about the carousel? So if I go into product, the carousel dots are there, so they aren't gonna move in because that would be kind of weird. What they're going to do though is they're going to actually just dissolve in. So like I said before, if you have matching layers, they're gonna just be handled properly as is. So this is set to like a 0 opacity. This is just going to kind of come in. It's not going to move in with the rest. So let's take a look where we are right now. So at this point, there's a couple things we can do. And what I want to showcase is, the different variations of how we can look through different products. And I thought about bringing in a little bit more fun. I thought, what happens if we use GIFs to showcase some product features? So we see, oh, wow, like this starts to become a lot more interesting. It's much more dynamic as a product. Things are happening on my screen. I'm wowed as a user. And now we're just back to the normal one. And you can tell like everything else changes accordingly. So that way it's easier to see. Really nice. And the way I did that was because the screen background color on this image is black, I needed to be able to set this background to black, but I also needed to break this out into several frames so we don't get some weird black coloring coming through. So I've kind of just hidden it to the side in this frame. And then once we swipe through this frame, we're gonna have the same kind of delay. So we can see that here. If we zoom in, so after a delay, 1 millisecond, and then the 200 millisecond push in. And nothing is gonna change. The only thing that's gonna change is this item's coming in now. And then same for when we swipe out. So that item's just going to be on the edge again, and we're going to pop over to this. So let's take a look again. So we're able to swipe in and out, and it's really smooth. You can actually catch a little bit of the black background here. It's not going to be perfect. Let's see if we can catch it. You see it right there, but it happens so quickly that you don't even notice it, just barely. And nothing's gonna be perfect, but it's enough to give people an understanding of how you want things to work, and all within Figma. So super, super amazing. So let's jump in. Now, the next thing I want to showcase is what happens when we want to add something to our cart. So I've been thinking a lot about, the cart icon. I actually like the bag icon a little bit more. It kind of coincides with the brand that we have. So I've kind of have like this little bag button alongside some of the details here. And what happens here is if there are options for the user to select, I want that to kind of pop up. So in the case that there isn't, then users can go straight to the cart. But let's take a look. So when I click this button, we're going to smart animate, and that means all the layers are going to act accordingly based off of the naming. So this is named footer and this is named footer. So this is actually going to apply its own scaling and positioning. So this is going to slide up, and we're actually going to have this dissolve in, since it's called new product details and not just the regular product details that is here. And like I said before, creating these kind of little micro interactions, you have to also take into account like what happens. Like this is not really much. We want to kind of pop this up as well. So I was thinking this pops up a little bit too much. And after that delay, this starts coming in and this shrinks down. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So we kind of have a little bit of movement here now. Let's go back a couple of pages. Let's do that one more time. So we see that kind of pop down, and then we have our cart. And I've just made the whole bottom of the screen like a big yellow CTA. It's entirely covered. I want users' eyes to be attracted right there. I want them to actually convert. I want them to click, and I want them to kind of check out. So at this point, we can do a couple things. We can access our selection. Who knows? Maybe the price does change when a user selects like a blue controller versus a black controller. Maybe it doesn't, but we want to give the users all these different options and have that reflected here if need be. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So what I've done here, I've just applied a smart animate like I've done before in the past. If the user clicks, we just kind of have that dissolve. If I go back, I can see my selection is reflected there, and my selection is reflected there. So really simple way to kind of showcase just the changing of colors or the changing of options around a product. And then the last part, when a user does click on this button, what's going to happen is things are going to shrink. The image is going to start to shrink down as well. And then we're going to kind of go back to the state that we had before around the cart, just like the larger image that you can swipe through. Another thing to think about is I've actually taken that animation that we created way back and placed it in here. It's a little pixelated, but it's the GIF that we created of the ball bouncing within Figmotion. And I'll show you what that looks like. So we're going to add this to the cart. And there you go. We kind of have our little notification saying that, hey, you have something in your shopping bag. It's just going to bounce over and over again. And if we want to remove it, we can start from scratch. So keeping things really simple as much as possible. Also kind of understanding that there's a couple of layers, especially to a page like this, and different types of states. So we want to kind of reflect that. We want to give users good enough feedback that, hey, you have something in your cart, go and actually like take care of that. Hey, you can go straight to the cart if you want to, or you can remove it, making this CTA the primary one. This is much more secondary. And right here, we've probably used the remove button in a way where it's not necessarily the type of button that we would use. So we'd probably do like a 16 style. This would be like just like the text button and just a UI gray. And there you go. And if we really wanted to kind of de-emphasize that, just remove the font weight. So we were on extra bold, now we just at bold. Like I said before, once you create like a typographic system or just like components, you're not locked in. There's certain variations that you need to create, you may want to create, just so you have a little bit more depth of in your designs. And it's not necessarily too much to handle for a developer. So what I've done here is now we're on the final screen and users can see that they have a item in their cart, and this will be reflected on the navigation as well. What we can also do is, say we take this home navigation. Actually, we're going to go to our checkout. So we have another checkout over here. Actually, just leave that for now. If we wanted to say go home, and we wanted to place this GIF, let's see, where is this located? Okay, so we have the shopping bag. Okay, so our GIF is in here for some reason. Probably bring it all the way on top. And like if we wanted to, we can actually remove this frame. We can keep it there because nobody's scrolling, but okay. So we have that, and say if we did want to change the cart, we can easily do that here to like a bag. And what I'm going to do is, oops. I'm going to just paste that in there. So it's a really long, weird name. We can rename that just a GIF. Okay. So we can just place that right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to connect this page to that page. It's just going to move in, no smart animation. That's it. So we can start seeing how that GIF will look if we actually have it in our navigation. So, you know, what I really wanted to showcase here is that we have a bunch of different options in terms of like dragging, showing that state feedback, also switching it up when the user is clicking on an item and going into like a new page like this and keeping that really smooth as a transition, but also making sure that there are transitions when users are clicking certain buttons like that. If they click above that, it kind of just goes down. But we notice that, you know, things are very, very clear on how users are getting from one place to the next. And that is what we've done for the product page and adding an item to a cart.
So typically what we did was we started a project and we jumped right into just kind of sketching, you know, wireframing, user flows. But typically what you want to do is before you start a project, you want to understand why you are starting a project. You want to understand basically what the problem is and why we should solution for it. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to bring you through a different type of way to start a project. And that is what I call a product alignment canvas. Now that may sound a little scary or intimidating, but trust me, it isn't. It's just about asking some basic questions about why we should be doing something, and also learning a bit about our assumptions around our users and other things. So let's get started. Essentially, what we want to do is we want to get everyone in the same room who is involved in the project. That could mean the product team, clients, stakeholders, users. Now, the product team probably consists of yourself, maybe other designers, developers, product managers, QA. The client usually has like maybe one person, it may be 50 people. There may be a CEO. There's so many people, but the people who really determine the success of the project should be in this meeting. Now, you could have users in this meeting. Users could be like existing or potential users, but generally they aren't, and you don't have the timeline to probably get a user in a meeting like this. So you would need to make a lot of assumptions, and we'll get to how to validate those after. Now, all these people are going to contribute to the success of the project. So much information and expertise is what they hold. Now, there's a sense of proper opinion on the subject matter that you're going to have to basically pull out of these people. So you really want to practice your facilitation skills, because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be asking a lot of questions and we're going to be brainstorming. And as you can see, I kind of have this template here. And what I've done is there's a plugin right here called Product Planner. Now let's wait for that to open. But what Product Planner does is it gives us a bunch of different templates on different things. Like we have a brainstorming template, basically product and planning, or like management and planning templates. So here are a couple. There's assumption grids, there's roadmaps, Kanban boards. If you're familiar with Agile, we have a Gantt chart, retrospective documents. So there's a bunch of different things that you can use. We even have a persona template. So I've just kind of taken them from here. What I would do is, because they're all in like vector format, you can't really, change the copy here, as you can see. I would take these templates and, make them your own so that way you can reuse them over time. So let's jump right in. Now there's several different parts of a product alignment canvas. The goal is to explore, understand, and to move forward. What we want to do is we want to get to the bottom of the requirements and what we need to do for our project. Now we need to understand what success will look like in all different aspects, whether that's the business aspect, whether that's based off of users. And that's why we're coming together to brainstorm here. Now, at the beginning of any project, you generally know very little. Who are the users? Why do they want this? What are we solving for? And you generally don't have much time to get up and running. We often need to literally hit the ground running. So what we're going to need is you can either use Figma. I've done this remotely. Either do this in person, which is probably best. But generally, you would need a whiteboard. You would need the most important people in the room, some Post-it notes, markers. It would be great to have a note taker there to help you. And one thing that's incredibly important is to have somewhere where you can jot down all your risky assumptions. So this little resource that I pulled from that plugin is really great. Generally, I'll just list them and then we can rank them after we're done the canvas. But this actually plots them on some sort of graph here where we can delegate if they're risky, how much of an assumption they are. High and low risk are on the vertical axes, and then on horizontal axes, we have the uncertain and certain. So how much of an assumption this is. So this could be anywhere like, we don't know what the architecture of the app is going to be. We have a good understanding, but this is high risk and we need to figure this out ASAP. So that would be placed there. Or we don't know who our users are, but we're going to make a bunch of assumptions about them. That's a very high risk card and you would feel pretty uncertain. So that's something you would prioritize first. And what we do next is we focus on the project goals, target users, and a user journey. In our next video, we're going to be talking about project goals. Welcome back. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with project goals, and I'm actually going to take this little canvas here and I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to take this copy out, and what we can do is we can just make our own. You can barely see that, but we're going to bump that size right up. So we'll bump it up to 280. Okay, perfect. We're just going to make sure that that is like that. So the reason why I have this set up the way I do is because we'll allow everyone in the room to come in and bring their own thoughts to the table without, having to raise your hand, having to, talk out loud about it. Sometimes people are shy. Sometimes there are more dominant voices in the room. Give me 1 second. What is the goal of the project? Sometimes people just clam up. They don't really express what they truly believe is best for the project sometimes, Generally, if there's like a CEO in the room, I find that's usually the case if there's like a boss and somebody doesn't want to speak up. So what I usually do is I give everyone stickies. So what we're going to have to do here is we're going to have to create a frame. And this is going to be our sticky. So like I said, you can do this in Figma if you want. Perfect. That will be our sticky. That's a pretty big sticky. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to center this. And this frame is going to... So yeah, we can do this in Figma. I've done it in Figma before. I thought it was really helpful. We're just going to set our constraints. So that way when we resize this box, everything gets resized within. Okay. So we can actually get rid of a lot of these colors. And we can just rename this. Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask the main question of a project, what is the project goal, or what is the goal of the project? And we're going to get everyone to write down on stickies what they believe is the goal of the project. So basically using like that Google Sprint model of, diverge, go off and do your own thing. And then after, post those stickies on the whiteboard or the digital whiteboard, whichever one you feel comfortable with or whichever one you're forced to use in the moment. And then converge, come together to kind of rank them, ask questions about them, see which goals there are. There's usually multiple goals, whether that's user goals, whether that's business goals, but we get to a good understanding of what like the main project goal is here. Now, let's get started. Like I said, we want to figure out what a successful outcome looks like at the end of this project. And like I said prior, it's done collaboratively. We really want to reveal everyone's perspectives, and then we can resolve any conflicting priorities. Now, understanding specific activities the software will help people do should help provide a solid foundation for making product decisions moving forward. Some questions and answers are as follows. What problems are you trying to solve for this project? So some people may write something like, we want to extend the capabilities of the application. So you may be working on an existing application. So you may want to have like updates, and that's perfectly fine. That happens sometimes. So that could be one. Another one could be, we want to create an application to support a specific user task. And generally, this is what we kind of see. We either see people wanting to build a new application or extending the capabilities of an existing application. Sometimes we want to build an application for something specific that a user needs to do. I find that the best question to ask is something like, what outcomes do you hope this application helps you achieve during and, maybe directly after this engagement? So some answers may be something like, make a sale to a customer. Or sometimes a project will be more based on an MVP. Like, we need to present a proof of product to potential investors. Now you may be thinking, oh wow, these are way crazy goals. Like, this is not something I would have thought about. I was thinking maybe something like, I want to create an application to make sure people wake up if it's an alarm. But generally, sometimes there are other goals that we need to think about. And this helps us really prioritize the type of work that we're going to be working on in order to showcase certain things. Like an example is, with this sticky, I often got this in my career. I still do sometimes. We want to create like a minimum viable product or an MVP so that way we can show that to investors, to show them why our product is viable and what is the quickest way to get there. So what I usually do is I usually get all these different types of answers. I get people to come together and they're going to rank these. Sometimes there will be overlap. Sometimes another person may say something like this: create MVP, which is a minimum viable product. And these people will come together and be like, oh, this is pretty similar. So we'll just map these together and we'll just call this one a proof of product. And generally, if there are a lot of stickies that are similar, you'll know that that's a priority for that team or that client. And that's when you can really start ranking them. But this is done collaboratively. Now, what we really want to do is we want to get these people in the same room, like I mentioned, working together. And you want the right people there that are going to really help define the success of a project. And over here, you'll be able to really pull out what the goals of the project are. I'll give you one more example of what an answer could be. One could be, I want to attract early users and show that there is traction. So if I think about this goal, I think about, okay, maybe an example of our product with Habitual. If we want to attract early users and show that there is traction, maybe we will focus on different parts of the application. We'll say, what are ways that we can do this? An example being, we want to show that users are signing up. We want to show that users are selecting different types of categories or interests that pertain to them, and they're interacting with the application. They're coming back. The application is sticky. Pardon the pun. There are different ways that these goals can actually translate into things that you need to work on. And that's it for project goals. The next important part of the canvas is the target users section. Now, there are often two types of users. Those are end users and stakeholders. Now, the goal here is to identify groups of people whose cooperation will be required to make this project successful. Now, the groups are united by common goals and concerns, and it include varying roles or occupations. End users are the most, they're the most obvious target users. So those are probably the users we think about pretty much only, because they are the primary audience for using the application we're trying to build. Their goals provide opportunities for developing features to help them get there faster, easier, or with more engagement, whereas their concerns help us understand what may hinder successful usage and offers an opportunity to address them. Examples of an end user would be something like a job function. So if I were thinking maybe like a mechanic, that could be an end user. If we were thinking more specifically about our product, an end user would be like a shopper. That's pretty vague. If we want to dig even deeper, we can say a family shopper, a person who shops for their family. Or if I were thinking another thing, it would be maybe if we're thinking about more like a method of use, that could be like mobile user or desktop user. Or maybe typical situational users. It could be like a last minute user. So like a person who is maybe shopping very quickly. Like their situation really depends on getting in and out of the product as quickly as possible because they don't have much time. And that happens to everyone. Sometimes, we may embody different types of, let me delete that one, but we embody different types of users because, sometimes they are very situational. So let me just put these together. Perfect. Generally, what we want to do is we want to get these users and we want to get together. We want to diverge. Everyone write down on stickies, give them like 5 minutes to do that. Come together and figure out what are the users we really want to target for this project. In our case, maybe it's going to be a mobile user. We want to really focus on last minute shoppers. We can bring this one in here too. So we can say that, hey, we're really focusing on this for this project. Family shoppers we'll think about at a later date, and we don't forget about them. We just keep them to the side. Now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to actually think about end user goals. So what questions we can ask are the following. What frustration or pain point are we trying to help alleviate? This is where we can ask these types of questions, get our participants to start writing down on stickies. So we'll do something like this. What are we trying to alleviate? What results are we helping to make better? What limitation are we helping them overcome? What type of device would they most likely use to perform these tasks? So we need a mobile product, mobile fast product. I often get answers like that, but I usually ask them to dig a little deeper. I want to, a more seamless product experience. There could be like if there's a web application, maybe that translates really well to the mobile application. Maybe there's different touch points that are important. What's another thing? we can say maybe a more personal shopping experience. Understanding those goals really help us to think about this application in a different way. And the next part after that is, let's make red stickies. It doesn't really matter. I like to color code sometimes because it helps afterwards when we have to debrief all this. We want to talk about the end user concerns. What would make them hesitate to take on a new application? What ill consequence is likely to happen with this application? What competitive level should this reach to be the preferred choice for this problem? So there's a lot of tough questions to answer here. One example could be like irrelevant results or bad results for searches. Another one could be, this could be more of a developer-based answer, like application stability. Another one could be foggy UX. So like, I'm just writing foggy UX and that is very vague, but that could be like, users really want to know like the status of their order. And if we don't allow for a really great user experience, people are just going to drop off and never use our application again. So these are the types of questions you're looking to ask, and these are the type of answers you get. And this really starts to kind of define what type of things you're going to be focusing on in this project. Now, what you want to do is next, we're going to just do the exact same thing for other users. Now, the next set of users are stakeholders. Now, these are less obviously important target users, but often prove very important to the project success. So you aren't really going to be like publishing an application, or you're not going to be able to get by like all that red tape if your stakeholders aren't on board with you. And that's really the main factor here, is to, get their understanding of what their goals and concerns are. Many projects start as an opportunity to prove that something can work effectively to some key stakeholders. Key stakeholders will include, let's remove this. They may include something like investors. They may include C-level execs. They may include buyers. So an investor who uses early traction to invest in the company's success. We have buyers who, like a salesperson is trying to convince to become a customer. The success of the project can rely upon these stakeholders sometimes more than the end users. And this is why we really need to focus on this part too. Understanding the goals and concerns of these key stakeholders can inform decisions and reveal opportunities to validate the direction of the product early and often. This really reduces the probability of failure throughout. What will help make this project real? External teams, stakeholders, investors, sponsors, departments, partners, etc. All those types of people are actually going to be the ones that are maybe, paying for this project. They're the ones that are pumping life into this project, and we need to take them into consideration as well. Questions could be, are like the APIs available? How responsive can the external team be to changes to validation rules or model design to meet the project goals? How can we engage with stakeholders throughout the process, whether that's like with demos, user acceptance testing, design reviews? What information do each of the stakeholders really care about? Some concerns may be like, question you want to ask are, what are the risks each of the stakeholders are primarily concerned about? Generally, that's going to be different for each type of user. In summary, the end users help make decisions on what to build, and key stakeholders provide an opportunity to involve those that can influence the success of the project early. So their input comes in right at the beginning stages and not like when you've been working on high fidelity designs. It's really important to identify all these different types of user groups so that way it really can help inform the success of your project. And that's it for target users. So the next part of the canvas we have here is the customer journey portion. Now I've taken this template off of a plugin that I showed you earlier, which is the Product Planner plugin. And essentially what we're going to do here is we're going to map a user journey. And you may be asking why or how. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use all of the resources that we had from before. So project goals, we have target users. And what we're going to do is we're going to take our main target user. So what I like to do is I'll just take our last minute shopper. Take that. We have our last minute shopper. So just to explain this section a little bit more in detail. Now to start this section, the most important end user is identified and their primary goal. So, like I said before, when people come together, they're going to mark which goals are the primary goals. There could be more than one goal. In this sense, what I want is, maybe this is our primary goal, a more personal shopping experience. So we have our primary goal. We have our key primary user. Now, what we want to do is, from the perspective of the most critical end user's primary goal, we're going to start the user journey mapping session and continue with the next most important goal from any end user group. So you can do this more than once. You can do this only once. Typically, we only have time to do this a couple of times before we have to actually move on, because it is pretty time intensive when you have everyone in the room working on something like this. But this sets a good basis of what the user journey could look like. Now, this is usually done in a collaborative session where the client, project team, and any subject matter experts are participating in the session. Given the target user and the goal of the group to list all the tasks that the user will have to do to make this goal a reality. Now, the goals are listed one task per post, and upon completion, the group puts them in chronological order on a whiteboard. So let's dive deep into what a user journey is. So on the most basic level, a user journey is from beginning to end, the steps a user needs to take to complete the goal. Now, there are different ways we can actually come to create a user journey. And the most basic way I found is, literally get a whiteboard, get your stickies, and just start throwing them up there. So I'm actually going to get some blue stickies here. Perfect. So we're going to grab our stickies and we're going to start from the beginning. Before we begin, we're all set up here. Now, like I said, that's the easiest way to actually create a customer journey. Now we can come back and we can actually write little things in here. We can actually fill this out. We can think about, is the customer experience positive or negative? Are there needs or certain interactions? Are there improvement opportunities? These are the ways that we can really note areas within that process where we can make that experience much more delightful for users. So this is like a more traditional customer journey map, but I like to rock with something like this, where we're literally just listing tasks to get a good understanding of all the different types of features we may need, all the different types of tasks that really need to happen for this user to actually complete this goal. Now, usually unclear or controversial tasks are going to be reassessed, and if the consensus isn't reached after a short discussion, we will assign certain features, kind of like a backlog or an area where we need to kind of reassess them later. So let's get started. Now let's think about all the different tasks that we need to complete this goal, a more personal shopping experience. A user needs to register for app. I mean, it can even go beyond the application. It could be like, how does the user even know about the application? Let's do this one. User enters their key information. So that's another one. User is directed to main home screen. Can see all the products that pertain to them. User finds a product that they like. user makes purchase. So as you notice, this is very vague, and I mean, there's only 6 steps. And the reason is I'm kind of oversimplifying things. There are probably steps in between. Like I mentioned, what happens before user registers for the app? Like, how do we market to people? Receives email for promo code. Like, how do we hook people in? Enters the key information. Like, this is where we may start breaking it down a little bit and think of what is the different types of key information that we really need to find here. So that could be something like, they're like, we maybe need to know their personal details. I don't know if that's relevant, but that's something we can talk about as a group. That's why we really need all these people in the same room. Another example could be like interests, products they like. Maybe we use products they like as a way to understand a bit more about the user. What else is there? The user is directed to the main home screen. Okay, so that's fine. And so maybe they can see products that pertain to them. That's pretty vague. So an example could be something like interest picker. I remember we designed that, an interest picker. Maybe there are deals on products they like. I mean, you can start seeing how we start to build this out a bit more and think about this much more deeply. We really want to figure out how we can get them from registering to that personal experience. And ultimately, that personal experience should lead to some sort of conversion, like making a purchase, or maybe, save a product. So like, or maybe adding a product to a wish list if they are waiting for a sale or something like that. So we start to really define a bunch of features just by creating the user journey. And that's why I love using the user journey as a way to do that. Now, the next step is to find those similar alternative and like those details about a task that are listed in the same column, as they all represent like a same task or a step. So as you can tell, like I've broken this down, they all kind of resemble something here that is very similar. This is like seeing products that are relevant to them. So deals on products they like, interest pickers, etc. Or if we think about this a little bit more deeply, we can name this column to like onboarding. Like that is the actual name of the activity. So we can do that as well if we want to break this down further. And I'm going to show you how we're going to use this. So what we've done here is we added a clear task at the top. One larger task like this will basically have multiple little activities, and then from there, even smaller activities that can arise. Typical user journey, like I said, is like linear. It's from left to right of a user trying to complete a goal, but this is kind of a different take on that. This is more like a story map, and I'm going to get into story mapping soon, but generally what we're doing here is we're creating a journey, but we're also thinking about these key type of details that it takes to get there. If we think about if we need to get ready for like university or something like that in the morning, it's not just I need to get ready for university. I mean, I need to wake up. I need to turn off my alarm. I need to take a shower. I need to eat breakfast. And even within those smaller tasks, there are different things that we can break out from there. An example being like, I need to pour my cereal. I need to get a spoon. I need to get a bowl. So there are different types of like little requirements that we often forget if we just gloss over it and just think about the larger tasks at hand. Now, the end result probably will look something like this. It could look like this without those larger tasks at the top. I like to start kind of putting them up there, starting to think about this in a larger way. Generally, I kind of do this once because as you can see, just from taking this primary goal from this primary user, we start to think about all these different requirements that are coming through with our application here. So if I think about registering for an app, I need to think about email. The user needs to enter their email. Maybe it's not an email, maybe it's just a phone number. I don't know. We need their name. When I think about the home screen, I think about navigation. I think about like navigation options. I mean, I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff out there, but you can start seeing how we can break this down into different types of journeys or different things that we haven't thought about. Doing multiple journeys could really help break this out even further. Hey, and welcome back. So the last part of this canvas, and this is something that's happening throughout the entire canvas, is mapping your assumptions. Now, risky assumptions are one of the primary sources of wasted effort when we're building like applications in general. The team has the opportunity to really help each other and reduce that risk and uncertainty involved in the success of the project by calling out all this information during this canvas that we're kind of hosting. Now, the recommendation is to, put an asterisk next to any information gathered where the confidence isn't really high and if proven wrong could lead to, the project goals not being met. So there are many common assumptions that if they're proven wrong, they can really affect the success of the project. And here are some examples. If we, put too much effort into minor things, our assumption is that a more personalized shopping experience is going to be better for users. So that definitely is an assumption. And we're going to put this in the middle. Like, we do know that personalized shopping experiences are generally better, but if we don't get it right, this is very high risk for us. Let's think of another example. Building features of little value to end users. So let's think about some features within our app. Interest picker. Generally, when people are, searching for products, they really just want to, find their product, or they want to be served up products. And, maybe this interest picker is a little bit, too much for a minimum viable product. So we're a little uncertain if we need this, but the risk is, a little bit lower. We may spend a little bit time building this, but, it may be risky. Let's think about another assumption. Focusing on the wrong part of the user journey first. So let's think about our user journey. We're going to go back up here. This is something that we quickly built out. If a user wants to get relevant results, and that's our goal over here, maybe something that we should figure out first is how we're going to serve up those results. So maybe the onboarding experience is really in depth. And so like people are maybe really want to focus on deals. We do know people like deals, but if we focus on this now, it's going to give us less time to actually finish the project. So maybe this is in the middle as well. Another one, let's think of another one. We are assuming that all users want to be on mobile since this is the mobile app. Now this is a high risk and we're definitely uncertain of this. We don't know the type of user. We don't know if they're primarily mobile users. These are the types of things we're going to actually be, putting in this kind of like parking lot throughout the entire canvas. We're marking all these things with an asterisk as they're on the whiteboard or within Figma. We're making copies of this and throwing this on our large assumption grid, probably larger than this. And these are the types of things at the end that we're going to do our best to validate. We really want at the end of the canvas to understand what the project goals are. We want to understand who our target users are. Let's say these are end users and these are our stakeholders. We want to understand their goals and concerns. We want to understand the user journey, the main user journeys that we are going to be focused on for this project. But another thing that we need to do is we need to understand the assumptions that we're making along the way. And our first goal after this in Canvas is to validate all these different things. So one very large assumption that we all make is that we know this. We know what the end user wants to do. We may know, but this holds a lot of risk, and we need to figure this out early. This is what I usually do. I map them out into a grid. Sometimes I'll just list them and then we can prioritize them as a team. That's probably quicker in the moment. So remember to map this out throughout the entire process. And that's basically the end of the first part of a product alignment canvas. Welcome back. So as you can see, we're back in this little canvas that we've been working on. We have our journey that we've been creating. We have an assumptions grid, stakeholders, end users. We have project goals. And what I like to do is I like to create a story map. As you can tell, as I was building out this journey map over here, I started thinking about all the different requirements that are happening along the way, all the different things we're asking users, and it's starting to look like a user story map. And you may be thinking, what is a user story map? What's a user story? Why does it need to be mapped? Well, this really helps with prioritization and figuring out releases. Now, as a designer, I feel like this is super helpful, even for myself when I need to think about the types of things I need to actually design for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run you through how we can do this for ourselves. So I'm going to just steal this journey map and we can start breaking that out a bit. I'm going to just copy it here. Okay. So what is a user story map? So user story mapping is how we consistently help, either clients or our product team to release small incremental portions of value with the ability to release at any time and know when the product is viable. It is a product planning method that really helps the product owner and the team focus on end user business outcomes when planning what to build and when to build it. So these story maps complement a traditional flat backlog. So if we think about the type of work that we're trying to build here, it's broken into a bunch of different pieces, and those types of things live in a thing called the backlog. And a backlog is essentially just a long list of different types of features if we're thinking about like a traditional spec. Now, by adding the context of the user's activities and tasks to help design releases that address immediate priorities through a regular cadence of enhancements, flat backlogs really make it difficult to understand the different types of features and how these features relate to each other and how do they create value for the customer. So if I'm thinking about traditional specs, they don't really mention any of that. The user story map really helps us focus on the activity that needs to be completed first and adds just enough stories to allow the activity to happen in the first release, then follow up with enhancements in subsequent releases. So what is a story map and what is it made up of? Now, let's take a look at this. This is essentially a story map in a way, but if we want to think about it a little bit more in depth, story map has several different things. It has the persona and it has a backbone. So we're just going to copy this line and bring it up here. So this is the backbone, and the backbone is made up of high-level activities the app will facilitate in order of priority. It's made up of two elements: your main activities and tasks. Now, the main activity could be something like onboarding, and a task could be something like, let's think about a task within onboarding. Enter personal details. Okay. Now, the activities, this is the highest portion of this backbone. These are usually thought of as like these large epics. That is usually like an agile term to house all the different features within like a category. But these represent an activity the user has in relation to this application. So like I said, onboarding. Tasks describe the events that need to happen in order for the user to complete this larger activity. An example is like entering personal details. Let's throw that in there. Another one could be enter interests. Add products that I am interested in. Maybe there's an education portion. Education around onboarding process. So these are all the different types of tasks that need to be completed in order for somebody to complete this activity. So as you can see, we're starting to build that backbone.
Now there may be more activities. Like I said, there may be another one that is like, what's an example of an activity? I want to be able to find a product. So that's a high level activity, and some tasks could be search. I want to be able to see results. So you can start to see how we're building this kind of narrative in this backbone. Now, in the next video, we're going to be focusing on the bottom portion of a story map and what a user story is. So let's think about this portion of a story map. Now that we've talked about the backbone of the user story map, we have to talk about the body, and that's what happens underneath. Now, the body of the story map describes the details of how to make tasks happen. The body has two elements: user stories and releases. Now, user stories, these are the details of how the tasks are done to meet the goal. An example would be, let's figure this out, interpersonal details. So typical user story would be, as a user, I want to do something because of something. But if I were to write this in a more simple way, let's actually bring down the font size so we have more room. So as a shopper, I want to be able to enter my name and email address so that the application knows who I am. So that's what a user story would be. Gives us a good insight into the type of features that we need to build for this application, but also the reasoning behind those features. Another one could be, as a shopper, I want to be able to enter my address so that I can get relevant results based off of my location. I'm not sure if this is actually going to be possible, but it's another way to think about features in a different way. Instead of just saying, we need to have a sign-up form. Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but like, why do we need to have a sign-up form? Should the sign-up form have different aspects to it? Do we need to create an entire onboarding experience in order to facilitate larger experience for the users about like finding products and etc.? So these user stories really help to make us understand like the different types of steps we need to do to complete these individual tasks and the reasoning and the user motivation behind it all. Now let's think about the second part of the body, releases. Now releases, they help to describe usable and testable versions of the application that can be released. You know, it's helpful to make these as small as possible, but also as descriptive as possible. For instance, the first release of this like application that we're building, Habitual, could be just a way for a user to see all the different products that are relevant to their interests. It has no search, it has no profile necessarily just yet, but we're only thinking about the little pieces of information that we need to get started. So if we want to move this release line up over here, we can start breaking this into different releases. So we have our first release here, an example for a user story for interest that we want in our first release, which I usually call our MVP release. Could be, I want to give a list of things I am interested in. I'm going to save you some time and not write out an entire user story. A second thing that may make it into the release, I want to tell you my hobbies, because maybe we can pull from that type of information. So that may make it into the release. And so we're just going to give that some space. And as you can tell, we're starting to build out a release of features that we find to be the highest priority. So an example here would be, I want to list products that I really like. But something that may be out of scope would be something like, I want to connect a previous shopping application to show you my purchase history. Like I said, I'm not sure what exactly is going to be possible from an engineering standpoint, but as you can tell, this isn't really a high priority in order for us to understand if we can serve up relevant products to our user just yet. You know, maybe one thing for education and onboarding, maybe there is, I want to see an intro screen. That's probably needed. I want to see how long I am in the process for onboarding. That could be another that we definitely need. So this is how we start to create releases. And like I said, these enhancements will come at a later stage. It's not like we forget about them, but they just aren't as important to us right now and in this moment. Now, people often say, what do you do from here? Well, I would start designing this release, and then the goal would be to validate it. It's often difficult to know for sure that the activities and tasks listed match, how the target user performs or thinks about these activities. The closer the similarities between the activities and the tasks in the story map are to the actual target user's mental model, the more intuitive the application starts to seem. So that's when we start to bring in things like user testing to really understand user motivations and the reasons they want to do certain things. We can also take these prototypes that we build based off of these features that we're building and talk to our users about them and see if they can use them, see if they want to use them, get their feedback on those types of things. Now, this is what my process is like when I start a project. I also use story maps for whenever we build larger features, but I'm always thinking about ways we can implement the smallest release possible, even on a smaller scale of enhancements. We want to make sure that we're not committing to too much because in of itself, these stories are risks. They are assumptions that we're making about the user. And if we take on too much before we actually validate, it may all be wasted work, and that's incredibly expensive. So I say get out there, try to figure out who your users are, and start mapping out the different types of features you want to build that you think you should build based off of the input from the subject matter experts that you have in your product alignment canvas, from your product team. Go out there and don't just make assumptions, but make sure that your releases are really planned based off of different types of feedbacks and different types of understanding and validation of who your users are and what their goals are.
After all that hard work, you finally show your designs to Bruno, Habitual. Does Bruno like it? Well, Bruno absolutely loves it. He has been so inspired by your design work that he even got a really cool new hat. Check it out. He wants to be a designer too now because, well, he just wants to create beautiful products like you. Good job getting this far in the course. Bruno's happy, and I hope you're happy too because you learned a lot. But here's the thing. Remember this diagram that we saw at the beginning of the course? We've just completed our planning and design phase. We've taken on the role of a designer and have created a product. But now we have a critical part, which is the handoff to the development team. Usually you hand off your designs to developers so that they can actually build the product and launch it. So how does it work as a designer when you work with developers? Let's find out. Let's talk about the designer handoff or working with developers. Now, the traditional way that designers would work with developers was in what we call a silo. That is, a designer would just work by themselves, and then once they're done, they just hand off the designs to a developer. And the developer just had to create these pixel perfect products based on those designs. Now, this process isn't always the best, mainly because there's a lack of communication between developers and designers. Ideas can be really shared between one another. Maybe a designer is the only one that talks to the client, and the developer has no idea what the client wants. So it is more and more common to see designers work much more collaboratively with developers, working in teams, maybe with product managers, with developers, with scrum masters, so that everybody works together to complete this cycle that we see here. And because we always have this post-launch phase where we have to iterate and learn and constantly improve the product. Now, for a developer, it's really, really hard to go from design to actually building the product using something like a programming language. Now, at the same time, a designer might wonder why this developer can't do something that they have designed, or why this developer created something that is different or slightly different than what they designed. So the key to a successful designer-developer handoff is, as a designer, to always keep the developer in mind. So as a designer, it's actually good for you to speak with developers and design things based on what can technically be done. Design effectively for the platform that you're building. And a developer should know enough about design theory to collaborate and have a mutual language that both can speak together. This idea of mutual understanding and respect is the key to collaboration. Because at the end of the day, you're working together to solve a problem for a user. So by you as a designer learning what a developer has to do, you're going to be a lot better at communicating with developers, and vice versa, which is why we've included in the upcoming sections how HTML, CSS works, how you might be able to put a website online, so that when you work closely with a developer, as you should, you're able to understand what they do, how they work, but also gives you that flexibility to potentially build your own products, be your own designer and developer. Now, personally, I love this quote. And not sure who said it, I've modified it a little bit, but this is generally just good advice when working with anybody. Always design as if the person who ends up maintaining your work will be a violent psychopath who knows where you live. It's always important to think about who you're working with and who you're designing for, so that everybody ends up happy. So let's learn a little bit about the web development world in the next couple of sections.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be talking about portfolios. Now, we have a lot of different images here that we've been working on with our final compositions. And when we get to a part in our project where we are really happy with the final results, even though projects are forever changing, we always iterate on them. There will be a point where, we kind of take our foot off the gas pedal and we're ready to just kind of display our work and just talk about it a bit with the community, get some feedback. And also it's great to use it as a means to find a new job and impress potential employers. So what I've done here is I've taken a bunch of different screens, as you can see. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to export all of these to my desktop. So I'm just going to select them all and I'm going to go down here. And so right now they're all set within a frame size as the iPhone X. And I'm happy with that for now. And I'm just going to click export. And over here, you can export them to whatever type of file type that you like. I typically just use PNG. There's JPEG, there's SVG if you're using vectors and stuff like that, and PDFs. So, there's different options here, but I've always feel like the PNG is probably the best option. You can export with the contents only. If you have a transparent background, you can kind of remove that background as well. In this case, we're going to actually keep the fill in the background of these frames, and we're going to show that in the export.
So I'm going to export these 6 layers, and they're going to go straight to my desktop over here. So let's just save that. Okay, so now that we have those images there, what we want to do is we want to display them in some sort of way. Now, let's create a new page, and we'll just call this page Portfolio Pieces. And what we can do here is we can do Shift Command K, and that is going to bring up our image placement kind of dialog box over here. And we are going to drop those images into this file. So they're all placed. So here we go. Now they're actual just PNGs. So we are just going to place these nicely together. And then, there we go. Okay, so now that we have all these images that we want to work with nicely placed together, what we're going to do is we are going to bring up the iPhone mockups. So you can find these types of mockups anywhere. So I have a couple different variations here, and these will be available to you as well. So I have like an isometric view if you kind of like that look. If you just want that view of like a realistic iPhone X, you can get that with this. Same thing with these views. These are just kind of colorized a bit. So this is kind of like a grayish purple. We have a yellow border. So if you see, like, I'm just going to take this off. We have like a yellow border. So it can go with the type of content that you're working with. So what I'm going to do actually is I like this yellow a lot. I'm actually going to take this whole frame and I'm going to just copy it into our portfolio pieces section. So over here, I have my portfolio pieces section and I'm really happy with that. So you can see this is where the screen is. So we can just call this onboarding. So we'll place the onboarding image in this one. So we have the onboarding frame over here. And what I like about this is we're going to kind of just create like a really nice composition that's going to show off just our general design here. So I'm just going to copy that, Option and drag, and a Command C that, and then go into this iPhone. And I'm going to try and find where I can place this so it actually displays really nicely within the screen. So it's probably within content here. And there you go. So I've placed it in here. You can kind of remove that screen, that placeholder. And there you go. You kind of have this perfectly placed image inside of this iPhone. And there's so many different ways you can do this. Like if I wanted to, so now that I have this iPhone, let's just place it nicely. So now it's just displaying this one image. So if we wanted to kind of show multiple images, we can like do side by side if we want. If we want to show like a flow, the entire onboarding flow, we can do that. We can also show kind of like a little bit of a stylized rendition of our images. If we want to just kind of make it a little bit more dynamic, something like that. If we want to show like different variations. Now, this is purely speaking from like, I would say from a Dribbble perspective, if you just want to take a quick snapshot of your work and then like post it there, this is like an awesome way to do it. And look at that. It took us like 5 seconds to like just put together a quick composition. Even if I wanted to change the background color, I can do that. If I wanted to add like a little bit more depth to that background color, I can do that just by kind of adding a little bit a darker color on the outside. So we can kind of just like make this a little bit of a gradient. So, I mean, there's different ways you can do this. And there you go. Like we already have like a Dribbble shot ready to go. It just took us like 5 seconds, really high quality and very interesting to look at. Now, from a perspective of like showing off different types of pieces of your work for like your portfolio website and stuff like that, you can still do something like this. But I would argue that, you know, if you wanted to show off certain interactions, like that's the place to do it. You could also like just really scale things up a bit more. So if you really want to showcase like how this interaction worked, like you would really zoom into like how this slider would be featured. So definitely think about that when you're exporting your content for like your portfolio, whether that be like on something like Dribbble or Behance or something like portfolio website. Just be very mindful that you want to showcase not just like, oh, look how pretty this looks, but I want to showcase different interactions. I want to showcase how a slider like our carousel like this would work, or what happens when I click on the different navigation pieces, or just like a general flow, like what happens when I go ahead and I click a search. Like, what does that look like? So keep that in mind when you're exporting like different types of designs for the sake of your portfolio, because this will really help you just kind of show off your work much more easier. And there's so many different resources out there, just like this, and this. So let's take this, for example. We'll bring that in really quickly. And let's see what that looks like. Ooh, I just copied the screen, so let's do that again. There it is. We'll do iPhone X minimal, and we're gonna bring that into our portfolio. And for this one, we'll take this. So I'm gonna copy that and go to my screen. And it should work. So what you can do is there's a plugin that can turn your screenshot over here like into an isometric view. So like that. So this is just a 45-degree angle. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to flip it. So make sure that fits. And there you go. So with the use of like a plugin, you can really help make your designs look a little bit more dynamic with something like that. What you can also do, you can just copy and paste something like this over and over again. So this is different shadows. So you can copy and paste this. If you want to group it, you can group it and make multiple versions of it. You don't need to have a drop shadow on it if you don't want to. Just kind of have it floating there, but you can show like your entire application in just like one shot of all the different screens. So that's how I would approach building out your portfolio images. Use real devices. Sometimes you don't need to, like if it's a web-based product, you could just kind of show just the screenshot of the entire screen, but show off your beautiful work. And it's really easy to do so. Just search even on Google for mockups for iPhones or Google Pixels or whatever type of device that you're using, even web browsers. And there's so many Figma options out there. So all of these will be available to you, and go out there and start exporting the designs that you created to show off. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we just spoke briefly about exporting our designs, showing off our beautiful design work and, stuff like that. But really, that's not what's going to get you a job. People are going to hire you as a UX, UI designer, product designer, whatever you want to call that position. They want to hire you for your brain, not just because you can create beautiful designs, but because you can think through different types of problems and come up with great solutions. Now, what's the best way to show that? It's through an actual website or a portfolio site that you can hand off after an interview or before an interview or during an interview. It's the best way for you to get yourself a position. And when you show off your work on your website or your portfolio, you don't want to just show imagery. You want to talk about what you did on that specific project. What was the problem? Maybe the type of research that you conducted, your process. I can't stress how important process is. If you just showed how you got to the end, nobody's going to hire you for a good position. People really want to know what you did in order to get to the end. So let's take a look at a bunch of different portfolio sites that I have here that are actually done really well. I mean, you'll notice that this one over here by Vandana Pai is very, very simple. She's a senior product designer at Spotify. And
literally only 3 projects she's chosen. And if you look at them, they're not flashy, really. I mean, there's nothing really crazy going on here, but you can tell there's different types of interactions that she wants to talk about, different types of problems she wants to talk about. And she's kind of broken them up into these things that we call like case studies. And that is the approach that I definitely would take and I've taken in the past. And it's been incredibly successful for me. And it's been incredibly successful for colleagues I've worked with in the past. So let's jump right in. So as you can tell, it's very simple portfolio website, only work and about we have up here. If we go into like reading this case study, we're going to jump right in. We can see like what date it was, the name of the case study. You see how they've kind of like laid out all the different types of kind of components that they've designed over here. I don't know what this means yet, but it's very kind of visually interesting. So they have this big statement over here, providing feedback like markups and commenting is a key use case for collaboration, but this functionality was limited in Box. How could we increase engagement and promote the feedback loop in Box? I led the redesign to extend our feature set to allow users to create annotations. So already, right off the bat, she's told us what the problem is, what she's planned to do, what her kind of role is. So she's the lead and solo designer for discovery, research, design, animation, and testing. She's also listed the entire team. So if people want to kind of maybe reach out to these people afterwards, but it also gives credit. It shows that, projects, we rarely kind of work on them alone. Even though you may be the solo designer, there's so many other people on that project that kind of lend their hand, and it's good to give credit where credit is due. If a developer came up with a solution and you helped them get there, that's perfect. Or maybe you want to mention that you and the developer really worked closely to build empathy across the team for your user base. So, this really kind of lets the person know who's viewing this that, you're a team player, you have a certain role within that product team, and they know exactly what you've done on this project, not just showing them like a screenshot like this and expecting one of us or the viewer to kind of come up with that. So we have a little quick animation here, just showcasing the interactions that are happening, which is really nice. So you can do that with any type of screen recorder like ScreenFlow. You can even use like Figma to help record this, and you can cut that down with something like ScreenFlow. So once again, you have like the problem statement, and then she starts to write about it a little bit more in depth, and she's showing different portions of her solution and with little annotations on the bottom, just explaining the actual annotation that she came up with. So here we go. Once again, just talking about creating annotation. We have different types of annotations. So this is a really, really good way to show off a case study. Once again, we also have research, exploring all that kind of stuff. Process, we dive deep into her general way that she iterated and got from point A all the way to like maybe point B over here. So this is really a great way to show that, you didn't just jump straight to high fidelity or just didn't settle on one solution. You had a solution, and you kind of worked on it. This is another perfect example of that. You have your V1 and the reasons they didn't work. And then you got eventually to an MVP that you were happy with. If you could see, like, look at this V1 all the way to the MVP. Lots has changed, and she showed me what exactly went wrong with each type of prototype and how she kept on iterating in order to get to the MVP and then eventually over time to the final. So this is definitely an amazing, amazing way to show off your work. It's really in depth. It shows me that you are thinking about a lot of different things here and not just about like beautiful designs. So here's Kostas Kouroulis, and she's a product designer, or I'm not sure if it's a she or he, but they're a product designer currently working on a developer experience at Stripe. So another big company. Once again, not a lot of projects. There's several projects here. They have an archive, but their big projects are at the top. So let's go into, I think this is pronounced Cujo, the home internet security. I like this nice little GIF going on over here. So let's go right into here. And one thing you'll notice with these websites, they're very simple. So once again, like the role, maybe a little bit of the problem use case around this, the results. So this person is an actual product designer where they're also developing possibly physical products. So this is for the Cujo app. And once again, just going through what is happening with this application, what they plan to do with it. They have these screenshots using like just the mock-ups just to kind of help represent and better display their work. And once again, like sometimes some things are out of mockups. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you choose, but one thing I really like is they're kind of taking me through their process. They're taking me through the flow here. So also bringing out their design system a bit more and explaining the reasoning behind that. And, easy way to get through another project. We'll go through one more. This is Ryan Scott. So Ryan Scott is another designer who worked for some pretty big companies. Here we have Airbnb, DoorDash. Like, look, once again, they're just giving you a really quick understanding of the project. It doesn't have to be like crazy with their interactions. As you can tell, these people are really established. They're really good in their field. They don't need to sell you on crazy interactions on their website. Nobody really does. Your work should really do the talking for you. So they have something simple here. And if you're really into writing, like on something like Medium, people often kind of post their articles and what they're doing. If you have talks that you want to kind of showcase, you can do that here as well. So we'll just pick on one project here. So big statement over here, setting Airbnb up for its next decade of growth. So it just said something like mobile experience for Airbnb. Like, that's cool. I mean, that's a big name, but tell me a little bit more. Get me excited about what I'm about to see. So nice placement of an image. We have the challenge statement, his approach. So like this one's even broken down to like the way he specifically approached everything. We have some solutions here. So a simpler, unified checkout flow. And like I said, designs don't need to be crazy, flashy. They don't need to be like out of this world. I mean, at the end of the day, designs need to be functional and they need to solve a problem. And there's a reason why so many people use certain types of apps, because it's just that they make their interactions and their micro interactions really, really delightful. They make the designs really easy to use. They aren't bogged down by certain things. So this is an example of that. So we have the old iOS approach, the old mobile web approach, and then this is the new approach entirely. So really simple. And that's what I really want to showcase here is that, all these people, they have all these different types of projects they want to showcase, and they aren't necessarily showing like 40 different projects. They're showing 1, 2, or 3, and they're showing like real work, not glorified work or anything like that. That's kind of like propped up and like just for visual aesthetics. They're actually showing you their entire process, what was before and what you replaced it with. They're even showing their Figma components here that they've created for like a design system. So, I mean, they're actually showing you their process. And what I really liked over here, especially with this one, is like just showing the versions and the building up of that, showing you that, they had something before, and over time, over the course of a project, through feedback and iteration, they finally got to like an MVP that they launched and then iterated on to get their final. So when you approach a case study, don't think about it as just showing off like beautiful work. Show off your process. Tell me the challenge of the project. Tell me your role in the project. Tell me your approach, your process. Tell me how you got to certain solutions, and maybe tell me what the old solutions look like, why this one's better. Show me the research. I want to know everything. I want to know what you did. That'll give me a good understanding that, hey, this person is very thoughtful. They're an incredibly thoughtful designer. They're thinking about everything. They're showing me everything. They are thinking about all the different types of ways that this solution can be successful. So go out there, create great content for your portfolio website, and just be very mindful of the type of things you put on there, because this kind of stuff is incredibly powerful for somebody who comes in for like a design position. I would definitely hire somebody like this, even if the design's not necessarily beautiful, because you can teach that kind of stuff. That's all very trendy and it's all trend based, but you can't really like teach somebody to be really passionate about very successful solution. You can teach somebody that, but it takes a long time, and this is just very, very, very thorough work. So be very thoughtful as a designer. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So the last thing I want to talk about really is that what happens when you have your content written, you have the imagery picked out, like what do you do? Like, do you know how to code? Do you want some website builder to really help you? And I'm just going to give you the rundown on a couple different options that you can go through when actually posting your portfolio website. So last video we talked about Ryan Scott and his kind of like case studies, and they're really thorough, they're really beautiful. I love them, and I can see that like this person has a lot of experience. They know what they're talking about when it comes to just like coming up with thoughtful solutions. Now, they've actually used Squarespace to build their website. They haven't coded it themselves. It's very simple. So they've used Squarespace. So you can tell by that little icon up there. And Squarespace is a great way for you to just come up with a quick design template and just get it live really quickly without worrying about it being responsive, without worrying about coding, without worrying about all that kind of fuss. Now, I've used Squarespace in the past. I don't anymore, but I would definitely recommend it to somebody who just wants to get something up and running. They don't want to fiddle with code. You can if you want to, but they provide beautiful templates for you to just showcase like your work really, really easily and make it look beautiful. Now, they have their own way of hosting websites, so you don't even have to worry about that as well. They have, like I said, a bunch of different templates. So if we go through kind of their template over here, we can just like pick different types of things that we may want over here. So design, showcase work and expertise. Right now, where are you in your process? So I think I'm just going to replace my site with one from Squarespace. Here are the different types of kind of portfolio-based sites that they offer, and all of them are nice. Like this one's really nice. Let's choose this one. So let's preview Nolan. And you can see what it looks like. So we have an Our Work section, very easy, nice little animations. So I'm going to click one. And really, it's just really easy to kind of place and drop content into something like Squarespace. Once again, like it's already responsive outside of the box. This actually kind of looks like my site, which is really funny. But I would definitely recommend something like Squarespace for people who don't want to fiddle with anything or any problems with code and stuff like that. And it's really nice and aesthetically pleasing right out of the box. So that is one option, Squarespace. There are other options similar to Squarespace like WordPress and stuff like that, but I digress. I think Squarespace is probably one of the better options out there just for out-of-the-box functionality. Next is something like GitHub Pages. So this is what I use. I've coded my own website and I just host it on GitHub, and I've turned that repository into an actual website. So that's what GitHub Pages does. So you can host it there for free. It's just really, really easy. A lot of times people have trouble with like, where do I host my website? Where do I like access all my files if I want to kind of redesign it or like update it and stuff like that? And the thing about GitHub Pages, like if you're not constantly coding and like if you're not in that realm, which I'm not anymore, like I haven't really updated my portfolio website in some time, and I may actually switch back to something like Squarespace just for the actual ease of use. But in this case, GitHub Pages is really great if you're already integrated with like the GitHub ecosystem and you're already familiar with it. And you can easily just kind of upload all your files there and create a public website, and it'll automatically be hosted. So easy way to do that. And you can also like easily download those files and run them in your terminal and use whatever code editor or text editor that you have, whether that be something like Sublime or Atom. It doesn't matter. I mean, you can just easily edit and then push once again to that repository and have it update and be live. So if you're into that, if you want a more tactile approach to building your website, this is what I would definitely use. But like I said, if you don't want that, you don't want the fuss, go with something like Squarespace where you can just automatically get your website and your portfolio up and running easily. So that's how I would approach getting your website up and running really quickly. And yeah, go ahead, go out there. And remember I said about content, like you don't need many projects, only several, and build some beautiful case studies and beautiful websites for potential employers and just for colleagues to kind of look at and give you some feedback.
Alrighty, so in this video, we're going to be talking about Figma, what it is, and how we're going to be using it, and we're going to just set up the basics of our project. So first, what is Figma? So this is a tool for web designers that allows them to create mockups and prototypes of websites, including all image and icon assets, as well as colors and layout positioning. As someone with years of graphic design experience specifically working with layout and design, I can appreciate the connection between design and development that Figma allows for. So I'm going to start by sharing a resource within the course. I'm not going to go hugely in depth on this, but feel free to read about it at your leisure. The fundamental things that you need to know is that it works similar to Photoshop in that you have layers, and each of these layers can have their own styling. In this case, it actually allows you, as a designer, to set the CSS values for how it should be positioned on the page, and that's something we're going to look at as well. And the other main thing that is important is that it allows us to have shared styles, so we can get the color styles from Figma as well. And also, the important thing is exporting image assets. So we'll get to this part later on in the next video. All right, let's get started with our specific Figma project. I will also provide this link to the project. It is called Landing Page. It looks like this. And when you go to this link, you'll be greeted with this if you've never gone to Figma before. The first thing you're going to need to do is log in order to complete the handoff between the designer and the developer. So first, we're going to log in. I've already created my account. You can log in with Google. And once you do that, we can actually close this one for now. Once you do that, you can see that we have our landing page here. And as I hover over it, you can see that we have different layers, different assets happening here. I'm actually just going to zoom in to make this a little bit easier to see. So I'm going to do 150%. And then I want to make this fit within the page so I can actually use a keyboard shortcut in Figma. So I'm just going to press Shift and 1. And now you can see that it's zoomed to fit. All right, awesome. So once you've logged in, this is all the work that the designer has done. And essentially all we're trying to do is recreate this in our code. So the first thing you might notice on the left side here, we have a landing page. When I click on it, this is our landing page layer, which is everything. You can see that we have some CSS over here, including a background linear gradient. If I collapse this, we can actually see that it's made up of a bunch of different layers. So you can see we have our main image, we have our branding, we have all of our other images here at the bottom, and we have our App Store badges here, and then we have our text here as well. All right, so that's generally how everything's going to be laid out. As you click on them, you'll be able to export individual layers. But again, we'll get to that in the next video. So we're going to go back to clicking on the landing page, and this is the first styling we're going to apply within our project. But first, we're going to need to actually set up our project in Visual Studio Code. So if we go back to our desktop here, we're going to start with the standard empty template. So I'm going to just use this, duplicate it, and then I'm going to rename it splash-page. And then I'm going to open this up in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so we have our files open here. Perfect. All right, let's start with the usual. We're going to change our title here to be splash page, and we can save that and then run our project. All right, so it's working. That's great. Now we can go back to our HTML, and the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to create a wrapper div for everything. This is because we want the wrapper to be the 1440 pixels, and we want that to be able to be centered in the body because some screens will actually be wider than 1440 pixels. So if you have a 1080p monitor, that width is actually 1920 instead of 1440. So to create a div with the class wrapper in Visual Studio Code, we can actually just type period and then wrapper. So that's the class, and then press enter. And you see we have a div with the class of wrapper. Very cool. Okay, so we can save that. And if we jump back to Figma here, we can see that we have some styling suggestions here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to copy the background first. And we're going to put that in our body itself, actually. And we can get rid of this min height because we're going to deal with that later. And then we also want to style for our wrapper itself. And we'll jump back to the browser. And we're going to copy the position relative and the width, but we're not going to copy the height because we want the height to be a little bit more dynamic than that. So we're going to paste that in there. So we have our position relative and we have our width of 1440 pixels. And instead of our solid height, we're going to have a more dynamic height. So we're going to give it a min height of 100 viewport height. So this is taking up 100% of the screen real estate that's visible. If you increase the number more than that, it means you'll actually scroll down the page, which we will actually need to do later. And next, we're going to give this a margin of auto. So this is going to center our wrapper within our page if our page happens to be wider than 1440 pixels. And I'm just going to give it a background of Dodger blue now so you can see what I'm talking about. So we can save that now and jump back. Okay, so we can see definitely a lot of blue happening here. But if we actually zoom out, we can see that we have our gradient background. It's very subtle, but there's a little bit of pink down here. And this is showing that our wrapper will remain centered even if the page is bigger than our 1440 pixels. So that's why we're using a wrapper here. All right, so I can set that zoom back to 100%. All right, now we're ready to start with the text for our project. So back in Figma, we can see that we have a title here and we have some body text down here. So the first thing we're going to do is, if we click on the title, we can see that we have a font family of Futura PT. So I personally know that this is a paid font and we want to stick with free fonts for our project. So I'm going to be changing this to Lato instead. So I'm going to jump over to Google Fonts in order to do that. You can choose a different font if you like. To me, this is a similar, very popular font. So I'm just going to search Lato, L-A-T-O, and I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to select the regular font. I'm going to go over to Embed, and I want to copy the import statement. So I'm going to highlight that, copy that, jump back, and I'm going to paste that at the top, the CSS here. And then I'm also going to, in the body, assign the font family to be Lato, sans serif as a backup, just in case that doesn't load. Now we're going to need to build out the HTML with the font from our Figma project. So first we will build out the text here. So we want our title and text, comment out title there. And then we're going to create a parent container because we're also going to put in the App Store badges in here as well. So we're just going to use .text-container to create our div. And then inside of this, we're going to create an h1.title to specify this is our title class. And then we're going to create a paragraph element, so p.text, so to give that a class of text. And then we're going to jump back to the browser. We can close our Google Fonts for now and go back to Figma. And we want to actually copy the text. So we can just copy this right here and then jump back. And we're going to put that in the title there. And then we're going to highlight this and we're going to copy the text here. And we can jump back, paste that in. Okay, I'm going to use Alt-Z to word wrap so that we can actually see everything. That reminds me, we can actually get rid of Font Awesome. We don't need that for this project. Okay, and so we have our HTML done here. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we have our font in here and we have our Google Fonts, so that's good. We can see that we now have a horizontal scroll bar though, and that's definitely something that I don't want to have. I think that's usually a bad thing to have. So we can fix that by switching our overflow X on the body to be hidden. So we'll go back to our CSS here, and below our margin, we're going to type overflow-X. So this is only for left, right. and we want that to be hidden. Okay, we can save that and check. All right, perfect. We got rid of our horizontal scroll bar at the bottom here. So we still have margin above our H1, as you can see. There's a bit of white here, but let's copy the styling from Figma first to see what changes. So back in Figma, I'm going to go over to our title again, and I'm going to copy all of this, but I am going to get rid of that specific font family. I'm going to copy the color, but I'm going to copy that separately because I'm going to put that in the body instead of having to have it in both of them. So we're going to go right below here, and we're going to have a class for our title, and I'm going to paste that in. I'm going to highlight all of these, press tab so that it's indented properly, and I'm going to get rid of this font family here. And I'm going to go back to Figma to copy the color here. And we're going to paste that right here above our background color. Okay. Then I'm going to go back and copy the CSS for our body text here. So you can see that we have a position of absolute, so that is setting exactly where they want it on the page. So that's why having our wrapper be 1440 pixels is so important, because all of this is relative to that 1440 pixel width. Okay, and we'll jump back, and below this, we're going to use our text class here, and we're going to paste this. Same thing, we're just going to highlight this, tab it over, and then remove our font family. And we can save that now and check it out. Okay, so that's definitely looking a lot better. It is exactly where it should be on the page. So you can see if we go back that we have a gap here and we have a gap here on the top, which we are maintaining. Perfect. So our positioning is working out and copying over our CSS is going pretty smoothly so far. I can actually get rid of the background Dodger blue. That was just to show how the wrapper will remain centered on the page. Okay, cool. In the next video, now that we have our position where we want it to be, we're going to be starting to tackle the image assets. So I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the goal of this video is going to be to add our image assets that we have in Figma into our own project. There is a principle of layout and design when it comes to print for newspapers and magazines, and that is that you always want the image to be larger than what it will be on the page in order to make sure that it remains sharp. If you've ever had a really small image that has been made bigger, you can see that it pixelates and loses quality. We want the opposite to happen in this case, to have a bigger image become smaller on the page. So we need to export the elements. We can do this in different formats. So let's say that we click on one of the layers here. So if we were to click down on the arrow, we can see that it's made up of an icon as well as the text here. If you wanted to, you could actually export each of these layers individually and apply the styling individually. But for me, that's a little too in-depth. I want to just actually export the entire layer, so the logo plus the branding itself. Once I have this layer selected, we're going to start with the branding. I'm going to go over to the export option here. I'm going to click on it, and you can see that there's multiple formats that you could export in. For me, I'm going to stick with PNG because it allows us to maintain quality by exporting at a bigger size, as well as maintaining transparency, which is especially important for these images that have box shadow with them as well. So we're going to switch this to 2 times. You can see if you want to preview it, you can see that the checkered background is showing that the background is transparent, which is also going to be super important because we are going to be changing the background color later on in the project. So we just click on this button, export, and you can see we have our PNG here. We're going to do the same thing for our main image, but once we click on this, we can see that there's actually a whole other image here. So we have the iPhone that's made up of the swipe indicator, the screen, the device, and the frame. You can see that as I hover over it, the blue changes. to show which one is selected. In this case, we're going to just take the iPhone itself, which has everything together, including the box shadow. So we'll now click and export that. You can see we have a preview here. We have the box shadow, and the rest of it is transparent. And again, I'm going to export it at 2 times. Export that. And we can minimize that. I'm going to do the same thing for the rest of these, so each of these images. So we have exported each of our image assets here. Now we're going to jump into where we've downloaded them. So we're going to show them in our folder here. And we're going to copy all of these into our splash page project inside a folder we're going to create called IMG. And I'll put this here, open it up, and we're going to drag all of these inside. So there should be 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 images total. Going to drag them, and we're going to clean these up. Okay, let's just view them like this. So we'll switch that. Okay, so I am going to change all of the file names to be more simplified in order to remove the spaces and just be easier within our project. So again, I will kind of fast forward through this. Okay, so for all the one-word file names, I just made them lowercase just to match everything. The iPhone 15 image, I renamed to be main-image. I added the dashes to habitual branding, made it lowercase, and then I simplified these two to be app-store-button and google-play-button. All right, so we have all of our images sorted out. They're now in our project. It's time to actually add them to our code into our index.html. And we're going to start with the branding, which is actually going to go above our title and text as it is on the page. So first, we're going to comment out a title for our brand logo. And I'm just going to add this as a straight up image. So I'm just going to type IMG and press enter. And the source, I'm going to do /, and then it'll automatically come up with image. I'm going to press enter. And now you can see that it automatically shows all the possible options here. And I actually want habitual branding. So I'm going to highlight that and press enter. And I'm going to give it an alt description as well, habitual logo. And I'm also going to give it a class of brand-img. All right, next, within our text container, we want to add our app icons below this. Okay, I'm going to create a parent div just with period app-store-btn and press enter. And you see it creates the div for me. Inside of this, I'm going to have an anchor element. So I'll just type A and press enter. This would link to the App Store for the splash page that we have, but because we don't really have an app to link to, I'm just going to put in https:// and then apple.com. And we're also going to give this a target attribute of _blank so that it opens in a new page. And then we're going to press enter here again. And then inside of this anchor is going to be our image. So I'm going to have my image here. And the source, I'm going to do / again into our image folder. And then I want the App Store button, PNG. And then the alt, I'm just going to have App Store. And I can actually copy this now. And we'll paste it again. And this time I'm going to change this class of the parent here to be google-play-btn. And the link is going to go to play.google.com instead. And we still want our target blank. We need to change the source. So this time it's going to be our Google Play button.png. And I'm going to change the alt attribute as well to be Google Play. Okay, so we can save that and check that out so far. Okay, so we have our branding here and we have our App Store icon. And if we click on it, you can see that we go to the Apple website. And if we click on this, we see that we go to Google Play. All right, so that's working how we want it to work so far. You can see that they're also way too big, especially compared to the text, but we will get to that in the next video. when we focus on our styling. Let's keep adding our assets though for now. So next we have our main image. So we want this to be below our text container. So we'll go below that, and we're going to comment out a title for our main image. And we're going to use a parent div for this as well. So we'll just do .main-image-container and then press enter to create our div. And then inside of this, we're going to have our image and then img, press enter to create our image, and our source dot slash, and then enter for our image. And we want our main image dot png, and the alt will be our landing page mockup. Okay, and then below that, we'll comment out another title, and this is just going to be for images. And then we're going to just add in the rest of the images. I'm going to fast forward through this part. You can see that each of these will also have their own unique class. So this first one is profile-image. It'll follow that same format for the rest of them. I can actually copy these. So I have 5 in total. And now I'll fast forward through renaming them. Okay, so we're done here. We have a class corresponding to each. We have the correct images in here, and we have an alt description for all of our images. Let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so we have our main image here. It's definitely too big. And we have all of our other images here. They are also definitely bigger than they need to be. Okay, so in the next video, we will get to actually styling everything to make everything fit and position the way that it should be. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is going to be to style our image assets. Luckily, most of this work has already been done by the designer. If we jump back to Figma, we can start by clicking on our branding layer. So once we do that, we can see that we have some CSS in the corner here. So we're just going to copy that. It's as simple as that. And we'll jump back to our code, into our CSS, and the class name we're targeting is our brand-img. So we'll do that actually above our title because it appears above our title there, brand-img, and then we'll just paste that in there, and we'll need to shift that position, of course, and we can save that, and yeah, so our branding is looking a lot better. It's the right size, and you can actually see that it's lining up with the text here as well, just like it does in our page here. Awesome. Next, let's focus on our App Store links. So we'll start with our Apple App Store styling. So we can copy this just like we did, jump back to our code, and we want to style our app-store-button. So app-store-btn for button. And we're going to paste that in. Same thing, we'll need to align that again, save it, and check it out. Okay, so we can see that our positioning is correct, but we have an issue that our image itself is still bigger than it should be. It should be smaller than that. How we need to fix that is we actually need to target the image that is a child of our class, and we need to explicitly set the width and height. So right below this, we're just going to type app-store-btn and then space and then img. So this is going to target the image that is a child of our App Store button. Then we can simply copy the width and height and paste it in there. So if we save that now and check it out, we can see that that is now the right size. Awesome. So now we'll do the same thing with our Google Play badge as well. So we'll jump back to Figma, click on our Google Play badge, copy this CSS here, jump back to the code, and target our Google-Play-btn, curly bracket, paste that in there, and we'll fix the formatting. Then below that, we will type out the same class followed by img to target that image element. And then we will copy in the width and height as well. So let's save that. Okay, so that's working a lot better, but we can see that our main image is still way too big, so we'll need to fix that next. We'll need to jump back to Figma to grab the styling. We're going to click on our main image, layer, to copy our CSS. So we'll need to attach this to our main-image-container, and we'll paste that in there, fix the formatting, save it, check it out. Okay, so a couple of things are happening here. First, we can see that our other images have decided to move their way up, which is not ideal. And our main image is also the wrong height. So we'll need to fix that as well. So if we jump back to Figma, expand our main layer, and click on our iPhone, we can see that it has a smaller height than our parent container does. So we will copy that height, and back in our code, we'll do a similar thing as before, and we'll target the main image container, specifically the image element of that main image container, then paste in our new height of 411.15 pixels. Let's save that, check it out. Okay, so our main image now is looking much better. It's the right size. You can see that it's a lot sharper now that it's smaller compared to these bigger ones, so that proves my point there. Now we're going to need to style the rest of our images. So I'm going to just fast forward through copying and pasting over the styling from each of these, and then we'll check it out after that. Okay, so now we're ready to save and check it out. So the first part of that looks a lot better than before. And if we scroll down, okay, we can definitely see that there are some issues. So the first issue is that our bottom two assets are bigger than they should be. So this is because we're only showing half of the image, but we have the same height that we do for the others. The solution to this will be to try to cut the height in half of these two assets, but I've kind of forgotten which is which. Let's go back to our Figma, and if we hover over it, so we're concerned with the product one as well as the cart one. Back in the code then, for our cart, we'll change this to be 222 pixels, so cut it in half, and our product image will do the same, cut that in half to 222. Okay, so let's save that. Okay, so that's looking a whole lot better. The next thing that I'm noticing now that I can see more clearly is that the box shadow is cut off here. So you see there's a sharp line and the box shadow doesn't fade nicely, and the same thing is happening with this one as well. So again, let's double check which ones those were. So this is for our orders and our home assets. So we can go back to the code now, and we'll just increase the height to be 470 instead of 444. So that was for our orders and for our home as well. So we'll change that to 470 as well, and we can save that. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. You can see that we have our full box shadow at the bottom here. That is looking way, way better. Something else you may have noticed is that our gradient is not extending to the bottom of our page. That is because our wrapper has a min height of only 100 viewport height. So it's only filling one screen, and then you can see it stops. So we're going to need to adjust the height value for our wrapper. If we jump back to Figma, we can see that if we click on our landing page layer, on the right side, we have a static height value of 1388 pixels. We can go ahead and copy that, jump back to the code, scroll back up to the top. In order to replace our wrapper min height, we'll convert it just to height because it's a static value. Then we'll paste in the value from Figma, save to check it out. Okay, so we can see that The gradient now is going all the way to the bottom, so that's good. But we can also see that we have a bit of a gap here on the bottom. Let's see if we can make it a little bit smaller. So I already know from my own experimentation that I can have a new value of 1379 in order to make it smaller, but still stretch to the very bottom of the page. Okay, so that's looking better. We have a nice thin gap at the bottom. All right, awesome. So our gradient is going all the way to the bottom. Our assets are all the right side. They're all in the right position. If we jump back and compare what we had in Figma that our designer gave us and what we have now in our page, and we can see that it looks very similar. The only difference is we're actually scrolling to get to the bottom, but other than that, everything is lined up exactly as it is in Figma. All right, so that's it for our developer from designer handoff. In the next video, I'm going to show you how you can have toggles in the top right to allow users to be able to change the background. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so in this video, we're going to be talking about Figma, what it is, and how we're going to be using it, and we're going to just set up the basics of our project. So first, what is Figma? So this is a tool for web designers that allows them to create mockups and prototypes of websites, including all image and icon assets, as well as colors and layout positioning. As someone with years of graphic design experience, specifically working with layout and design, I can appreciate the connection between design and development that Figma allows for. So I'm going to start by sharing a resource within the course. I'm not going to go hugely in depth on this, but feel free to read about it at your leisure. The fundamental things that you need to know is that it works similar to Photoshop in that you have layers, and each of these layers can have their own styling. In this case, it actually allows you as a designer to set the CSS values for how it should be positioned on the page, and that's something we're going to look at as well. And the other main thing that is important is that it allows us to have shared styles, so we can get the color styles from Figma as well. And also, the important thing is exporting image assets. So we'll get to this part later on in the next video. All right, let's get started with our specific Figma project. I will also provide this link to the project. It is called landing page. It looks like this. And when you go to this link, you'll be greeted with this if you've never gone to Figma before. The first thing you're going to need to do is log in order to complete the handoff between the designer and the developer. So first, we're going to log in. I've already created my account. You can log in with Google. And once you do that, we can actually close this one for now. Once you do that, you can see that we have our landing page here. And as I hover over it, you can see that we have different layers, different assets happening here. I'm actually just going to zoom in to make this a little bit easier to see. So I'm going to do 150%. And then I want to make this fit within the page so I can actually use a keyboard shortcut in Figma. So I'm just going to press Shift and 1. And now you can see that it's zoomed to fit. All right, awesome. So once you've logged in, this is all the work that the designer has done. And essentially all we're trying to do is recreate this in our code. So the first thing you might notice on the left side here, we have a landing page. When I click on it, this is our landing page layer, which is everything. You can see that we have some CSS over here, including a background linear gradient. If I collapse this, we can actually see that it's made up of a bunch of different layers. So you can see we have our main image, we have our branding, we have all of our other images here at the bottom, and we have our App Store badges here, and then we have our text here as well. All right, so that's generally how everything's going to be laid out. As you click on them, you'll be able to export individual layers. But again, we'll get to that in the next video. So we're going to go back to clicking on the landing page, and this is the first styling we're going to apply within our project. But first, we're going to need to actually set up our project in Visual Studio Code. So if we go back to our desktop here, we're going to start with the standard empty template. So I'm going to just use this, duplicate it, and then I'm going to rename it splash-page. And then I'm going to open this up in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so we have our files open here. Perfect. All right, let's start with the usual. We're going to change our title here to be splash page, and we can save that and then run our project. All right, so it's working. That's great. Now we can go back to our HTML, and the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to create a wrapper div for everything. This is because we want the wrapper to be the 1440 pixels, and we want that to be able to be centered in the body because some screens will actually be wider than 1440 pixels. So if you have a 1080p monitor, that width is actually 1920 instead of 1440. So to create a div with the class wrapper in Visual Studio Code, we can actually just type period and then wrapper. So that's the class, and then press enter. And you see we have a div with the class of wrapper. Very cool. Okay, so we can save that. And if we jump back to Figma here, we can see that we have some styling suggestions here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to copy the background first. And we're going to put that in our body itself, actually. And we can get rid of this min height because we're going to deal with that later. And then we also want to style for our wrapper itself. And we'll jump back to the browser. And we're going to copy the position relative and the width, but we're not going to copy the height because we want the height to be a little bit more dynamic than that. So we're going to paste that in there. So we have our position relative and we have our width of 1440 pixels. And instead of our solid height, we're going to have a more dynamic height. So we're going to give it a min height of 100 viewport height. So this is taking up 100% of the screen real estate that's visible. If you increase the number more than that, it means you'll actually scroll down the page, which we will actually need to do later. And next, we're going to give this a margin of auto. So this is going to center our wrapper within our page if our page happens to be wider than 1440 pixels. And I'm just going to give it a background of Dodger blue now so you can see what I'm talking about. So we can save that now and jump back. Okay, so we can see definitely a lot of blue happening here. But if we actually zoom out, we can see that we have our gradient background. It's very subtle, but there's a little bit of pink down here. And this is showing that our wrapper will remain centered even if the page is bigger than our 1440 pixels. So that's why we're using a wrapper here. All right, so I can set that zoom back to 100%. All right, now we're ready to start with the text for our project. So back in Figma, we can see that we have a title here and we have some body text down here. So the first thing we're going to do is if we click on the title, we can see that we have a font family of Futura PT. So I personally know that this is a paid font and we want to stick with free fonts for our project. So I'm going to be changing this to Lato instead. So I'm going to jump over to Google Fonts in order to do that. You can choose a different font if you like. To me, this is a similar, very popular font. So I'm just going to search Lato, L-A-T-O, and I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to select the regular font. I'm going to go over to Embed, and I want to copy the import statement. So I'm going to highlight that, copy that, jump back, and I'm going to paste that at the top, the CSS here. And then I'm also going to, in the body, assign the font family to be Lato, sans serif as a backup, just in case that doesn't load. Now we're going to need to build out the HTML with the font from our Figma project. So first we will build out the text here. So we want our title and text, comment out title there. And then we're going to create a parent container because we're also going to put in the App Store badges in here as well. So we're just going to use .text-container to create our div. And then inside of this, we're going to create an h1.title to specify this is our title class. And then we're going to create a paragraph element, so p.text, so to give that a class of text. And then we're going to jump back to the browser. We can close our Google Fonts for now and go back to Figma. And we want to actually copy the text. So we can just copy this right here and then jump back. And we're going to put that in the title there. And then we're going to highlight this and we're going to copy the text here. And we can jump back, paste that in. Okay, I'm going to use Alt-Z to word wrap so that we can actually see everything. That reminds me, we can actually get rid of Font Awesome. We don't need that for this project. Okay, and so we have our HTML done here. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we have our font in here and we have our Google Fonts, so that's good. We can see that we now have a horizontal scroll bar though, and that's definitely something that I don't want to have. I think that's usually a bad thing to have. So we can fix that by switching our overflow X on the body to be hidden. So we'll go back to our CSS here, and below our margin, we're going to type overflow-X. So this is only for left, right, and we want that to be hidden. Okay, we can save that and check. All right, perfect. We got rid of our horizontal scroll bar at the bottom here. So we still have margin above our H1, as you can see. There's a bit of white here, but let's copy the styling from Figma first to see what changes. So back in Figma, I'm going to go over to our title again, and I'm going to copy all of this, but I am going to get rid of that specific font family. I'm going to copy the color, but I'm going to copy that separately because I'm going to put that in the body instead of having to have it in both of them. So we're going to go right below here, and we're going to have a class for our title, and I'm going to paste that in. I'm going to highlight all of these, press tab so that it's indented properly, and I'm going to get rid of this font family here. And I'm going to go back to Figma to copy the color here. And we're going to paste that right here above our background color. Okay. Then I'm going to go back and copy the CSS for our body text here. So you can see that we have a position of absolute, so that is setting exactly where they want it on the page. So that's why having our wrapper be 1440 pixels is so important, because all of this is relative to that 1440 pixel width. Okay, and we'll jump back, and below this, we're going to use our text class here, and we're going to paste this. Same thing, we're just going to highlight this, tab it over, and then remove our font family. And we can save that now and check it out. Okay, so that's definitely looking a lot better. It is exactly where it should be on the page. So you can see if we go back that we have a gap here and we have a gap here on the top, which we are maintaining. Perfect. So our positioning is working out and copying over our CSS is going pretty smoothly so far. I can actually get rid of the background Dodger blue. That was just to show how the wrapper will remain centered on the page. Okay, cool. In the next video, now that we have our position where we want it to be, we're going to be starting to tackle the image assets. So I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the goal of this video is going to be to add our image assets that we have in Figma into our own project. There is a principle of layout and design when it comes to print for newspapers and magazines, and that is that you always want the image to be larger than what it will be on the page in order to make sure that it remains sharp. If you've ever had a really small image that has been made bigger, you can see that it pixelates and loses quality. We want the opposite to happen in this case, to have a bigger image becomes smaller on the page. So we need to export the elements. We can do this in different formats. So let's say that we click on one of the layers here. So if we were to click down on the arrow, we can see that it's made up of an icon as well as the text here. If you wanted to, you could actually export each of these layers individually and apply the styling individually. But for me, that's a little too in-depth. I want to just actually export the entire layer, so the logo plus the branding itself. Once I have this layer selected, we're going to start with the branding. I'm going to go over to the export option here. I'm going to click on it, and you can see that there's multiple formats that you could export in. For me, I'm going to stick with PNG because it allows us to maintain quality by exporting at a bigger size, as well as maintaining transparency, which is especially important for these images that have box shadow with them as well. So we're going to switch this to 2 times. You can see if you want to preview it, you can see that the checkered background is showing that the background is transparent, which is also going to be super important because we are going to be changing the background color later on in the project. So we just click on this button, export, and you can see we have our PNG here. We're going to do the same thing for our main image, but once we click on this, we can see that there's actually a whole other image here. So we have the iPhone that's made up of the swipe indicator, the screen, the device, and the frame. You can see that as I hover over it, the blue changes to show which one is selected. In this case, we're going to just take the iPhone itself, which has everything together, including the box shadow. So we'll now click and export that. You can see we have a preview here, we have the box shadow, and the rest of it is transparent. And again, I'm going to export it at 2 times. Export that. And we can minimize that. I'm going to do the same thing for the rest of these, so each of these images. So we have exported each of our image assets here. Now we're going to jump into where we've downloaded them. So we're going to show them in our folder here. And we're going to copy all of these into our splash page project inside a folder we're going to create called IMG. And I'll put this here, open it up, and we're going to drag all of these inside. So there should be 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 images total. Going to drag them, and we're going to clean these up. Okay, let's just view them like this. So we'll switch that. Okay, so I am going to change all of the file names to be more simplified in order to remove the spaces and just be easier within our project. So again, I will kind of fast forward through this. Okay, so for all the one-word file names, I just made them lowercase just to match everything. The iPhone 15 image, I renamed to be main-image. I added the dashes to habitual branding, made it lowercase, and then I simplified these two to be app-store-button and google-play-button. All right, so we have all of our images sorted out. They're now in our project. It's time to actually add them to our code into our index.html. And we're going to start with the branding, which is actually going to go above our title and text as it is on the page. So first, we're going to comment out a title for our brand logo. And I'm just going to add this as a straight up image. So I'm just going to type IMG and press enter. And the source, I'm going to do /, and then it'll automatically come up with image. I'm going to press enter. And now you can see that it automatically shows all the possible options here. And I actually want habitual branding. So I'm going to highlight that and press enter. And I'm going to give it an alt description as well, habitual logo. And I'm also going to give it a class of brand-img. All right, next, within our text container, we want to add our app icons below this. Okay, I'm going to create a parent div just with period app-store-btn and press enter. And you see it creates the div for me. Inside of this, I'm going to have an anchor element. So I'll just type A and press enter. This would link to the App Store for the splash page that we have, but because we don't really have an app to link to, I'm just going to put in https:// and then apple.com. And we're also going to give this a target attribute of _blank so that it opens in a new page. And then we're going to press enter here again. And then inside of this anchor is going to be our image. So I'm going to have my image here. And the source, I'm going to do / again into our image folder. And then I want the App Store button, PNG. And then the alt, I'm just going to have App Store. And I can actually copy this now. And we'll paste it again. And this time I'm going to change this class of the parent here to be Google-Play-BTN. And the link is going to go to play.google.com instead. And we still want our target blank. We need to change the source. So this time it's going to be our Google Play button.png. And I'm going to change the alt attribute as well to be Google Play. Okay, so we can save that and check that out so far. Okay, so we have our branding here and we have our App Store icon. And if we click on it, you can see that we go to the Apple website. And if we click on this, we see that we go to Google Play. All right, so that's working how we want it to work so far. You can see that they're also way too big, especially compared to the text, but we will get to that in the next video when we focus on our styling. Let's keep adding our assets though for now. So next we have our main image. So we want this to be below our text container. So we'll go below that and we're going to comment out a title for our main image. And we're going to use a parent div for this as well. So we'll just do .main-image-container and then press enter to create our div. And then inside of this, we're going to have our image and then img, press enter to create our image and our source // and then enter for our image. And we want our main image.png and the alt will be our landing page mockup. Okay, and then below that, we'll comment out another title, and this is just going to be for images, and then we're going to just add in the rest of the images. I'm going to fast forward through this part. You can see that each of these will also have their own unique class. So this first one is profile-image. It'll follow that same format for the rest of them. I can actually copy these. So I have 5 in total, and now I'll fast forward through renaming them. Okay, so we're done here. We have a class corresponding to each. We have the correct images in here, and we have an alt description for all of our images. Let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so we have our main image here. It's definitely too big. And we have all of our other images here. They are also definitely bigger than they need to be. Okay, so in the next video, we will get to actually styling everything to make everything fit and position the way that it should be. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is going to be to style our image assets. Luckily, most of this work has already been done by the designer. If we jump back to Figma, we can start by clicking on our branding layer. So once we do that, we can see that we have some CSS in the corner here. So we're just going to copy that. It's as simple as that. And we'll jump back to our code, into our CSS, and the class name we're targeting is our brand-img. So we'll do that actually above our title because it appears above our title there. Brand-img, and then we'll just paste that in there, and we'll need to shift that position, of course, and we can save that. And yeah, so our branding is looking a lot better. It's the right size, and you can actually see that it's lining up with the text here as well, just like it does in our page here. Awesome. Next, let's focus on our App Store links. So we'll start with our Apple App Store styling. So we can copy this just like we did. Jump back to our code, and we want to style our app-store-button. So app-store-btn for button. And we're going to paste that in. Same thing, we'll need to align that again, save it, and check it out. Okay, so we can see that our positioning is correct, but we have an issue that our image itself is still bigger than it should be. It should be smaller than that. How we need to fix that is we actually need to target the image that is a child of our class, and we need to explicitly set the width and height. So right below this, we're just going to type app-store-btn and then space and then img. So this is going to target the image that is a child of our App Store button. Then we can simply copy the width and height and paste it in there. So if we save that now and check it out, we can see that that is now the right size. Awesome. So now we'll do the same thing with our Google Play badge as well. So we'll jump back to Figma, click on our Google Play badge, copy this CSS here, jump back to the code, and target our Google-Play-BTN, curly bracket, paste that in there, and we'll fix the formatting. Then below that, we will type out the same class followed by img to target that image element, and then we will copy in the width and height as well. So let's save that. Okay, so that's working a lot better, but we can see that our main image is still way too big, so we'll need to fix that next. We'll need to jump back to Figma to grab the styling. We're going to click on our main image, layer, to copy our CSS. So we'll need to attach this to our main-image-container, and we'll paste that in there, fix the formatting, save it, check it out. Okay, so a couple of things are happening here. First, we can see that our other images have decided to move their way up, which is not ideal. And our main image is also the wrong height. So we'll need to fix that as well. So if we jump back to Figma, expand our main layer, and click on our iPhone, we can see that it has a smaller height than our parent container does. So we will copy that height, and back in our code, we'll do a similar thing as before, and we'll target the main image container, specifically the image element of that main image container, then paste in our new height of 411.15 pixels. Let's save that, check it out. Okay, so our main image now is looking much better. It's the right size. You can see that it's a lot sharper now that it's smaller compared to these bigger ones, so that proves my point there. Now we're going to need to style the rest of our images. So I'm going to just fast forward through copying and pasting over the styling from each of these, and then we'll check it out after that. Okay, so now we're ready to save and check it out. So the first part of that looks a lot better than before. And if we scroll down, okay, we can definitely see that there are some issues. So the first issue is that our bottom two assets are bigger than they should be. So this is because we're only showing half of the image, but we have the same height that we do for the others. The solution to this will be to try to cut the height in half of these two assets, but I've kind of forgotten which is which. Let's go back to our Figma, and if we hover over it, so we're concerned with the product one as well as the cart one. Back in the code then, for our cart, we'll change this to be 222 pixels, so cut it in half, and our product image will do the same, cut that in half to 222. Okay, so let's save that. Okay, so that's looking a whole lot better. The next thing that I'm noticing now that I can see more clearly is that the box shadow is cut off here. So you see there's a sharp line and the box shadow doesn't fade nicely. And the same thing is happening with this one as well. So again, let's double check which ones those were. So this is for our orders and our home assets. So we can go back to the code now and we'll just increase the height to be 470 instead of 444. So that was for our orders and for our home as well. So we'll change that to 470 as well. And we can save that. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. You can see that we have our full box shadow at the bottom here. That is looking way, way better. Something else you may have noticed is that our gradient is not extending to the bottom of our page. That is because our wrapper has a min height of only 100 viewport height. So it's only filling one screen and then you can see it stops. So we're going to need to adjust the height value for our wrapper. If we jump back to Figma, we can see that if we click on our landing page layer, on the right side, we have a static height value of 1388 pixels. We can go ahead and copy that, jump back to the code, scroll back up to the top. In order to replace our wrapper min height, we'll convert it just to height because it's a static value. Then we'll paste in the value from Figma, save to check it out. Okay, so we can see that the gradient now is going all the way to the bottom, so that's good. But we can also see that we have a bit of a gap here on the bottom. Let's see if we can make it a little bit smaller. So I already know from my own experimentation that I can have a new value of 1379 in order to make it smaller, but still stretch to the very bottom of the page. Okay, so that's looking better. We have a nice thin gap at the bottom. All right, awesome. So our gradient is going all the way to the bottom. Our assets are all the right side. They're all in the right position. If we jump back and compare what we had in Figma that our designer gave us and what we have now in our page, and we can see that it looks very similar. The only difference is we're actually scrolling to get to the bottom. But other than that, everything is lined up exactly as it is in Figma. All right, so that's it for our developer from designer handoff. In the next video, I'm going to show you how you can have toggles in the top right to allow users to be able to change the background. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now.
Hello! That was a little bit excessive, but I'm very, very excited to start the course. So in this section, we're going to be talking about browsing the web. It's the first part in the How the Internet Works section. And some of you are thinking right now, whoa, Andre, like, come on. I know how the internet works. Let's get to the heavy, technical stuff. But this is something that actually took me quite a few years to learn. And I see a lot of people just skimming the surface of this stuff without fully understanding how everything works together. Without having those foundations, it's actually very, very difficult to think about performance, optimizing your site, and so on and so on. So we're going to start off very, very basic, and we're going to learn something that it took me many years to learn. And once I figured this out, everything clicked. So just hang in there. Trust me. I promise you, you'll learn something new in this section. And we're going to be talking about browsing the web. We have over here a laptop, and we have our web browser, let's say Google Chrome. And we typically like to say, go to Google, and we're going to visit Google. So we type in google.com, and well, what happens technically when we do that? When we enter google.com, we press enter on our keyboard. We ask a question. Who's this google.com fellow? And that question gets asked all the way down to our ISP. ISP is Internet Service Provider, and I put a $sign up here, just so you know those are the people that you pay so you can have internet. So if you're in the States, that's Cogeco, Verizon. If you're in Canada, that would be Bell or Rogers. Or, depending on your country, you have your big companies that make a lot of money from internet usage. So they get that request and they send that off to something called the DNS server, so domain name servers. And We'll get into that later on in the course. So don't worry too much about it, but essentially it's a phone book. A phone book that has the list of all these URLs like google.com, and it has the addresses of them. So exactly like a phone book, they know where google.com is. So they say, hey, I don't know Mr. Google.com personally, but I do know his address. So you should go check him out. So they send off that request back through the ISP, and the website or the web browser, Google Chrome in this case, gets 172.217.723. All right, cool, but nothing's showing up yet. There's no google.com. I can't do any searches yet. Okay, we received what we call an IP address. So think of this as something that every single computer has one. Anything that's connected to the internet has its own address. So the laptop that I'm working on right now has an IP address. Your laptop or computer has an IP address. So this IP address allows the internet to work essentially. It knows our location, our address. So what we do now with google.com, we know this IP address. The browser sends off another request to the Google servers, and it knows where the Google servers are because we have this address. So we go seek it out, and you can think of servers as computers essentially. My laptop could be a server, your computer could be a server. Servers are essentially computers that are sometimes in basements or in huge server farms, and they have a piece of software running that, just like at a restaurant where a server brings you food, it knows how to send you files when you request for them. So we send this off, and the Google servers say, oh yeah, no problem. Let me give you my HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And we'll get into what those are later on in the course, but think of them as just text files. They're text files that Google is going to send to the browser so we can have Google working. So let me just minimize this and show you what it's doing. So we're copying these files, and Google server is saying, yeah, no problem. Thanks for asking for Google. Here it is. And the web browser receives the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if we go to the next section, boom, we have google.com, and everything's working. Now, that sounded like a whole bunch of stuff that happened in between. And when we're on the internet, everything is quite fast. But yeah, underneath the hood, all of that is happening. And it's crazy to think how fast everything works. Don't take my word for it. Let's just check this process that I'm not just making stuff up for you. If what we learned was correct, technically, we can skip this process, right? I mean, if we know the address of Google, can we just, go into this directly and just, instead of putting in google.com, just put in this in our search bar and it automatically goes to the Google servers? Well, let's try it out. Let's open up Google here. And, ooh, what a pretty picture. All right, so we go to google.com. Nothing crazy here. And that's great. But what if instead of that, I put in the IP address? So 172, there's no way I could remember this address, so I've done this before. And I press enter. Look at that, google.com. So as you can see, I'm not lying. It's what's happening. The IP address gets sent to the Google servers. Google servers send us a few files so that we can finally load google.com. In the next section, we're going to do something fun. We're going to break a bit of Google and toy around with the website again to show you how cool all of this technology is. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In the last section, we talked about how we have google.com, and if we enter an IP address, we essentially get all these files from Google. So if we look back at the diagram that we had, we see here that the Google servers just send us a couple of files, which are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Again, something that we'll cover later on. But for now, based on that knowledge, we should be able to break Google. So let's play with something. If you open up Google Chrome and you go into View, then Developer, then Developer Tools, you're going to have a screen over here that pops up. You might want to move it up and down just so you can see better. Let me just scroll this down a bit so you can see. You'll see over here that there's a little icon on the left with a pointer and a window. If you click on that and now go to the website, you'll see it selects a bunch of different things. So it's just an element selector. So let's just click on this. So when I click on this, it takes me to the part of the HTML file that essentially tells Google to put in Google search here. So based on that, we can do something fun. We can get the value over here of Google search, and let's change it to Andre search. Press enter. Look at that. We now just changed Google to have Andre search over here. That's very, very cool. I want you to play around with that and see what you can do. For example, if I now select this and I'm just like, I don't want this, I'm going to press the delete key and just delete it. Look at that. I can delete that. Okay, I don't like that either. I'm going to press delete on that as well. And let's see. You know what? I want the entire website. I want this entire body thing gone. Delete. Look at that. We just completely deleted Google. Now, you must be freaking out. What happened? Am I going to get sent to jail? I just deleted Google. Well, no, not really. Press enter and Google is back. Now, why is that? Well, if we go back to our diagram, we have Google servers and we were playing around with one of these files and we just modified it. We essentially just said delete, delete. So Google was gone. But when I made that request again, Google servers, no problem. We have these files. They send these files all over again back to the server. Hopefully that made sense to you. We see that the browser essentially is a tool, a piece of software that can receive files from servers, and it knows how to read them so that, look at that, we get pretty Google and we can type in all the searches that we want in the world. All right, let's get to the next section where we talk about the internet backbone. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey there, welcome back. All right, if you thought so far everything's been really, really cool, well, things are going to get a lot cooler. We're going to be talking about the internet backbone. So we recognize this because I've been talking about it for the last couple of lessons. But some of you may have had a question that is, what do the arrows mean? I mean, it's kind of like magic, right? I just told you that we send off the IP address to the servers. The server responds with some files, but this is just magic. Like, what do these arrows mean? So we're going to talk about that in this lesson. And we're going to do that with this really, really fuzzy diagram that I found online from this website. It's not the clearest picture, but it actually has some really important things. So I want to use that to demonstrate to you what the internet backbone is. So some of you know the way we connect in our homes, at a coffee shop, or at work is we usually have Wi-Fi, or maybe sometimes we still have people that are using Ethernet cables and connecting through those. But for now, let's just focus on the fact that we have a home and we have Wi-Fi, and this Wi-Fi essentially gives us internet from the router. You can see this little person over here working hard with a router next to him. And this router is connected all the way to something called a modem. And this is something that if you ever signed up for internet or changed providers, you most likely had somebody come to your house and install something. And that's this box over here that essentially allows the ISP, the internet service provider, this big building over here, we remember that, to connect to it. So this modem has these signal towers that transmit signals of, google.com, and it receives these messages. And then this is why I picked this image, just because I think it's incredible. You see this wire that is connected all the way to the ISP, and then the internet service provider, the ISP, is connected to this magical blue cable that is the internet backbone. And something that's really important in this image is the fact that there's Wi-Fi, which is over the air, but at the end of the day, everything is kind of connected through cables. So some of you, or many of you, or all of you might be wondering, what the hell is this internet backbone thing? Sounds cool, but this kind of vague. So I found a really, really cool thing that we can do together. I'll post this website in the notes after this lesson, but if you go over here, you actually see the internet backbone. So let's say we're in Brazil and we wanted to search google.com. Well, from Brazil, from our home through Wi-Fi. It connects to our router, to our modem, and then all the way to our internet service provider. Let's say it's internet service providers over here. And then through cables, it connects all the way to, let's say, this point over here. And let's say for now that the Google servers are located somewhere in Portugal over here. Well, that signal of me looking for that IP address of Google and looking for those Google files is going to go through this submarine cable. Yeah, you heard that right. It's a physical cable that goes at the bottom of the seafloor from Brazil all the way to Portugal, where the Google servers are. And then the Google server says, yep, I got those files. Here they are. And sends it all the way back through the ISP, all the way back to our house. Like, isn't that cool that there's physical cables that are connecting and creating this internet? So, there are times where somebody destroys or something happens where these cable connections are cut off and you sometimes lose internet connection that way. But yeah, the internet backbone is literally just this network all over the world of connected cables so that we can transfer these files all over the world. And just to show you how insane this is, somebody from the Opti project over here, I got this off of Wikipedia, mapped out in, I believe this was in 2015, just 30% of the network. And you can see over here that each one of these dots is an IP address. So a computer that is connected to another computer that is connected to another computer. And that's the internet. The internet is just all these connected computers that are just transferring files between each other. And as web developers, and this is the coolest thing, and that's why I just think everybody should be a web developer, because it's so cool. You're allowing this to happen. You're allowing this transferring of files from one computer to another, transferring knowledge from Brazil to Portugal and all over the world. And you get to be part of it. You get to be part of this network and you get to evolve. When this picture of the internet came to me, I knew that this was the career for me. So hopefully that gets you excited. In the next section, I'm going to show you something really cool, traceroute, before we finish up the lesson and we get into the next sections. So hope that was cool. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome back. We mentioned in the last lesson that we're going to be talking about traceroute. What is that? Well, I just wanted to finally get the entire picture of the internet across, and I think this is the best way to do it. Now, if you're on a Mac, you're going to press Command Space and look for a program that comes with your Mac called Terminal, and you're going to press Enter and you're going to get this. So it's an application that all Macs have. If you're on a Windows machine, it's called Command Prompt, and in the exercise right after this lesson, I will show you instructions on how to access that as well. We're going to talk about traceroute. And if you remember, we spoke about this image of all these connected things happening and going to the internet backbone, and then Google.com finally sends us the files back to our house. And you can actually monitor how that's going to work using traceroute. So if we type in traceroute, and on Windows machine, it's actually traceRT. But for now, we'll just go traceroute. And you can request for whatever website you want. So let's go with google.com. I press enter, and yep, look at that. It gave me a whole bunch of hops that it did. So you can see 1 through 9 here. So it did 9 hops. So that means 9 stops to this address at 172.168.1.14. So again, that looks like the IP address. So again, let's always test our experiments here. If I put that in and press enter, we should get google.com. Let's see. Look at that, google.com. So that's a fun little way of you to see where your requests go, and you can monitor. You can see all these IP addresses are different computers that are trying to locate the Google service. So go ahead in the next section. There's a little exercise. You can play around with this and just see where all your requests go all over the world. I think it's very, very cool. We're going to finish up in the next section with some fundamentals and what we can do with this knowledge that we have to actually become really good web developers. So see you in the next section. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Good job, you've made it this far. And you're probably asking yourself, Andre, this has been really good, really informative, but where's the coding? I want to start building some websites. And I know, we'll get there, don't worry. But without even realizing it, you just learned some really, really important fundamental skills and something that will take you very, very far in the career of a web developer, because now you know how to improve website performance without a single line of code. And just so you know, we're going to get a little silly here. We're actually going to make sure that you remember these fundamental skills every time throughout these lessons. There's going to be chunks and very important lessons. And to symbolize how important they are, I'm going to get Jean-Claude Van Damme's help. So again, this is an important lesson. This is an important fundamental web developer concept. So Jean-Claude Van Damme, how important is it? All right, so as you can see, very important concept. And what is it? Well, like I said, without writing a single line of code, you now know how to improve a website's performance. So let's think about this. There's three things. We send google.com, we talk to Google servers, and we get these files back. So just looking at this and looking at what you've learned so far, what's one thing that would make sure that this process would be fast? Let's look at the first one. I'm going to give you a second to think. Hopefully you get it. The first one is location of the server. We saw how big the internet backbone is. So if the servers are really, really close to you, let's say you're in the States and the servers are just a couple of kilometers away, that hop is going to be really, really fast versus if it's all the way across the globe. So location of the server is important. And we'll talk about these and how big companies use these to their advantage later on. So that makes sense. Let's look at the next one. So the next one is how many trips. So hopefully, ideally, we just have one trip to the Google servers and Google servers send us all the files that we need back. But as we know, there's new pages, there's searches. So this communication with Google is back and forth, back and forth. And the less trips we have, the faster that we'll be able to get the files. So how many trips? And then finally, size of files. Again, if this HTML file or CSS file or JavaScript file is massive and it's 100 megabytes, well, that's going to be a lot slower to transfer over the internet than it is if it was just a couple of kilobytes. So there it is. These three things are something that you'll take with you, and you'll realize that every time you're building an application, a website, you're going to be thinking about these things. And these are going to help you make sure that you have a performant, fast website. And we're going to take these with us as we go on throughout the course. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this final video, I want to show you what this course is all about, what we're learning in this course, and what we're going to be able to do at the end. You may have heard the term full stack developer, front-end developer, back-end developer. And looking at this diagram, you're starting to recognize that HTML, CSS, JavaScript, you see React in there. We'll get to that. Don't worry about it. But that's what a front-end developer does. The front-end developer is the person who makes sure that when we open up the browser and go to google.com, that we see Google. We see it nice and pretty, laid out beautifully, has a search bar, and essentially anything that a user sees, the front-end developer does. And that is using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and a few other tools. The backend developer, that's the person that works with the server, makes sure that when a browser speaks to it, it serves up those files, and it uses technology such as Node.js, Express.js, which we're going to get into. And then that server is going to talk also to a database. Again, we haven't really discussed that too much, but don't worry, there's going to be a section on it, and that's going to use PostgreSQL, and we're actually going to be learning that as well. So we want to build you up as a full stack developer to be able to work with all these technologies so that everything revolving around a web application you're able to build. So get excited. You're going to learn all of this. It looks overwhelming, but trust me, just like this, how the internet works section, it's all going to make sense. So I'll see you at the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome back to another video. We actually have a couple of great videos coming up about the history of the web. And you might be asking again, come on, let's get to coding. But this is really important because we need to understand what problems we had in the past and how we found solutions to those problems and where we are at now. We need to understand what this whole thing of being a web developer means and what problems we're solving and what we did in the past and what we do today. So today we're going to talk about Tim Berners-Lee, the person who invented the World Wide Web in 1989. And I have a picture of him right here. And we're going to talk about him because he's the first web developer. And in order to explain that concept, we need to make a distinction between the internet and the World Wide Web. I have this website that I'll share in the links below. It's really, really good if you kind of want to get a history lesson. But essentially, the internet started off with the ARPANET in 1969, basically a military project, and it was more of a test. It connected a few universities such as Utah, UCLA, and throughout the 70s, the 80s, it kept growing. But there was one problem that they had, and that was essentially for the academics. They needed a way to share documents. And up until the World Wide Web existed, the internet was there, but it was really, really hard for computers to communicate with each other, to share academic papers between each other. Most of the time, each computer had their own way of doing things. You can think of this as languages. So it's kind of like communicating with people from different countries and a language that you don't know. Yeah, sure, you can make it work, but it's very, very difficult. So that was the problem. And Tim Berners-Lee, what he did, and he was working at CERN at the time, he actually created the World Wide Web. And what the World Wide Web is, it's the www that we see whenever we type in google.com over here, is essentially a common language that computers can speak, with the World Wide Web saying, hey, from now on, everybody, if we want to communicate together, if we want to share images, or if you want to share files, let's just have this agreed upon language, agreed upon protocol in order to share these documents together. So that's what it is. The servers, the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, the browsers all work on top of the World Wide Web. So you can think of it as the internet is your phone and the World Wide Web is Instagram that runs on your phone. So it's essentially a decentralized application. Now, how is Tim Berners-Lee the first web developer? He actually created the first browser and the first server. And later on, we're actually going to talk about what he did with the files over here as well. But he created the very, very first server and web browser, but also the first website. And they actually still have a copy of it. This is the very first website ever. And it's from 1991, and this is what it looked like. He created this ability for people to communicate and link to other documents so that we have this growing knowledge base of the world. In the next lesson, we're going to be talking about the history of these files, what they mean, what problem they solved, and how they came to be. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the last section, we talked about the World Wide Web and the internet and what the differences were. And then I promised you that we'll finally talk about some HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I've been vaguely referencing these files and just told you that they're simple text files for now, but what are they specifically? Well, initially, if you remember, we had Tim Berners-Lee who created the very first website. And this website uses HTML. And HTML, that's the first file over here, is a way for us to just write text on website. And these texts on websites can also have these things called hyperlinks that can link to other parts of the website. So that's what happened in 1991. 1991, we had a way for us to share documents. And this can link to another website, another file, another research paper. But as you can see, it wasn't the prettiest. So in 1995, 1996, two technologies came into being. One was CSS and one is JavaScript. Now, what did they allow you to do? Well, CSS solved the problem of, well, this is nice and all, but it wouldn't be nice if we had some visual aspects. We can toy around with this website and make it look pretty. And then JavaScript said, well, ideally we'll be able to have something like this website where, I can click over here, I can shop now, I can put in my credit card and get these fancy slippers, and I can do all this interactive things with my website. So let's play around with this and try and incorporate from this basic HTML file to add some CSS and JavaScript to this page. The way we're going to do that is we're going to go into View, Developer, and Developer Tools. So you might remember this from our previous lessons. So once you click on that, you'll get this pop up at the bottom of the screen. For some of you, it might be on the right side, but it doesn't matter. You'll get both things. And we've seen this before. And if you look at the top over here, it says HTML. And that's it. HTML is this. It's this file that has this weird syntax that describes how this web page should look in text. So you can see over here, it says the World Wide Web. These are just text. On the right side over here, you'll see something called styles. So styles will actually let you add styles to the website, as the name suggests. And that's what CSS is. If we click on HTML here, and actually let's click on body. Without knowing any CSS or anything, if we define something like color, semicolon, and then let's go blue, it changes the text color to blue. Chrome lets you play around with websites and actually inject some CSS into this HTML. Without knowing any CSS, we can kind of play around, type in a letter, and it will have a drop down. So let's see over here if we can do background color. Let's make it, I'm going to press tab, I'm going to do red. Make the website really, really, well, frankly, pretty ugly. But that's CSS right here. We've just added some CSS to this basic website. Let's turn this red color off because it is not pretty. Okay, so HTML, text and links, CSS, pretty colors. Now, how can we add some JavaScript? So remember, we have 3 files over here. JavaScript came along and said, these are great. We have these beautiful text websites that link to other pages, and we have CSS that can make websites really, really pretty. But would it be nice to have some interactivity, to have drop-down menus to make websites like they are now, interactive? We can actually do this, again, with the developer tools. If you click on console over here, without knowing any bit of JavaScript, for now we're just going to show you a simple JavaScript line. And we're going to type in alert, and let's say, hi there, exclamation marks. And I press enter. And look at that. We just made the very first website ever made interactive with JavaScript. Now, obviously, this doesn't do anything, but hopefully this shows you where we were before in 1991 to where we are now. Websites that are interactive, full of JavaScript, CSS, and of course, HTML. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back to the second web developer fundamental, another very important aspect of being a web developer, and that is the fact that we have multiple web browsers. Now, if you remember, Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, created it because we needed a standard way to share documents amongst each other. And through HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, we're able to read these files and actually have beautiful websites. Now, when we send these files over, each of these browsers read the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and lay out the web page for us. But as you can see, each one of them is owned by a company and is a different browser. So that means they all have to agree on how they're going to read the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because if they don't all agree, then, well, we need to create different files specific for each browser because each one of them has a different idea of what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is. And you know what? When the World Wide Web got started, we had something called the browser wars, where each browser was kind of doing its own thing, implemented different things, and we still have that to this day to some extent. There is a governing body which kind of creates these standards now, but it is still a pain point for developers where we need to figure out that whenever we send our files to the web browser, it all looks the same. And that is one of the biggest problems we have as developers, and you'll see tools later on in this course that try to solve that issue. But you'll always encounter this problem where we want to make sure that wherever your browser gets rendered, anybody can see your website. And not only that, we also have mobile phones now that access the internet. We have iPads. So now, not only do we have to worry about different browsers and whether they agree on what code works in each of these files, we also have to make sure that our websites look good on small screens, on big screens, on all sorts of different screens. And that is a very important concept, something that when you get to become a web developer, you'll encounter this problem where you have to test on each device, each browser to make sure everything works. And we'll use some tools that have developed over the years to solve these problems so that it's not as much as a pain point as it is or as it was. All right, one more lesson to go, and then we're going to get coding. See you on the other side. Bye-bye. And welcome back to the final lesson from the history of the web. I wanted to finish things off with this diagram that we've seen before in previous lessons with a few minor differences. And that is, I wanted to show you how web applications were built in the early 2000s. So they were built with technologies that we've come to familiarize ourselves with. We have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, but we also had jQuery. And jQuery was a library that allowed JavaScript to be written in a simple, clean way that allowed us not to worry too much about working in one browser, then the other. It created this environment for JavaScript to flourish. But it is an outdated technology and there's better ways of doing things. So it is not used very often and you'll see it less and less in job postings. And then on the back end, we have the LAMP stack. And that stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. And in those days, backend developers used PHP to write files that allowed us to have logic on the servers. And then we had Apache. So if you ever use something like HostGator and you had to log into cPanel or any of those very common hosting platforms, most likely they're running Apache server. And what it is, it's a software that really efficiently serves up files. And PHP is a language that it's still being used today, and Facebook actually uses it, but that's because their website was built in the early 2000s. It is now a very unpopular, let's say, language in terms of growth and job opportunities. Then we also had MySQL, which it's still being used, but again, if you're looking to get hired, you want to look for skills that are highly employable, people are looking for them, and there are still very few developers that know it really well. Well, that's what we're learning in this course. In this course, we're going to learn HTML5, CSS3. We're going to learn JavaScript. We're going to learn React, probably the biggest library for JavaScript. And we're going to learn about node servers, Node.js, Express.js. We're going to learn about PostgreSQL and also MongoDB. So we're learning all these things in order for us to build clean, fast, and bug-free web applications so that we can stand on shoulders of giants and create wonderful applications that we're proud of. So get excited. All the theory stuff we're done with. We're going to start coding. We're going to start off with HTML, then get into CSS, and then finally JavaScript and React. And don't worry, we'll get to the back end as well. So I'll see you in the next section. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome back to a very exciting section. Why is it exciting? Well, we finally get to code, and we're going to start off by learning HTML and then finally building our very first website. In order for us to get started, we need to set up our environment. And we do that by, let's open up Google Chrome, and we're going to search for Sublime Text 3. This is a text editor that a lot of developers use. I myself have used it for years, absolutely love it. In your day-to-day job, you'll use something like this. I highly recommend Sublime Text. If you have a Mac, the version over here. If you have a PC running Windows, you'll have the download link for Windows. So for me, I'm going to download for the Mac. And you can see here it's downloaded, and I can drag it to my applications folder if I want. And we can double click. And if this is your first time downloading Sublime Text, you'll get something like this to give it permission to load. And there you go. We have Sublime Text. Now, what is a text editor? A text editor is a program that allows us to write code. You can see over here on the right-hand side of Sublime Text that it just says plain text. So I can type anything that I want, and there's nothing much different than if you wrote this in Word or a text file. But the power with a text editor, especially with something like Sublime that's geared towards coding, if you click on plain text here, you'll have a whole bunch of options of what type of code you're writing. So in our case, we're doing HTML. So if I click on HTML, nothing changes except for the bottom part over here. But now, if I type something, well, everything looks the same. But if I start typing HTML, it'll actually recognize it and help with syntax. So here now, if I write HTML, look at that. We get a nice little color completion. So for us, for now, we're going to be writing HTML. You can see over here that there's different options. There's, where is it? There's CSS, JavaScript, which we'll learn later. So we're going to be using Sublime Text for this. For now, click on HTML, and let's write our very first web page. In order for us to have a web page, we write HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So bear with me here. This is going to be new, but keep in mind that this is exactly what every single HTML page has. These are the set of rules that all HTML files must follow. And it goes like this. We define a doc type, and don't worry, I'll get into what that means in the next video. Then we have HTML, and we close these tags, HTML. The second part, we have a head and a closing head. You can see over here some patterns forming. Don't worry, I'll get back to these tags and explaining what they do in a bit. And then we also have body and then closing tags. And finally, here in the head, we have something called a title tag. Okay, so this over here is the rule that every single HTML file must follow. Just looking at this right now without knowing any HTML, you can get an idea of what everything means. So HTML, we're defining that this is an HTML. We're saying that this is the head of the HTML with the title. And we're saying that this is the body of the HTML. So let's try something here. Let's save this file. And we're going to save it. Let's do desktop. And we're going to call it index.html. You can see that it's already completed the HTML syntax for us. Save. And we have an index.html file here. Let's drag this all the way down to our Google Chrome and open it up. And well, nothing happens. But let's add a bit of text to it. So in the title, I'm going to say my first website, exclamation mark. And then in the body, I'm just going to put hello there. Okay, so if I save this, and just to show you from now on, I'm going to be doing Command S to save, just because it'll be faster. And now, if I refresh this page, I have hello there. And you can see the power over here of what we just did. We have hello there as the text, which is in the body. And then we also have my first website as the title. And you can see over here in the file that we're referencing index.html on my desktop. So we can see here that we have HTML, we have the head, which we haven't really talked about yet, but we see that the title is in the head, kind of like a header. And then we have the body, which by looking at this, we can assume that it's whatever shows up onto the web page. Before we expand on this and make it a little bit, well, prettier, because now it's just simple text, I want to reiterate the fact that what we've just done is very similar to what a server does. If we go back to our mockups here, you remember that when we enter google.com, the servers send us an HTML file back. When we move the index.html file all the way down to Google Chrome, that's what we just did. We mimicked a server and we gave it to the browser to load up the HTML file. And because browsers are built to know what HTML files are, it can read the syntax and say, okay, yeah, this is an HTML. Okay, you want my title to be my first website, and you want my body to say hello there. That's perfect. These are the default HTML rules that you'll see all the time. It is a little bit confusing at first, but this is it. You just have to remember that there is a tag, so an HTML tag, a head tag, a title tag, a body tag, and these tags usually have an opening and a closing. There's some exception to this rule, and we'll get into that a little bit later on in the videos, but just remember this for now. So I want you to try creating your very first website and seeing how it works. And once you're done with that, I want to show you that Sublime Text actually has a nice shortcut, so you don't have to keep writing those tags over and over. So the way you do that is you type in HTML and then press the tab key, and it loads all this up for you. Okay, so now that we've done this, I want you to go off and create your very first website. I know it's very, very simple. You can put whatever you want in the title, and you can put whatever you want in the body. And in the next video, we're going to start expanding on our first website. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the previous video, we went over the basic rules that all HTML files must follow. And I kind of glossed over this doctype HTML tag. And I did that on purpose because I want you to develop another developer fundamental concept. And that is the fact that most of the time, as developers, there's so much information out there, there's no way that you can keep all of that in your head. And as developers, we must get really, really good at problem solving. So for the doc type, let's say if I was working and somebody gives me this file and I say, okay, I got this, that's good, but I'm not sure what doc type is. Well, again, we want to get really good at Googling here. And I know it sounds silly, but trust me, as a developer, you're going to be Googling a lot and going to get really, really good at looking for answers and understanding meanings behind code. So if I go into doctype HTML and we Google that, one of the first things we get is the EE3 School, and this is a resource that I highly, highly recommend. It will actually explain what the doc type is and even show you a demo of what it does. You can read into this and get more familiar with it, but the general rule and the concept behind doc type is that doc type says to the browser, hey, just a heads up, this file is going to use HTML5. And we'll get into what HTML5 is, but right now HTML has evolved from back in the day when Tim Berners-Lee invented it to where it is now. And it has developed and evolved so that it has a few more tags, it has a few more features. And this is the way for us to say, hey, browser, we're going to be using HTML5, so please make sure that you load the website properly. And we'll get into what those new tags are and some of the new syntax is. But again, most likely in your day-to-day job, you're going to be writing this at the top because we're writing in HTML5. If that ever changes and something new comes along, we might change this, but doc type, that's what it is. But the key concept here is that I really want you to start Googling. And anytime you see in my videos something that you don't fully understand or you want to dig a little bit deeper, you really want to grow those roots of your foundation so that you really understand how the landscape works. Okay, so I just wanted to get that concept across that as a developer, you really want to understand how things work and what they mean. And you'll come across in your day-to-day many things that it's very easy to just on the surface copy and paste or just look at an example and do it without fully understanding what it does. But the developers that get really, really good salaries, really good jobs, and are considered senior developers are the ones that fully understand all the meaning behind the things that they do. We're going to be taking that throughout the course and making sure that we develop those fundamentals. But anytime, like I said, you have any questions or you don't understand something fully, I do encourage you to Google and get the answers because there's a ton of free resources out there for you to get fully comfortable with a topic. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to expand on our knowledge and introduce you to a few more HTML tags and make this website look a little bit prettier than just hello there. To get started, I'm just going to move the screens around so you can see better. All right, so we have the left and right. And again, just to make sure everything works, if I change anything here to boo, and then I click save, and then I refresh the page, I have everything updating. Perfect. Now, these aren't the only HTML tags that you'll encounter. There's actually a ton of them. And if you go back to the w3schools.com, you'll see over here all the HTML tags that exist. There's a lot of them. We're only going to be going through, I would say maybe 10 or 15 or so, because those are the only ones that, well, technically that I've used in many years of development. There's a few things on here that I've never even heard of, I've never used. You can always look these up and learn them yourself, but I'll say that there's about 10 or 15 tags that are used 99% of the time, and those are the ones that you'll encounter. So we'll go through some of those most popular ones. And HTML doesn't really get any harder than this. This is the syntax. As long as you get used to these little signs and structure, you're pretty much a HTML developer. So the first tag that I want to introduce you to is the H1 tag. So the way that I have it here is actually not right. You want to make sure that everything is surrounded by a tag. So a web browser right now can see boo and just print out boo. But if you want to do it right, you'd want to put something like an H1. And an H1 tag, if I save this and I refresh, we get what we call a header. So that is a header and then 1. What does 1 mean? Well, it actually goes all the way up to 6. So if I change this to 2, and I'm not going to do every single one. Let's just do another one. H6, boo, H6. And if I save this and refresh the page, you can see that there's different sizes in the text. So that's the header tag. And again, if I scroll through the W3 schools and I go to the H, you see over here that there's the header tags explained here. And this website is really, really cool because you can actually click on try it yourself and you can play around with different things. Click run and it changes it for you. So again, this is a really, really good website for you to get familiar with all the tags. But again, we're going to stick to our website for now. Another thing that I want to introduce you to is something called a p tag or a paragraph tag. A paragraph tag lets you have paragraphs. So now if I refresh, well, there's not much different from what we had before, which was no tags and just saving it. Refresh. But you can see the difference when I copy and paste this and have a few paragraphs versus this. Let's see what happens. So I save this. You'll see over here that with Sublime Text, after, I don't know, I want to say about maybe like 20 saves, it'll ask you to make a purchase because technically this is an unregistered one. You can ignore it for now, just click cancel. Again, it's just one annoying thing that will pop up every now and then. I actually have a registered Sublime Text. I just wanted to show you this error so you're not surprised when you see it. Use Sublime Text for as long as you need it for free. When you start getting into the developer role and working full-time with it, I do recommend that you make a purchase. It's a great program and you still get everything through the unregistered. You just have this pop-up that shows up after a few saves. But anyway, from now on, I'm going to be using a registered Sublime account. I just wanted to show you that error. If I refresh the page here, you'll see that I have the paragraphs show up nicely, but these unstructured pieces of text, well, everything's kind of in line and HTML doesn't really know what to do with it, so it puts everything on one line. I also want to show you one other quick trick in Sublime Text. So writing this gibberish is not very exciting and kind of takes a bit of time, and developers are lazy. We want to make sure that everything is done fast and efficient. So if you actually put lorem here and then press tab, you'll get lorem ipsum paragraphs. So let's do that. I'm going to delete that, lorem, tab, and then one more, lorem, tab. Perfect. Let's save that and refresh, and we have nice paragraphs. As you can see, we have some tags and what we call nested tags. So you can see that the body is the parent, and Sublime Text actually lets you close and open these. So you have the body tag, you have the header tags, which are children of the body tag, and then we have p tags. A lot of people get confused in the naming. I've mentioned these as tags, so essentially anything that has this syntax is a tag, but this is called an H1 element. So that's when it's an entire block of functionality with content inside it. So again, tags, and then this is an H1 element. Again, it's just naming, but you'll hear tags and elements kind of used interchangeably, but those are the specific differences. All right, let's get into some of the more exciting things. Let's say, for example, I really want to emphasize lorem ipsum here. Well, I can use another tag, b tag, and then we close it at lorem ipsum. And let's make the screen here a little bit bigger just so you can see. There you go. So we have the b tags over here, and if I click save, I refresh. Oops, no, we don't want to translate this page. We see that this is now bolded. Again, let's make it a little bit bigger. There you go. Now, this syntax is actually not used anymore, or it's not recommended. Obviously, it still works. But there was a problem that HTML was initially used for websites that ran on computers, on PCs, on Macs. And now we have things such as mobile phones and iPads. Although the bolded text, and we actually have another one, which was the italicized I. Although we had this, for most phones, some of them didn't have ability to bold the text and didn't have the ability to italicize. Or some screen readers, which people who are visually impaired use, didn't really understand the meaning behind italicize and bold. So now we use something called strong for bolded, and refresh. And then for italicized, we use EM for emphasis. And there you go. Now, the reason this change was made was a move towards something called semantic HTML, and we'll get into that into a later lesson. But just know that there's some tags that have evolved over the years, and it's part of why HTML5 exists. We'll get into that a little bit more, but just wanted to give you a quick note on that. All right, I think that's enough for now. We're going to get into more tags in the next video. For now, play around, and I'll see you in the next one. And welcome back. In the previous video, we talked about a few of the common tags that HTML uses. And we're going to expand on that knowledge and learn a few more. So I'm going to delete these. And I'm going to teach you about something called a ordered list. So an OL tag. And within this tag, we have list items. Banana. And another list item. Do apple. And lastly, let's do orange. So if I save this, again, I refresh, and we have banana, apple, orange. So you can see here, this is how you make lists. And this is an ordered list. So you can see we have 1, 2, 3. If we want to make it without the numbers, we use something called an unordered list. And again, I save that and refresh, and we have these. Now there's also subfields that you can use. So again, this is all about nesting and having parent tags and children tags. So let's say within apples, we wanted to have, let me structure that a little bit cleaner. There you go. Within apples, we also want to emphasize that there is the Fuji apple and there is Honey Crisp. Well, I can't think of a third type of apple, so I'm just going to delete that. If I save this and refresh, well, we have a nested list. There you have it. You have your list items. I'll see you in the next video where we're going to learn about putting images into our website and self-closing tags. See you in the next one. And welcome back. In this video, we're going to be learning about self-closing tags. Up until this point, we've used HTML tags that have the opening and then the closing, which has this slash in it. Now, there are a few elements that don't have this syntax, but they have something called self-closing tags. So let's say here between Fuji and Honey Crisp, I want to have a bit of a line break. I can use something like BR here, break. And if I save this and I refresh, we have a little line break. There's also HR, which is horizontal. So you get a horizontal line, if I refresh, right through here. HR, break, just have one single element, self-closing. You might also see something like this, and that is something from the old version of HTML, which uses XHTML. You can read up more about it on your own, but just keep in mind that with HTML5, we're just going to be using this. So obviously on web pages, there's going to be images. So would it be nice if there was a picture of a Fuji apple here? Let's see how we can do it. So with an image tag, and let's think about this critically. If I didn't know what an image tag is and I wanted to add an image to my HTML file, well, if I Google image HTML tag, again, one of the first websites that pops up is the W3 Schools. And I'll show you exactly how an image tag works. If I click try yourself, you can see it in action. You can play around with it. But you can see here that an image tag is a self-closing tag. There's no closing image tag, just one single tag. And if I do image, and we have something called source here. And this is something called an attribute. Some HTML tags can have something called attributes, which add special properties to the specific tag. So an attribute always has a value attached to it. And the image source, that's what SRC stands for, tells us where the image is coming from. So let's find an image of Fuji apple. Let's go images. Oh, I like this one. Let's do view image, and it'll give us the link of where this image is. So I'm just going to copy that, paste it in here. Let's go back to our example here. We can see here that there's a few more attributes that we can add to an image tag. But for now, we can just leave it here. Close the tag. You can see that Sublime Text adds the nice highlighting for us. And if I save this, go back to our website, and I click refresh, I get this massive Fuji apple. And Obviously, that's too big. Ideally, we can make it a little bit smaller. Again, if we go back into the example, you'll see that it has width and height. So we can actually just copy that and add it to the attributes so that we specify the width, and this is in pixels. So I save that, I refresh, and look at that, we have the Fuji apple. It looks very, very pretty. Let's add the picture for Honeycrisp as well. I'm going to do this fast. You should be able to just copy this image. And again, we want to make it the same size as the previous one. So I'm going to leave the width and height the same. And let's find an image of a Honeycrisp apple. So Honeycrisp apple images. Well, it looks quite similar, doesn't it? And view image. Let's copy the source from here. I'm going to save that, go back to our website, and let's refresh. And look at that. We have our apples. So image tags are very, very useful. You might be asking yourself, what is the alt attribute mean? And this is something that you can actually read up on. So if you scroll down, if you look over here, you can see that alt specifies an alternate text for an image. So again, this is something that can be used by screen readers, and you can define what the image is of. So in here, the alt is smiley face, so that when a screen reader reads it, says, oh, in this part of the website, there is a smiley face. Just to recap, we learned about self-closing tags, which don't require two of them. So an opening and a closing tag, just a single one. So we used BR for line break. We used HR for a horizontal line. And then we have the image tag that also has to have some attributes. So it has a source, which tells us where to grab the image from. It has a width attribute, a height attribute with a value of 42 pixels and 42. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the previous videos, we talked about some of the most common HTML tags and how the HTML document is read by the browser. However, we've missed one critical feature of HTML. And if we go back to our diagram here that we should remember from the first section, the HTML file gets sent to us, but the power of HTML is in its ability to link to other documents. So if I go back here to our website, it's a simple one-page website, but I can't really click on Fuji or Apple or banana. It doesn't link to anything. There must be an HTML tag that we can use for that, right? Well, yes, there is. It's called an anchor tag. So an anchor tag is very easy, just an A. And this anchor tag has something called an href, which is an attribute, and it's the hypertext reference. So in this href, you'll be able to link to something. So let's close this A tag. It has an opening and a closing tag. And if I save this and refresh the page, well, nothing happens because you need something in the anchor tag. So let's do new page. I save that, I refresh, and we have new page here. Now, if I click this, nothing happens. So you can see that it has the link and the mouse changes images, so it's clickable, but nothing happens. Well, that's because we need to specify where we want the link to go. Now, let's think about this. If we want to link to a new page, we don't really have another new page. If you remember, we only have index.html. Wouldn't it be great if there was another file that we can link to? Well, let's create another file. Let's open up Sublime Text, actually. I'm going to say File, New File. I'm going to save this as a new page, and we're going to save it to desktop. And see over here how when I went to Sublime Text, it's now a plain text. I need to make sure that this is an HTML file, so I can just do .html, save, and Sublime Text automatically adjusts to the HTML. So again, I can type in that short command HTML and tab that comes with Sublime Text. And let's do the title, new page, and the body. We can just do a header that says, this is the new page. If I save this, great. We have a new page. And if I go to my desktop here, you see that I have new page and index.html. So how do we link these two together? Well, it's very simple. We open up Sublime again, and within index.html, the href can now say we're linking to new page.html. Let's save that, and let's give it a try. Refresh the page, click, and this is a new page. Awesome, but to go back, we have to press the back symbol. So let's link back to the original file. Again, we can do this by p tag, which is for paragraph. I'm going to say go back. Close that tag. But hold on a minute. I need an anchor tag, right? If I just save this and refresh the page, I say go back. But what if you really, really want this to be a paragraph? Or let's say you want this to be an H2, but you also want it to be an anchor tag. Well, that's very simple. You just wrap it in an anchor tag. And just so it's nice and clear, we're going to have the nice spacing here. And again, an anchor tag must have an href, which tells us where to go. And we want to go to index.html. So index.html, save, and refresh. Let's go back. Let's go to the next one and back. So this is the power that comes with HTML, this ability to link to other pages. And yeah, we can have text, we can have lists, we can have images, but the true power is in this linking ability. In the next episode, we're going to expand on this. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome to the student Q&A section. So as students take this course, usually I get a bunch of questions. Some of them are really, really good. Some of them I get often. And we're going to use these Q&A sections for me to make a reply video to answer some of those really, really good questions. And the first one we're going to tackle for this video is index.html. If we go back to our example that we had, you've noticed that I've always used index.html as the first page, and then we created a new page.html. Now you might be asking yourself, why index.html? Why not home.html or apples.html? And you could actually do that, but I can explain this really well by looking at this diagram. Most of the time, there are more than a few HTML files. You saw that with our example, we had our index.html and also newpage.html. But when we make that request to, let's say, google.com, how does the server know which HTML to return first for the homepage? And you could go into the server and configure it and tell it, you know what, I want about.html to be the first page. But by default, most servers just say, I'll return index.html. If I see index.html in the servers, I'll just return that. So this is just a common practice that you'll see in a lot of the projects at a lot of the websites that you'll work with, is that index.html is usually, you can think of it as the homepage, the first HTML file that the server returns. And if anybody in the index.html clicks on a link, then it will return whichever link they return. So that would be, let's say they click on about anchor tag, then they'll get about.html. So that's it. That is your answer to your question. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And we got another Q&A video for you. And this one is going to be talking about something that you may have seen yourself while following along these videos. And that is the fact that this file over here is different than, let's say, if you go to a website and you see HTTPS. What does that mean? If you go into our example, you also saw here that we have an anchor tag that references newpage.html. It has nothing like file or HTTP in front of it. And then you also saw that the images here are referencing some sort of a website that links to a picture. So what's the difference here? The difference here is that the first is using the file protocol. And that means that this web page, I can't really access it outside of my computer. This is using something called a relative path. If I go into my index.html, I am saying to link to newpage.html relative to where index.html is. So if we go to our desktop, you see that index.html lives in the same directory, which is the desktop, as newpage. So I can reference it through here. If I created a new folder, let's say test, I would have to reference it this way. So let's check here. If I save this and go into the web page, refresh and click new page, I'll get your file was not found. But now, if I go into my desktop and create test, and I put the new page in here, and let's bring back everything, refresh, and click on new page, this is now working. And you can see over here that I'm accessing it through desktop test newpage.html. So that's called a relative path. So relative to where index.html page is, I am saying index.html, I want you to access from test new page HTML. If you look at the images, you'll see that we have something different. We're accessing the image through HTTP, which we'll get into later videos when we talk about servers, but this is how we access files over the internet. If I wanted this anchor tag, this new page, to actually link to something, maybe another website, maybe to this hilarious GIF, well, I can copy this link, open up my Sublime Text, and now I can just copy this with the HTTPS protocol. And now this is an absolute link. No matter where I reference this, if I put it into newpage.html or index.html, no matter what, this link will get me to this GIF. So let's test that out. I save this, I refresh, and I click on new page, and look at that. We have the GIF. All right. Hopefully that answers your question. We'll get into HTTP and HTTPS later on in the course. But for now, keep that in mind that there's absolute path and then there is relative path. I'm going to fix that so we have it back for the next video. I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. We're going to get into some more advanced tags. And probably the most important tag that you'll use, other than the ones that we've covered so far, are tags that we need to create forms. As you know, when you go to websites, usually there's some sort of a login or registration form. So we're going to build that out today. To get started, let's just create a new file here. We'll save it and call it register.html on our desktop. Perfect. And we know that we want an HTML, so we use our little shortcut and we'll title it register. Save that. And now in the index.html file, let's add another link that references register.html, and it'll just say here register. All right. We'll save both of these files and let's refresh. We have register. Click register. Well, we have nothing yet, but it looks like it's working. Let's add this on a new line just because it looks prettier that way. So to do that, if you remember, we're going to add a break tag. So let's refresh. There you go. We have new page and register. Okay, so let's build out this form. If we go into register.html, the way we write forms in HTML, well, conveniently, there's a form tag. Okay, but this form tag itself, it needs to have the actual form inside of it. So what kind of form elements do we have? Well, again, if we remember our good old friend W3C. Let's type in forms. And we can see over here that we have HTML forms. And refresh, we'll make that full screen, and you can see over here that there's a ton of information on it, but you can look that up yourself. For now, I'm going to introduce you to the most common ones, probably the ones that you'll use 90% of the time. The first one, as we do with any form, and let's go to that page for now, is, well, we want to enter our name. So how do we do that? We have a input tag that has a type of text because, well, our name will be in text form. And we can close that off. And it's actually a self-closing tag. So now, if I save and refresh, okay, we have a little box here. Hopefully you can see that. But, well, we should probably title it because we won't know what to enter that way. So we're going to put in here, we're going to say first name, semicolon, and save. Let's refresh. We have first name. And now, let's make this a little bit bigger. There you go. Now you can enter your name in here. Awesome. Let's add another one for our last name. And again, we'll have our input type. So that's an attribute and a value of text. And if we refresh, we have last name. Okay, but it kind of looks ugly. Remember that HTML just reads line by line and doesn't really know that we want a space here. So again, we can add a break tag here and refresh, and we have first name and last name. Okay, that's fairly self-explanatory. Now, what else do we have in a form? We have email. So let's add another field, which is email. And we'll do input, again, type equals text. We'll add another break here because we're going to need that spacing. And let's save, refresh. Awesome. Okay, so we have our general registration form. And obviously with any form, we need some sort of buttons, right? Like we need to submit this somewhere so we can register. Well, again, there's a nice input type for that. So we do input. Instead of a text type, there is a submit type. So this, if we add another break in here, and I save this, I refresh, it has a submit button now. Now, where did this submit come from? Well, when you put in input type submit, it automatically creates a button. And if you don't specify what to say, it'll just have this text. But we can change that. So we can put value, and we'll put register. Save that, refresh. We now have a register button. Okay, but what if we make mistakes in this field? We write stuff and we want to reset this form. Again, there's another input for that. And the type of that input, as you can imagine, is reset. So now, if we close this, add another break in here. Actually, we can keep that on the same line. We'll save, refresh, and we have reset. So now, if I type in anything in here, and let's say I don't like this, I need to reset the form, I can just click reset, and it clears everything for us. Okay, you may be asking yourself, what happens when we click register? Before we get into that, I want to just go through the common input types, and then we'll click register to see what happens. With the email, we ideally want, first of all, for it to be required so that when you click register, if you haven't provided an email, it won't let you register. And there's an attribute that we can use for that, and that is required. And here, we don't actually have to specify a value because automatically it's assumed that required equals to true, which means that this form field is required. So if I save that, I refresh, and I leave it blank and I click register, we'll say, please fill out this field. Now, we also want to make sure that it's an appropriate email field. So if I type something like this, we still want to make sure that, this is an incorrect email. We don't want to register. So the input type of text that I told you for email is actually wrong. There's a specific one that we can use, which is, as you can imagine, email. So now, if I refresh and type in something that's not an email, and I click register, I'll say, please include an @ in the email address. Very nice. It's kind of like magic. It does this for you, which is very, very nice. Let's expand on our knowledge of inputs and add a few more fields that we'll most likely need. We usually want to know somebody's birthday. So let's add birthday here. And for this input type, let's do type date. So if I save this and I refresh, look at that. We have a nice little date picker. So I can pick anything in here. All right, what else do we need? We also need gender. So we'll do input type. And for gender, well, there's no specific input type for gender, but there is something called radio. And radio is, as the name suggests, radio buttons. So now I click refresh and, well, I have one radio button, but we ideally want to have options, right? So how do we do that? So for the radio, we also need to say whether it's male or female. Let's have, within the gender, we're going to have a break over here in the line. And we'll say input type radio, and we'll say male. And we also want female, and we also want other. And when we refresh this, we have male, female, and other. But you see a problem here. I just click the radio buttons and I can't deselect them. And ideally, you should only be able to select one. And right now, the way the radio buttons are, they don't know of each other's existence. We want to make sure that they know that they're connected. They're family and only one of them can be picked. So how do we do that? The way we do that is through the name attribute. So for the name, we'll say gender. And this name attribute needs to match on all the radio buttons so that they know they are together. They're part of the gender input field. So if I save here and refresh, now you can see that I can only select one. All right, perfect. What else should we have? Well, let's say I really want to know if you have pets. So with pets, we're going to have input type. Well, you can have multiple pets, so it won't be radio buttons. We want checkbox. So checkbox, we want it to have cats, or let's just put cat. And we want to have, can't type today, checkbox, and we want to have dogs. So let's save that, let's refresh, and look at that. We have pets, but this time it's checkboxes, which means I can select multiple. I want to introduce you to one last form element, and it's actually not an input with a type. As we've described before, it's a little bit different, but the idea is still the same. So let's add cars here, and we want this to be a drop-down menu. Again, something that we see very often in form fields. However, unlike an input tag, we have to do a select tag, closing select tag as well. And within here, we can put in our options. So the option will be, we'll have a value of Volvo, and we'll say Volvo because we want that actually printed to the screen. And again, we have to close that tag. We'll add Audi. And we'll close that tag as well. And we can keep adding them, but for now, just 2 is fine. If I save this and I refresh, we have cars. Let's add a break here, just so it looks nicer. There you go. And here, now we have a drop-down menu. Let's say you want to extend this, or you want to see what kind of properties you can put with select. The way you go about it, as you know, we've done this before. We type in HTML select tag. And actually, Google gives you a nice little info page over here with attributes. So you can see over here, we can use multiple, which specifies that multiple options can be selected at once. So let's do that. Let's minimize this. Perfect. And within select, we'll put multiple. We refresh, and we can actually select multiple elements. But that doesn't look that pretty, so I'm going to take that out and refresh. I actually realized that we forgot one important input type, so I'm going to throw it in there as a bonus. And as you know, with any registration form, we want a password. So let's add that right after the email. We'll do input type, and yes, there's a password type that we can add. And this password type will have another attribute that's kind of cool, and that is min, which is the minimum characters that a password needs. Okay, so let's save that, refresh, and let's add a break here so it looks pretty. Refresh. And now the password field, look at that. It acts like a password field. All right, let's submit this form and see what happens. Okay, Andre, can we finally submit this form? All right, in this video, we'll finally see what happens when we submit this form. But there is one last thing that we need to include, and that is the name attributes. And then I'll explain towards the end of this video why we need those. So we want to add in each one of our fields a name attribute. So this one will be first name, and I'm just going to copy and paste here just so it'll be a little bit faster. We have last name, email, password, birthday. We already have these for the radio buttons, which is good. And we need here cat, dog, Volvo, Volvo. Okay, and we don't need it for the buttons because, well, there's no user information there. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to make this full screen so you can see. I'm going to refresh the page, and let's enter some fake data and see what happens. So I'm going to say fake, man, email address is fake, password would be 123, birthday will be male with a cat and has an Audi. I'm going to click register now, but keep an eye out up over here to see what happens when I click. Did you catch that? Let's copy this because when I clicked register, this got attached. I'm going to minimize this and print this out here so we can see it for ourselves. First, we have a question mark, then first name, fake. That's exactly what we entered. We have last name, man. Email is fake something something gmail.com. Password 123. Oh, they know our password. Birthday, gender, and cat on. We didn't select Volvo. I'm not sure why. I'll take a look at that later. But you can see over here that the values that we entered into our form were just attached to this link. And this is actually called query strings. And what it is, it's one way for us to send our information to the backend or the servers, because we have to store this form information somewhere so that when we come back onto this page, the website remembers us. This was automatically generated in HTML5 with a form. But form was using an attribute called get. And this get, if I left it as this, will do the exact same thing. It will attach the form information to the URL and send it to the server. There is another option where you can do post, and you can try it on your own here, but you wouldn't see any query parameters. So this wouldn't change, the bar at the top won't change. And that is because it will be attached to the body of the request, which we'll get into when we get to that section. I don't want to confuse you too much, but you can see the difference here of why we might want to use post instead of get, because, well, what if somebody was over my shoulder and they can see my password right there in the bar? I just wanted you to get comfortable with the idea that we are sending this information to the backend. The way we handle that, we'll get into later on in the course. Right now, we're just focusing on the front end. The last thing I want to show you was that form also has a action attribute, which used to get used a lot. If you saw old PHP-based websites, they'll have some sort of a action.php, which said, submit this form, and when you submit this form to the backend, to the server, run this script, this file that's on the server. But there are better ways of doing this now, so I'll show that later on in the course. Let's take a look at this. So we have a question mark, and this is the standard. Anytime there's a query string, so we're adding a piece of data to our URL, it starts off with a question mark which states, hey, coming up, we're going to have a bunch of data for you. The first one is first name, which again corresponds with the name that we have in our form, and that was equal to fake. So that's property and value. So you can think of name as property and the value as man. So last name, first name, you can see here that there's an and sign. So that's again saying first name equals to fake and last name equals to man and email equals to fake, some gibberish, gmail.com. This is because of something called URL encoding. And because the URL has special meaning for some characters, such as this and the question mark, it encodes the @ sign with something that it understands, but it won't affect its encoding. We have password 123, birthday, gender on, and cat on. And I've actually realized why the Volvo and Audi information didn't register. And that is because for the query string to work, as you can see, it needs to have a name associated with a value. So we have first name and fake. If we look at the radio buttons, we have a name, which is gender, and we have on. So you see over here how we didn't send any value. We know that the gender, some button was clicked in the gender, so it's on, but we don't know which value. And that is because we should have included a value for the male, so that if that's the one that's selected, a value will be sent. And finally, value. And now same with the select. We should have had our name of the select field be cars, so that now the name can be associated with the value. So let's give that a try one more time. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to save the changes that we just made. I'm going to make this full screen. Let's refresh and enter some new information. Fake, new, email is newfake@gmail.com. Password is 1234 this time. Birthday, let's do female, dog, and Audi. I'm going to click register. And let's see what we have here. We have first name fake, last name is new, email newfake@gmail.com, password 1234, birthday, Gender is female. Good. Dog is on. Okay, so we've selected dog. That's great. And then cars is Audi. There you go. And that's as complicated as forms are going to get. You'll encounter this a lot, and there's definitely in most websites that you build, whether it's a landing page, a website that requires registration, this is something that you'll see a lot. Once you understand this, once it makes sense, you can call yourself an HTML developer. So I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome back. I'm excited to show you a few more tags before we get into some fun things that we can do with HTML now, and we can finish up the course. You may be wondering, hey, what if maybe I'm working with a team and we're all working on the same HTML file, and I want to maybe have a comment in there to let them know that maybe here use get, not post. Let's capitalize that. If we just do this the way it is, it's going to show up on the website. We just want it as a comment so that people who look at the code can see it without affecting the website. Well, HTML has a way to comment, and the way you do that is like this. Greater than sign, exclamation mark, dash dash. And then same on the other side without the exclamation mark. Now, that's kind of tedious to write. In Sublime Text, you can do that by holding Command/. So Command/, and you can do it that way. And if you have a Windows-based laptop or computer, that is the Windows key and slash. So that's how we write comments. And if I save this and refresh, nothing shows up. Perfect. And then the last two tags that I'm going to show you are the div tags for division and the span tags. These tags are, how can I say this, useless right now. And it's because they're used to divide content. So div, you're going to see in a lot of web pages, are used like this to, let's say, wrap the form. So by doing this, let's see if it does anything. Nope, everything looks the exact same. But this is very powerful when we get into CSS, because what this allows us to do is to divide up our content. Imagine if we had a registration form here, maybe another piece of content, maybe an image up here. Div allows us to add styles and divide up the content into each different section so that each section of our website can have its own little box. So you're going to see this a lot in the CSS section, but for now, just keep that in mind so there's no surprises. Span is the same thing, except span is an inline element. So an inline element is different from a block element because with span, we can just add it to a specific line. So we can do span and span. And again, this won't do anything. If I refresh, nothing happens. But now, in line, we can add some styles only to the first name, and we can emphasize it. So these are just tags that we can use as tools when we want to have a container, an invisible container around a piece of element in our HTML that perhaps we want to add some style to or have some specific functionality to. So again, we're not going to worry about adding these to our current website, but I wanted to show you that those do exist, and we're going to encounter those in the CSS chapter. That's it for now. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Wow, good job for still hanging in there. It only gets more and more exciting from here. We're just scratching the surface with the power that comes with being a web developer. But I want to quickly talk about HTML versus HTML5. I've mentioned this topic a few times, but just kind of brushed it off and told you, yeah, this is HTML, yeah, this is HTML5. But I wanted to just take a break and quickly go over the basic concept of what HTML5 is. If you remember in our diagram, HTML, when it first got started in 1989 to 1991, it wasn't as elaborate. It didn't have as many features as it has now. We want to make sure that all these browsers play nicely and understand our HTML rules. So if you remember, our friend Tim, our first web developer, the guy who created the World Wide Web, has a governing body that establishes what HTML should look like so that these individual browsers can know how to code their browsers so that it reads HTML properly. And obviously the web that we had in the 90s is very different than the one that we have now. So there's a lot of new things that we need to update. And some of those things are phones. And we have tablets. And just overall, we need more power from HTML. So HTML5 was the evolution. And there were many, many evolutions of HTML. HTML5 is the latest one, where we try to add on features so that we can improve the user experience. Now, what are some of those features? Let's take a quick look at our good old friend W3 Schools. One of the things that HTML5 wants to do is we want to make sure that it doesn't affect any old website. If you remember our very first website from Tim, maybe in 1991, well, that still works to this day. We visited it in the previous videos. You can still visit websites from the 90s because we want to make sure that everything is backwards compatible. That's a fancy way of saying older versions are not obsolete. But we also want to tack on these features. And you can read on the website all the information of HTML5 and what it does and some of the things that it supports. And it does get a little technical and we don't need to get into it too much. But the one thing that I want to emphasize that it introduced this idea of semantic elements. And what that means is they wanted to make websites more descriptive. Search engines such as Google go on websites and they use these things called crawlers to look through your website, these machines that are reading your HTML to understand what your website is, what the topic about it is, so that they could rank it in search engines. And HTML5 semantic elements tries to add a little bit more meaning for these robots so that when they encounter something, it makes a little bit more sense. So this is an example of some of these new tags that HTML5 introduced. And let's show you a few of them. So for example, if we wanted to comment this out, we know how to do that already. And a semantic element would maybe look like header, where we have the title H1, which is register. And we close the header so that now the crawler knows that this is our header. And maybe we have some navigation links. So now we can have A tags with our href, and we'll just say that it links to Google. And then we close the nav. We only have one navigation link for now, but I just want to demonstrate quickly. And finally, we have a footer. So within the footer, we can add something like website made with love. And you can see over here that this, even to a machine, if it understands what header means and nav means and footer means, gives a lot more meaning to the web page, and it'll have a better idea of how the website is structured and where it should rank in their Google search results. You can take your time and read through some of these tags, and I do recommend that you visit this website and go through some of the HTML intro. You'll even see that if we click on input types, so something that we visited already, and we scroll to some of the attributes, you'll see that there's some new HTML5. They have these little icon over here that have been introduced. So we're constantly expanding to make HTML better and better functionality. You can see here min, for example, we use that for password, if you remember, specifies the minimum value for an input field. So if I set a min over here, then it makes sure that I enter the minimum amount of value. But again, you can take a look at it yourself. The issue with semantic web is that it's still fairly new. So you won't see as much of this. You will on some websites, but it's very hard to prove that it actually has good SEO performance because it's still fairly early. But just so you don't get surprised and you're aware of what's happening, it is something that you might encounter. But overall, HTML5 tries to improve the performance of the web because we're constantly evolving. And just like websites need to go from simple HTML text-based websites to massive websites like Twitter that you can post and talk to millions of people around the world, where we need our web technologies to evolve with us. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Good afternoon to you, not just Andre. This is a fun little video. I like to throw some of these every once in a while because I know it can get very exhausting when you have a lot of information thrown at you. So I want us to copy a website really, really fast. Let's look at how we can do that. One of my favorite websites is Wait But Why. Ooh, all caps. I don't know why I did that, but it should still work. If you haven't checked out this website, I highly recommend it. Some great articles on here. But let's say I look at this website and I'm like, this is really, really cool. I wish I could play around with it. Well, before I showed you View, Developer, and Developer Tools, and we had a nice little pop-up at the bottom of the screen. This time I want to show you View Source. When you click on that, oh boy, you get a whole bunch of stuff. But if you look at the top over here, you see that it's doctype HTML. It's just simple HTML. And this might look really, really overwhelming. Don't worry, this will make sense to you at the end. But you can see over here that they're commenting this out. There's the HTML tag. And if you scroll down, there's a whole lot of stuff. But simply by copying all this, so I can just select all and copy this. And if I open up Sublime, there you go. And let's just open up a new file over here and paste this. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. I'm going to save. Let's save as, and we'll call it Wait But Why HTML. All right, save it. And now if I go to my desktop and I have Wait But Why HTML, if I drag it into my Google Chrome, look at that. I have Wait But Why all to myself. And I can play around with it and break it and do whatever I want. I can even see what they use to create these little post thingadingies, but a really, really fun way to play around with websites. Hope that was interesting. See you at the next one. Bye-bye. Phew. Can you believe you've made it this far? I mean, at the beginning of this, you probably had no idea what any of this means. And now, look at you. You know what every single line means. And you know what? This is pretty much it for HTML. It's not very hard. You just have to remember a few tags, and it's very easy to test around and play. So call yourself an HTML developer. I have a fun little game for you. As you can see over here, we've created a simple web page where I can link to another page, I can go back, I can even click on register and submit a form. I want you to try your hand at building your own little website here. And once you're done, I'll provide the link to my email in the description below. Send me your first website, and I'll showcase some of my favorite ones in an upcoming video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. It's time to flaunt your inner designer because we're about to learn some CSS. To start off, I want to show you this website. If you look at it, well, it's quite pretty. Look at that. That's really nice. Now, hopefully in the future we can create something like this, but I want to show you what this website will look like without CSS. Here it is. Pretty impressive, right? With just CSS, you'll be able to create something like this. So let's get started, shall we? I've created here for us a simple website. Nothing that we haven't seen before. You can see that I have created semantic tags with header, nav, an unordered list that has some links, a P2 and a P tag that's wrapped in another semantic tag called section. Okay, so again, nothing crazy. If I go to the About page, it's the exact same thing except for the About LI doesn't have an anchor tag. And then same with login. Okay, so let's talk about CSS. The way that we would add CSS to something like this is, well, we create a CSS file. So let's do that. I'm going to create a new file that I'm going to save. Let's call it style.css. If I save that, you'll see at the bottom over here that Sublime Text now has CSS as the file type. The rules with CSS are very simple. We essentially have a selector, and then we have these squiggly brackets, and within it, we put our property, semicolon, and then value. And then we have this special character as well at the end. And that is pretty much CSS. You know this, you can write CSS. Just like HTML, just a couple of syntactic rules, and once you get used to it, it's very, very simple. But obviously, this doesn't really mean anything, so let's write actual code here. I'm going to comment that out by, again, doing // in Sublime Text. You can see that the commenting is different than in HTML. And let's say that we want to make this home text red. The way we would do it is we want to select what's called the selector. So here we want to say that the H2, we want that to be red. So all I would say is H2, curly brackets, and then within here, I want to say the property. I want to change the color to the value that is red. So if I save that and refresh, well, nothing happens. And that's obvious, right? Because how does this file know that this file exists? We have to link it somehow. And we do that in the head. And we haven't talked too much about the head tag element in the HTML section. But by now, you can probably tell that head just contains information about what the page needs. Maybe not the stuff that we see on a web page other than the title, but meta tags and information that we need for the website. Okay, so in here, we can actually link to this style sheet that we call style.css with a link tag. And this link tag allows us to link this HTML file to something else. And again, Sublime Text has something very useful here. If I hit tab, look at that. It autofills it for me. These are the standard attributes that you'll see to link to CSS. So you just have to get used to it and eventually it'll become second nature. So we have REL here, which is the added attribute for relation. It just specifies what relationship this link will have. And we have the default style sheet. And then for the type, this is the media type. We want to say that it's a text CSS file. We're essentially telling HTML, hey, just a heads up, we're linking to a CSS file here. And in the href, this should be familiar. We're going to link to style.css. So if I type in style.css and save, let's refresh, turns red. And just to let you know that index.html is in the same folder as style.css. We can check it over here. If I click on exercise, you see that, yep, I have style.css with index.html. Perfect. Okay, now what if we also want to make the paragraph over here a separate color as well? Well, again, we would do the selector and then we'll do color, and let's do pink. I save, refresh, and it's pink. Hopefully you can see that. You also see here that Sublime Text does some really nice coloring for us. So if I, for example, I put a property that doesn't exist, like a misspelled color, well, you see that it doesn't highlight it properly with the blue color, and you know that you've made a mistake. Again, another great feature of Sublime Text. So CSS, what does it actually stand for? Well, it stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And style sheets, that makes sense that, we're creating style sheets, but what does cascading mean? Well, cascading means that it always takes the selector that is at the end. And that's simplified terms, but I want to demonstrate for you what that means. So let's say at the bottom over here, I do this again. Paragraph, I want color to be green. Well, if I save this, what do you think will happen? Let's refresh and see. It turns green. And why is that? Well, because it's cascading. It's saying, okay, I'll set H2 to red. Okay, I'll set paragraph to pink. And then it says, okay, I'll set P to green. So you can see here, as it trickles down and cascades, it takes the last input that it receives for a specific selector. We'll get more into the cascading effects of CSS in a later video, but I want you to understand the basic concept around it. Okay, I also wanted to show you something cool that you can do with Chrome. And we did this in the first couple of video series, but now you'll actually understand what it means. So again, View, Developer, Developer Tools. And from now on, I'll be using this shortcut to open it, and you'll be able to do it as well. And if you remember, we have our Style tab. And if we click on the Style tab, we have the HTML on the left, styles over here, and nothing for the styles. But if I now go into my home and I click on that, it'll show you color red. So Google Chrome allows us to see our CSS styles. So I can even add stuff here, and I could say background color, and let's do black. Look at that. So this is a really good way to play with your website and add colors. You can check and uncheck here. And also, if you see something on a website that you really, really like, you can go to that element. Let's try it off here. Let's go to waitbutwhy.com. And let's say that we really, really want to know how this was made. We can right-click, do inspect. It'll take us exactly to that element, and then we can see here some of the properties, the CSS properties that they've used. And same here, you can see that the background color is this, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's close that for now. The last thing I want to leave you with is, what if, let's close this, what if I also want the About page to have styles? And same with the login page. As you can see, there's no style for these ones, but we want the same thing for the About and login page. Well, as you can imagine, we copy the link tag and we go to About, we link it onto here, and then login, we can again link it here. I save both of these files, and now if I refresh and go to About, look at that, we have our styles. And you may be wondering, well, what if I want different styles maybe for the login? I want this to be blue instead. Well, we can actually create multiple style sheets. So I can say, for example, let's create a new file and we'll call it style2.css. I save that, and this time I'm going to say that I want my H2 to have color blue. I save that. I go into my login HTML, and now I'll make login reference the second style sheet instead of the first one. So now if I refresh, login is referencing our style2 CSS, but all the other ones are still referencing the old one. Okay, I lied. There is one last thing that I want to add, and that is that this is the common way of adding styles. But there's actually two other ways that you won't see as often, especially when you're starting off, but I wanted to show it to you so that you're not surprised. The first way of doing it is something called inline styles. And this was the original way that we incorporated styles into our HTML. And that is by specifying within the element, let's go with header over here. We want to say style. So it has a style attribute. And then within here, we can do background color. Let's do green. And refresh, and we're at the about page right now. We changed that for index.html, so let's go over here and look at that. We have the green background. And if you want to add more, again, we do color red. Let's save and refresh, and look at that. The header has the color red, and you'll see here that these ones are still purple, well, because they are link tags and they have the default linking. Okay, so that's one way. And the third and last way is in the head, you can actually create style tags. And then within these style tags, you can enter CSS. So if you just refresh here, so we have a fresh, clean slate, I can now say all the p tags, or let's do li this time. So all the lists, I want the lists to have background color of purple. So if I now save this and refresh, everything is purple, and that looks pretty yucky. We can keep adding stuff on here, and I can say color white, save, refresh, and it changed the color to white. Now you may be wondering, why don't we just do it like this? This seems a lot simpler than linking to another CSS file. Well, the reason is that for this website, everything is fairly small. It's just a couple lines of CSS, but you can imagine with websites, as they get bigger and bigger, you'll have hundreds and hundreds of lines of CSS, and having one massive file will be very, very challenging to maintain. You can also think of it as if you were working on an HTML and you also had a team of designers that were working on a CSS file. You want to have a separation where you have some team members working on the CSS and then some team members working on the HTML. And that is a concept called separation of concerns. It's a fancy way of saying that everybody just worry about what they're good at. So HTML, just worry about text, and CSS, just worry about styles. This phrase, separation of concerns, is something that we'll encounter throughout later videos when we get into JavaScript and React, and it's a very, very important concept in web development and computer science in general. So we will get back to that, but you know that it'll be a phrase that will keep coming up. So for now, let's delete this. Let's keep things the way that we have it. Let's refresh. And in the next video, I'm going to show you a couple of CSS properties that are more exciting than just color and background. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Let's make this website a little bit prettier than it is now. And I'm going to introduce you to some CSS properties. Properties are, as the name suggests, properties that we want to change within a web page. And you might be asking yourself, how many properties are there? And as we did with the HTML section, I have a recommended resource for you, and that is CSS Tricks. This website, anytime you Google any questions about CSS, most likely some of the top 10 answers are going to include something from this website. So I highly, highly recommend it, especially if you go to the menu and Almanac, because within this Almanac, we have all the CSS properties listed on here. So anytime you have a question and you want to say, what is justified content? Well, you can click on it and it will actually give you examples. You can play around with it and learn about the specific property. Just like with the HTML tags, although there are way more properties, you don't need to know all of them and memorize them because that's not realistic. That's not the best use of your time. We're going to focus on the ones that you'll encounter most often. And anytime you see new ones pop up while you're working, you can always look them up and learn about them because they're very, very simple to read into. So let's try a few of these. I'm going to start off with our style.css over here, and let's change a few things. We want to have our home be in the center. Let's start off with text align. And if I type in center and I save, my text is now centered. Okay, we also want to add a border to this image. Border, and this is a little bit unique. You can do something like this. You can do 5 pixels, which is the size of the border, what style of border you want. So you can do dashed, and then the color of the border will do purple. So I save, refresh, and we have a border. You can also do solid, and if it's solid, it's a solid border. Okay, what else can we do? It'll be nice to have an image, maybe an entire image for the website. So how do we do that? Well, the tag that we would want to apply it to is probably body. So if I go into body, and you might notice something here. As I'm creating these selectors, I'm going from top to bottom. The body, which is the parent of almost everything, is at the top, and as we get more and more specific, we trickle down to smaller elements. Again, we'll get into that in a later video, but just keep that in mind. Okay, so for body, it would be awesome to have a cool image on our website. So we can do background, and you can see that Sublime Text actually autofills or has some suggestions for us. And we can look through this and pick the one that we want, but based on the name, looks like we want background image. With background image, we want to specify a URL. In our case, I actually have on my desktop saved a nice little picture, and let's title it something simple like background image. And I got this from a website called Unsplash. If you haven't checked it out, they have a ton of high quality free images that you can use. So again, here we are referencing our, let's put this actually in here. So it's in our project folder. And then within our project folder, we can say that it is background image.jpg. So I save this, I refresh, and look at that. We have this image, but you can see that it's a big image and it doesn't fit the screen. So how can we do that? We can do background size cover. So if we do that and refresh, look at that. We have a beautiful background on our website. Okay, and let's say we want to remove these little dots next to our links. We can do that by going into, well, we want to change our LI elements. So we go into style and we can put in here LI, and we'll do something called list style, and we'll go none and refresh. And look at that. Those little pesky dots are gone. Whenever I select about, I want the cursor to not be this. I want to change the cursor to maybe have this little hand gesture. I like to call them Mickey Mouse hands. Okay, so we go into our H2 and we can do something called cursor. And let's say you don't really know what properties cursor has, or you don't even know the property. You can go into CSS tricks and again go to C, look at cursor, and you can kind of guess by the name what it does. And it tells you all the information you need to know, but you can see over here that they even have a demo of what you can do with cursors. So we want the pointer, so we can just put pointer here, save. Let's go back to our website, refresh, and look at that. We now have a pointer when we hover over about. Okay, and maybe the last change we want to do is that we want to make sure that our home, about, and login are on one line. This is a little awkward when they're stacked on top of each other. And we can do that by selecting, let's look over here. We want to select our LIs, and we can use something called display. And display has a few properties that you can use. One is block. And by default, this is actually already a block. But there is also something called inline block. And if I save this and I refresh, look at that. We have everything in line. Now, we want to change a few things here. We want to make sure that our colors are better than just purple and green and pink. And what if we want some specific color and we have a certain design that we want for our website? Well, colors are very, very interesting in CSS because there's a few ways that you can do them. And I want to show you one of my favorite websites for picking colors. What this website does, it actually gives you the colors that you can use along with a nice addition of what it will complement that color. So you can play around with this and change a bunch of criterias. You can click over here and see what color combinations work. But let's say we wanted to use something like this. And if you hover over and click, you'll see over here that I get a couple of numbers that we can use. So the first one is a hex number. So hex number has a hash and then the number associated with it. So I just copied it from the website. You see the numbers a little bit different. Essentially, they can use anything from 0 to 9 and then all the way to F, so A to F. And this represents a specific color. So if I copy this and let's make our color, let's make it the color of our header. If we go back to our CSS and save this and refresh, you'll see that our color changes. Okay, we also want the border, again, to complement the color. Let's do this border color. We also have something called RGB. And RGB, again, you see over here that there's a hex color and an RGB color. These are both the same color, so you can pick whichever one you want. In the case of an RGB color, you can do something like this. Let's say we want for our border to have RGB color of these values. So that is the value of red, green, and blue. So that's what RGB stands for, and we just wrap it like so. So now if I save this and refresh, look at that. I have a nice little outline. Just to show you of what exactly I mean by red, green, and blue, if I set all of these to 0, so that means that red is in full force and green and blue are non-existent. If I save and refresh, that is red. If I change this to green, then that's in green effect. And you can imagine here that if I change the blue to 255 and everything else is 0, this will be blue. There you go. So let's go back here to what we had before because I like the other colors way better. So let's refresh. Perfect. Now RGB lets you do one other cool thing, and that is called RGBA, and that stands for alpha. You can actually set the opacity. So with the fourth number, you can actually do something between 0 and 1, and 1 being, well, opaque and you can still see everything, to 0 where it's completely transparent. So let's do 0.5 here, and you can see that there's a bit of a fade now in our color. Perfect. So using a tool like this, you can really pick what colors you want your website to have and choose the one that complement each other well. I use this website a lot when creating new websites and thinking of color templates to use. It's a really, really good resource. And you can use hex and RGB, whichever one you want. Just it's good to have some consistency. If you want to add some opacity, so the alpha, this last number, then definitely use RGBA. Okay, so going back here, our website is starting to look somewhat okay. But in the next section, I want to talk a little bit about selectors and more things that we can do with them. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk all about selectors. Let's go back to our homepage here. We can look at our styles. So far, we've only been selecting elements. But most likely, we need something more than this. So let's go back to our example and look at what sort of selectors we can have. Let's say, for example, that we want the style that we have for the big home header to also apply to our p tag. How can we do that? Well, we can do something like this. I save, refresh. Awesome. So that's a way of doing a selector. And there's actually a whole bunch of things that we can do with selectors. And I created for you a nice little cheat sheet here that I'll attach after this lesson. And it references two really good resources that I recommend. One is the CSS tricks that I've already mentioned. And you can see over here all the selectors that they have. They're not as many as they had with properties. And it's actually not as overwhelming as you think. Probably about 30% of these are the ones that are used most of the time. And we also have our good friend W3 Schools that lists a bunch of the selectors here. So let's go over a few things and understand the main selectors that we have. So I've listed them off for you over here, but I want to point your attention to this line. Cascading style sheets at the most basic level, it indicates, there you go, typo. It indicates that the order of CSS rules matter. And that's something that we've already discussed before. You remember the p tags. So the order matters because we know that the CSS will read the last line and make sure that the color is green. So that's the most basic level. But there's a few other things that we can do. So let's look at the selectors. The first one is class. The class will do something like this. So let's say we want to add a few more p tags here and refresh. Okay, perfect. We love the way everything looks, but ideally for the paragraphs, we want the border to be a slightly different color. So what we can do is we can add something called class. So the class property, we can give it any value we want, whatever we want to call it. So let's call it web text. Now we can copy and paste this class attribute to all the p tags. And if I go back to my style, let's make this, put it up a bit. I can now add period web text. And then from here, you can see that it's highlighted green. And we want the border to be 5 pixels dashed green. Save and refresh. And look at that. So class is a good way to select a group of elements and make sure that they all have the same styles. And we can add multiple ones. So this one can be active. And this adds a second class, which we can say has the text color red. So if we save that, save this as well and refresh, you can see over here that now this is red. So class is very, very useful. Let's look at the next one. Let's drag this over here. Okay, the next one is ID. ID is similar to class, except for you can use the same ID only once. So let's say that we want to group these p tags by wrapping them in a div. And you might remember this from the HTML section where we talked about this tag that is very, very useful for CSS. For occasions like this where we want to wrap something, so I can do ID equals div1. And if I save this, I can now go back here. And for an ID, you want to do a hash sign, div1. And let's do background blue. Save and refresh. All right, that looks absolutely hideous. You know what? I think this will look really, really good if it had a bit of opacity. So again, we remember RGBA. And if we wanted blue, if you remember, is red, green, and blue. So 255. And then we'll add opacity of, let's say, 0.2. We save that, refresh. All right, that looks a lot better. But now, let's say we copy this and we want to add a second section. Now we would have to call this div2. Again, we want to make sure that the IDs are different. Otherwise, we break the rules. Now, if I save this, we'll have something new, but no styles in this one. We want to add a different style for div2. So again, the selector of div2 will have, let's say this one, instead of blue, has the background red with opacity of 0.2. Let's refresh and look at that. That looks, I'd say, a lot better than it used to. Okay, let's go back to a couple other ones. So this is a star. So the star, it's not used very often, but it symbolizes all elements. So if I do, and usually you'll see stars at the top, but if I do something like this, I can say that we wanted to align everything. Let's say text align, and we want to do right. If I save that and refresh, now we see that this moved to the right, but these didn't. And the reason is because, again, something called specificity. We're saying that, yep, I want everything to be right. But then as we go down the CSS, you'll see that we are saying H2 and P, we want text align to be center. So these elements, instead of coming to the right, get to the center. So just to prove to you that that's correct, if I comment this out, I save and refresh, you see everything moves to the right. Okay, and let's refresh, perfect. The next one is the element, and this is something that we've already seen. You can see over here, we're selecting the element, and then we're putting the property and values. The next one is the element, comma, element, and that is just like we've done here before. We want both H2 and P to have these properties. The next one, and this is a little bit tricky, is element, space, element. And this is a little bit different than the top one because element, space, element, what it does, I'll show you over here. I save this and I refresh, and what just happened here? You'll see that now the text align of center does not apply to these paragraphs anymore. And that's because this syntax of writing a selector means I want you to select all P's that are inside H2. So now even the H2 isn't styled anymore because this says we only want the P's that are inside H2. And you'll see that we have nothing inside H2 other than the text. So if I do something like this, home gnome, I like that, okay. Perfect, I save that and I refresh. You'll see that home gnome is added with these styles. Let's look at the next one. The next one is element greater than element. So this one is a little tricky. So if I go like this and I refresh, nothing's changed, but this says that I want you to select all P's, all paragraphs that have parent of H2. So to show you exactly what that means, let's add this on a new line so you can see better. If now within this P, if we do something like this where we wrap this in a div, like so, and I refresh this, the style didn't get applied because it only wants P's, so paragraphs that are parents of H2, and this P is his parent or her parent is the div, Mr. and Mrs. div. If we put this back to the way it was and refresh, you'll see that this time it works because it's saying all P's inside of H2, which is the case. Hopefully you're still with me. This is as hard as selectors get. So once you know these ones, honestly, you've covered 90% and nothing else will scare you. Okay, let's look at one more, element plus element. So this one, if I go element plus element and refresh, what just happened? This says select any P element that is exactly after an H2 element. So what does that mean? Well, we need to make it so that the P element is right after the H2. So if I go like this, save and refresh, you'll see that now we have our styles applied. Let's look at a few more. And like I said, these ones are probably the hardest. These last ones are kind of fun. Okay, so we have hover. So hover, what that means is if I go over here and I put hover at the end, this means that when I refresh, nothing happens. But when I hover my mouse, look at that. It changes the style to what we just wrote down over here. This one's a pretty cool one, especially for buttons. The next one, if we look over here, is last child and first child. And you might guess what that means. So a good way to demonstrate this is we want to use web text. So web text, as if you remember, is all these little lorem ipsums. I can say in here, last child, refresh, and only the last child of each web text. And you'll see here that there's two of them because it is selecting the last child, this one and this one. And then there's also first child, which, as you can imagine, if I refresh, it selects the first items. And then finally, I wanted to show you one last thing that I don't recommend, but you might see it in some code bases, so I don't want you to be surprised when you come across it. And that is this. So I can add something like exclamation mark, important here. And you'll see again, we get that nice highlighting. And important means, let's see what happens here. I refresh and everything just turned pink. Even though this P over here says, I want the color green, important overrides any of the cascading style sheet rules and says, hey, I don't care what anybody else says, the P is pink. And you can see here why I don't recommend using this. Because although you know for sure that the P tags will be pink, if somebody else comes and starts working on your style sheet, and maybe this is hundreds of lines, and they don't know that the important tag is there, they can be confused as to, hey, how come nothing's turning green? I can play all around with the color here and nothing's happening. And again, it breaks the rules of cascading style sheets. So you don't really want to use it, but again, if you see it out in the wild, you won't be surprised this way. The last thing I want to leave you with is the idea of specificity. If this is your first time running into it, it might get a little confusing and you do need a bit of time to get used to it, but trust me, you'll get there. It's just one of these things that everybody goes through and eventually you'll have an aha moment. When selectors win out in the cascade, it depends on three things. So the first thing is specificity, and I have a resource here that really explains it well. A simple way to think about this is how specific is your selector. So this has a specificity score of here. This has a little bit higher because it's more detailed, it's more nested, and this one is higher. This one is even higher, and you can see that it keeps going higher and higher. So the more specific something is, the more likely it will win out and make sure that that is the style. And there's actually a really fun specificity calculator. It's really hard to say that word. So if you click over here, you can type in whatever you want. So let's say A, for example, is just 1 point. But if I do LI, that's 2. And if I do LI, that's even higher. And if I do A, it's even higher, but then I add an ID of food. You can see that IDs are even higher. And then if I add another class, let's do blue, you'll see that the specificity increases. And you'll see over here that inline styles is actually the highest. So if you remember, that is putting a style directly into a section that will always win out over others. So you can play around with this, and I will link to some of the resources that I have in the next section. But again, this is something that will be very specific once you get to a certain problem. You can figure it out, but I hope that makes sense. Let's go back over here to the last two things. So the other thing was the importance. Importance is, as I mentioned, this exclamation mark important. So that always depends on what kind of styles the cascade gets. And then finally, it is the source order. And that is, let's go back to our index file. If we had another style sheet here, let's say we're importing another style sheet. And if you remember, we have style 2 here that makes the H2 color blue. If I put this in, save, and let's go back to our website and refresh, this turns blue because our browser reads this style sheet and then reads this one. And because this one happens after this, the later style gets added. So if I switch this over here and I save, refresh, and let's make sure that the H2 has its own style. So let's do H2 color red, refresh. You'll see that this style wins out. Okay, I'm gonna leave this out for you. In the next section, you can play around with CSS and some of the selectors, but this is the hardest it's gonna get. And once you remember these rules, you're all set. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back, and in this video, we're gonna be talking about text and font. Let's go back to the About page. It looks quite lonely and empty right now. I'm gonna turn off the hover effect because it can get kind of annoying after a bit. Let's remove that here and refresh. All right, perfect. In the About HTML, let's try and make this text a little bit prettier. So I'm gonna do our little short command with Sublime Text. So lorem and then make sure I close off this p tag. All right, so I'm gonna show you a few text properties that we can add. Going back to style, and I'm going to remove the pink color. So we only have this p to worry about, and refresh, and you'll see here that it's still not green because this has higher specificity than this. Again, if you don't know what that means, just check out my previous video. The first one I'm going to show you is called text decoration, and very simply, this one you can do underline, refresh, you get a nice underline. You can also do line through, refresh, and there you go, nice line through. The next one is text transform, and this one you can do something like uppercase, and you can transform the entire text into uppercase. You can do lowercase with this as well, but you can try that out on your own. Next one is line height. So in line height, you can put the pixels. So we want 20 pixels of space. There's a line height. If we do 200 pixels, you can see that that's a lot of spacing. So let's keep it at 20 just because that looks nicer. Refresh, perfect. Next one is, I kind of like this, so I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna add it to the bottom. The next one is font style. You can set something like italic, save, refresh, nice italic lettering. The next one, let's do font weight. And here you can actually do a number between 100 and 900, or you can do just simply something like bold. And obviously that changes the weight of the font. We also have something like font size. Obviously we want to change the size of the text, and you can do something like percentage. So 100%, if you do that, nothing changes. But if you do 150%, well, that gets 150% bigger. If you do 80, you'll get 80% of the original. And then finally, I also want to show you font family. So this is where you get to pick what kind of font you want. So if you want something like Georgia, I save, refresh, we got that nice little font. If you have something that is multiple words, you'll have to use quotation marks. So if you have something like Times New Roman, you'll have to write it like that. And a special quality of font family is that you'll see a lot of this. This means that on whosever laptop the website opens on, if that computer doesn't have Times New Roman, then print the text in Georgia. And you can have multiple of these separated by comma. And that might sound surprising to you, but fonts are simply pieces of information that each computer has, but it's not equally distributed amongst everybody. So some computers might have certain kinds of font like Times New Roman and others might not. And you can check online which fonts are available in Windows and Macs, but keep that in mind that you want to think about fonts and how your website's going to display, because a user might not have that specific font on their laptop. Now, two questions might pop in your head right now. One is, well, Andre, what if I have this super awesome custom font and I want to use that? And the second one is, how do we make sure that a user always sees the same font on a website, even if they don't have it on their computer? So how can you do this? One way is to actually include a font file that you have on your computer with all your website files. But I'm going to show you an easy way that a lot of developers use, and it's free. And that is Google Fonts. Google Fonts actually has these free fonts that you can use, and there's a ton of them. Anything that you find here is more than enough. And I've used this many times when building websites. It's a great resource. I really like this one. So let's pick this one, Poiret 1. And you can see over here that you can play around and see what it looks like. You can also see the size difference. And if you click the plus sign over here, you'll see at the bottom that I have a selected item. And if I click on it, it shows me how I can add it to my website. So first thing we want to do is we want to copy this, and this might look familiar. And this link tag, which is a style sheet, has a reference to fonts.googleapis.com. We're saying, hey, grab the fonts before you load up this HTML file on my web page. Load it up with the fonts that are found at this website. So yes, if this website is down, and let's say there's no internet access, they won't be able to load those fonts. But it's Google, we can trust them. Most likely they're going to be online. And the second one, you can see over here what we can add to our CSS file. So we just copy that, go to our style sheet, and let's change this to our new Google font. I save that. Let's go to our page and refresh. Look at that. That is nice and pretty. Let's make that bigger just so we can see it. Whoa, we obviously need some line spacing here. So we can do line height, 50 pixels. There you go. One thing you might think about, and this is something that we'll get into in the advanced CSS section, is that by loading this, we're actually making our website a tiny bit slower, because now, in order for this website to load, we need to grab the style sheet that we've created, plus go to this link and grab our font. Again, something that we don't want to worry about yet, but things to keep in mind. And in the advanced section, we'll cover that a little bit further. But there you have it. There are your general text-based, font-based properties. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. I want to show you a property that is commonly used with images. So I have a really funny picture here of an alpaca. So we're going to copy that. Actually, we're going to use the link for this. And we're going to add an image to our website. Let's just make our font size a little bit smaller. Perfect. And I'm going to try and add a picture to the left over here. So if we go to our About page, and in our section over here, we can try and add a picture. So let's do an image tag. And if you remember, we have a source, and that source, I just copy and pasted the link. And if I save this and refresh, ooh, that's a big picture. So as you may remember, we have to do width. Let's do 50 pixels and height 50 pixels. Let's save and refresh. And you can see that we broke. Let's make that a little bit bigger actually. Let's do 200 and 200. Perfect. You can see here that we actually broke a bit of our CSS, and that is because if you look over here, we have used this selector which says immediate neighbor of H2. We can just do this for now. Refresh, and there you have it. But I kind of want the text to be on the right side over here. How do we do that? Well, we can select the image and use a property called float. And float, you can do right or left. So if we do left and refresh, it floats the image to the left. And you see that the text wraps around. And this property was created specifically for these reasons, to have images floating to either left or right and be able to have text wrapped around them. You'll see instances where float is being used for positioning elements, and that's not the best practice because it has some funny properties. For now, just use it with images if you can. And one thing to note with float, and just to show you that I can do it on the right as well, if I go like this and refresh, it flows to the right. I kind of like this better, so we'll keep that there. The other thing I want to show you is that if we added anything, so after the image, we want to have a footer. And in this footer, it'll say website made with love. Close that and save. And we also want to make this actually a lot smaller. So I'm going to do 5 pixels because I want to show you something. So you see over here, I've made this line height very, very small, but I wanted to demonstrate for you because this is floated to the right, everything just kind of tacks on to the left side over here. And if we wanted to make sure that our footer is at the bottom of the website, we would have to use a property that almost always comes with float. And it's usually put in the property after the float is being used. So in our case, footer. And we have to specify clear both. So if I save and refresh, we have that at the bottom. And let's align it to the center here. And refresh. Oop, I didn't. And let's do center. Save and refresh. Perfect. Now we have website made with love with a whole bunch of gibberish. But I wanted to show you that property float for images and make sure that we clear so it can start on the website on its own past the image. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about the box model in CSS. It's a very important concept, and it's something that you might have been kind of curious in the back of your head about. And that is this image right here. In CSS, we have this idea of the box model, which has the content, it has the padding, the border, which we've seen before, and then the margin. So we're going to talk about that in this video. So we have our not so pretty website right now, but I've left intentionally our login page still kind of blank. And you see that there's no styles applied to it because if we go to the login page, I'm going to drag it over here. It's referencing style 2, which doesn't have much styles happening. To really emphasize this point, I wanted to just, instead of the lorem ipsum, I'm going to create a div. If I give this a class of box model, I can go into my style 2, which I'm going to drag over here, and I can say box model border 5 pixels solid red. I save this and refresh. Okay, so we have our box model. Let's add something into this div. We have A, and right now it's covering the entire space, but if we add 3 more divs, we'll call this one B, the next one C. I save and refresh. Okay, we have these, and if we wanted them all in one line, then you might remember that that was display inline block, and I save, refresh, and there we have it. Okay, let's talk about the box model here. Let's say we wanted more space inside of these for the letters. Well, in that case, we can use something like padding. So padding, I can put 20 pixels, save and refresh, and there's our padding. But let's say we wanted different padding so that the sides are wider than the top. In that case, we can do something like 5 pixels at the top, 20 pixels on the right side, 5 pixels at the bottom, and 20 pixels to the left. I refresh, and look at that. And that's just a standard that you'll have to get used to. It's top, right, bottom, left. You can also actually do padding, as you can see in the drop-down, bottom, left, top, right to specify, but this is a quicker way of doing it. If we remember, there was one more, and that was margin. So margin allows us to create space outside of the border. So if I go 20 pixels here and I save, refresh, you can see that we created 20 pixels on the left side and right side, but also the top and the bottom. Let's say we only want spaces between the boxes, but not at the top and bottom. Well, same principle again. We can do 0 pixels, 20 pixels, 0 pixels, and 20 pixels. So top, right, bottom, left. Save and refresh. There you go. Now, this might get tedious. There is one other shorthand way, and that is you can remove this. So this means top and bottom. This means left and right. I save this and refresh. Nothing should change, and it doesn't. And we can do the same at the top here as well. Perfect. One last thing I want to show you is that if we open up our developer tools, so again, we do inspect, you'll see in our styles that we have our box model. So if you see over here, we have our content, we have our padding, and it says 20 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels. We have our border, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, and then our margin, 0 with 20 on the side. So again, Chrome allows you to browse around and make sure that all of these are properly done. The last thing you might ask is, what about this content? How can I change this? And that's very simple. You can do something like width. Let's do 33 pixels. Save and refresh. And also do height. Do 55 pixels. Save and refresh. And you'll see over here that in our box model, we now have the content with 33 pixels by 55 pixels. All right, that's it for now. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Before we finish off this section, I wanted to show you one last thing. And that is, up until this point, we've used pixels quite a lot. But there's two other options that we can actually use. So let's remove our box models for now. And instead, let's create some paragraphs. So using our lorem shorthand, and let's close this off. Perfect. Let's say that we also wanted to have another paragraph that says introduction. Save and refresh. And there you go, we have our paragraph. Now, if we wanted to add some class to this paragraph, we can just go in here, and we don't need the box model, so we can delete that. We can do something like P, and let's do font size. And for font size, I've shown you that we can do percentages, but you can also do pixels. So let's do 20 pixels, save and refresh, and we have pixels. Okay, so let's say I want lorem ipsum to be a little bit bigger. You can use span. Again, that's kind of like the div tag that you've seen before. It's just good for inline. So again, this way we can add styles. So I save that, go to styles, and now we can select span. And we can do something like this. We can do font size 5 EM. I refresh. So what it's saying is we want the font size to be equal to 5 times the containing element, which is 20 pixels, because if you remember, we're inside of a p tag. Just to show you that that is right, if I do 100 pixels and save and refresh, it's the same. So EM is kind of nice, because if I do something like 2 EM and refresh, well, if I change this to 10 pixels and I refresh, this always stays relative to the P. One other one I want to show you is REM. And that is the size in relation to the size of the root element. What is the root element? Well, it's the HTML. So whatever the document is, it's always going to be twice as big. So if I do 5 and refresh, that's great. But if I change the font size over here to 5, that won't be affected at all. Good job getting this far in the course. I know I've thrown a lot of properties and selectors at you, but I promise in the next section, we're going to start building some real websites and have fun with all this knowledge. Can't wait. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to be talking about some advanced topics in CSS, and I'm going to start off with the critical render path. What is that? Well, we always should know how things work underneath the hood so we can make our websites as fast and reliable as possible. So based on what we've built in the previous section, let's look at what's happening underneath the hood. We are going to our website, and ideally our website will be on a server, and I'll show you how to do that later on in the course. For now, it's just our computer, but let's pretend we have a server where our files are hosted. When we go to our website, we'll call it coolwebsite.com, we request the HTML file, and the browser now sees our HTML file. So it reads through this document, and as it's looking through, it notices that, oh, I need a CSS file here. So it goes back, makes another request, and says, hey, can you please give me a CSS file as well? The server says, yep, no problem. Let me grab that for you. Grabs the CSS file. And now it starts looking at both the HTML and the CSS file to try and figure out how the web page should look. But then it also notices that, hold on a second, I need some fonts as well. So it goes to this address and looks for a font. Again, the website now asks the website that the fonts are hosted at. In our case, it's the Google API, and it grabs the font file. Now here's the thing. While it's grabbing the font file, it could render the page, and rendering means displaying the website. So it could display the website if it only has the HTML and CSS, but it might not show up the text because the text is looking for the font file. So when we talk about the critical render path, we like to mention that CSS is a render blocking file. So you won't be able to render a web page until you receive your CSS. And sometimes if you have font files, you'll also have to wait for the text to render on the page. So keep that in mind when you build your websites. But what are some things that we can consider when doing this so that our websites load up faster? One is maybe to have our own font files. Another one might be that you don't want to make your CSS too big. If we had hundreds and hundreds of lines of code of CSS, well, the file gets bigger and bigger, and it's more and more that you have to transfer over the wire. One method that people have used, and you'll see often, is something called minifying your CSS. And if we open up a browser here, good morning. Yeah, it's early in the morning that I'm filming this. And CSS Minify, what it does is you can enter your CSS here. You can see an example over here. So you enter this and you click Minify. And what Minify does, it removes all the white space. So everything is on one line, just really tiny together. So even though it's the same CSS, it technically makes the file a little bit smaller so that the number of bytes that you're sending over the internet is a lot less. And you'll see that technique used in JavaScript as well, and we'll talk about that in that section. But that is the critical render path, a path that a website takes to display something to the user. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello! Let's build a fun image portfolio site. One of the biggest problems that people have, and the hardest problem with CSS, it's always making sure that we have our items displayed in the location that we want. That is a really, really difficult problem. And there are many, many solutions to this problem. But one of the new ways, and now it's probably the most popular way, is called Flexbox. And we're going to be using that to create a beautiful image website. Let's get started. So I have an index.html file here and a style.css file in the same directory on my desktop. So let's get started with our typical HTML file. We're going to title it CSS. And in the body, we're going to have a header of life in the wild. And refresh. Perfect. And in here, we're going to have a div with a class of container. We'll close that off. And in here, let's add some images. Now, if you remember with images, I can type in this and then tab with Sublime Text. And we don't have any pictures yet. So for now, let's just copy and paste and add 6 images. Save and refresh. Okay. Let's start adding some of these images and actually have a file full of these images for you. And I'll attach it to the next lesson so you can also build it yourself. So I'm just going to copy these quickly. Phew, that was a lot of copy and pasting. Let's save that and refresh. All right, we have our images and they're massive. So let's make this a little bit smaller. We can now go to our style sheet and we can select the images and let's just do width 450 pixels and height 300 pixels. And you might be asking yourself, how come we don't do it here on the individual images? Remember, we can add attributes, but that means if we needed to ever change anything, we have to individually go into each image and change it versus just changing in one location. So for now, we're going to stick to the CSS size. Let's save that and refresh. And obviously we need to link the file. So let's add a link here and it will reference our style.css. Save that and refresh. There you go. We have our images. Look at that. Some beautiful animals here. Now, Flexbox has a great resource, obviously from CSS Tricks. And this is pretty much all you need. It shows you all the things that Flexbox can do. And as you can see, it allows you to play around with content and shift it around in a very nice way. I'm going to attach this link for you at the end of this video, and you can take a look for yourself. For now, let's learn a few Flexbox properties. We want to define that everything inside of this div is part of Flexbox. Let's select, it's called container. So let's do container. And within this container, we will say that display will be flex. So that's how we activate Flexbox. Refresh. Okay, we have a few changes, which is nice, but I don't want to scroll through this. Ideally, I can see everything without scrolling. So one thing we want to do, and again, we can look down over here at the suggestion. We see that flex wrap might be something that we want to add. So let's do flex wrap and do wrap and refresh. Okay, that's perfect. So if I make this bigger, you see that everything is wrapping around. Okay, but I think the content should be centered. It kind of looks weird to having everything to the left over here. So again, we can do something called justify content, and then we can do center. And refresh. Perfect. And if we look on the guide over here, justify content should be right over here. You can see all the properties that it has. That looks pretty good, and we did that pretty fast. Made a nice little portfolio website already. What else can we add now that we have this flexible container around our website? Let's make the header a little bit prettier than it is now. So that's the H1. We can add an H1 here, and we'll say that the font family is, I like this one, Fantasy. Save and refresh. Ooh, I like that one. Font size, let's make it a little bit bigger. We'll do 3 EM. So if you don't remember what EM is, make sure you check out that video. Okay, so that looks better. Maybe it'll be nice to have a bit of a border as well. So we can do border bottom because we only want a border on the bottom. And we'll do 2 pixels solid pink. And refresh. Okay, perfect. That looks good, but ideally I want a border just around this. I don't want the entire section, so we can actually just say that for H1, we want the width to be 400 pixels. I save and refresh. All right, perfect. That looks good. And ideally, this is centered so that the line underneath it is, well, on the left side and right side is equally distributed. So we can do something like text align, center. And you'll notice here that it's aligned in the center, but not the web page center. It's aligned in the center of the width of 400 pixels. But that looks good. It'll be actually nice to have a border around here as well. So let's add border right 2 pixels solid pink. Save and refresh. All right, that looks very nice. And then the final thing I want to add is I want to have some spacing between these images. So I'm going to add a margin of 10 pixels here. And refresh. All right, let's take a look at our website right now. That looks very, very nice. As you can see, Flexbox is a very easy thing to implement, and it makes your websites look really, really nice, and you can position your content very easily, especially if you have these container-like structures. I want to show you one last resource for Flexbox. Again, this is a tool that you'll see more and more of, and ideally you'll build websites using Flexbox instead of some of the older ways. One way to get really, really good at Flexbox is to play this game, and it's called Flexbox Froggy, I believe. Let's see. And here you're trying to get the frog onto the leaf, its little home. So you can do something like justify content flex end, and look at that. You get the frog onto the leaf, and you move on to the next round. I'll leave this for you. It's a really, really good way to learn Flexbox. I think this is probably the best way to do layout in CSS. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be talking about CSS 3. Now, just like with HTML and HTML5, CSS is a standard that constantly evolves to adapt to new demands of websites. So CSS 3 is the latest evolution of CSS, where we've added new properties and new features so that we can make our design even better. So if you remember in our diagram over here, all of these browsers have different developers, different teams that work on implementing their features. Now, in an ideal world, everybody agrees on what CSS does, and when new features and new properties are added, everybody implements them at the same time. But that's simply not the case. Some browsers might work with some property, some might not, because they haven't gotten around to making it work. So let's go back to our website. Now let's play with one of my favorite CSS3 properties. How cool would it be if when we hover over these pictures, the picture moves? Well, with CSS3, they've introduced something called transition. And if I do all 1 second, and I'll explain what that does in, well, 1 second. Image hover, so this should be familiar, where when we hover, we want the image to transform, this is a new property as well, and we'll say scale 1.1. So let's see what happens. I refresh. Look at that. My images are now moving on hover. Isn't that cool? What these properties do is say that I want the image to transition when an action is taken upon it, and I want all the properties to transition over 1 second. And what's that transition going to be? Well, when I hover, I want it to transform by a scale of 1.1. So it's essentially growing. If I change this to 4 seconds and I refresh, well, now it takes 4 seconds for the image to scale. You can see over here, I'm going to change this back to 1 second, just because it looks better that way. If I make this website full screen, you see that we now have a beautiful effect for our image gallery. And there's also another property called animation, which you can look at on your own. But again, CSS3 has brought in a lot of these new properties to make websites even more dynamic than they are now. But there is a little caveat to using such properties. And that is, you want to make sure that each browser has implemented a new feature. So if I go to one of our favorite websites, W3 Schools, they have a CSS browser support reference. And here you can look at all the CSS to make sure that browsers support whatever property you want to use. So if we go to transition, we see that it is supported by all latest browsers. But you also see that if we go to something like user select, they have this MS, Moz, WebKit line over it. And if we scroll all the way down, it'll show you that it is supported by Internet Explorer with prefix MS. What does that mean? Well, these are browser prefixes, and you'll see them every once in a while. What it is these are new features of CSS that haven't fully been implemented by the browsers, and you want to use a prefix to make sure that they work as an experimental feature in the browser. Let me explain what that means. If I wanted to add let's say a box shadow, so that means kind of making this look 3D and having a shadow underneath the edge over here, previously I had to do something like this, where I put box shadow, and you can read into the property to see what I'm about to do, but I'm going to do 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 5 pixels, and then the color, which is a bit of a gray. So if I do this and refresh, well, that looks nice, and my browser is the new Chrome, so it has this feature. But a few years ago, when box shadow was first introduced, you had to do something like this. Box shadow. And then copy and paste this. And this makes sure that it works on the Mozilla browser. And then you also had MS, which made sure that it works on Internet Explorer. You had WebKit, which made sure that it works on Safari and Chrome. And then finally, you also had O, which made it work on the Opera browser. And then you also had to still mention the box shadow without the prefixes at the bottom. So now, if any of these browsers don't support box shadow, well, they have these prefixes so that it should work. And box shadow, it has been some time now, so you don't need to do this anymore. But there is one great way of seeing if a certain property still needs browser prefixes, and that is using something like this, which I will leave for you so you can check it out. Another thing I wanted to show you is Can I Use? So caniuse.com is a great resource to see anything that you might want to try out. So if I type in here CSS transition, you'll see CSS3 transitions are supported in all these browsers, except we have one, Opera Mini, and it says it's 2.63% of the global usage. So if you use CSS3 transitions, 2.63% of the population might not be able to see it. Now, whether that is your user base or not, you can kind of decide what the trade-offs are. But this is a great thing to use. And if we use something like Flexbox, well, we see that Flexbox has all support. So it shouldn't be a problem for you to use it. Okay, let's go back to this and just finish up this website to make it look nice. So I don't like that there's space here. Ideally, this is all the way to the left. If I do margin 0 pixels and I refresh, that actually doesn't change much because sometimes browsers have their own default margins. So the way to get around it is to do margin 0 for the body. So margin 0 pixels. Let's save and refresh. Perfect. Now we have this all the way to the left. Okay, but we do want a bit of a buffer at the top. So I'm going to add margin top and we'll do 10 pixels. Save and refresh. Perfect. Now we have a beautiful website. And it didn't really take us much. We just wrote a few lines of CSS, a few lines of HTML, and look what we have. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Whenever you have a request from an employer to build a website or a web app, one of the first things that they will ask for is to make sure that your website is responsive. So what is responsive UI? Well, I can show you by opening up the developer tools, which we should know by now. And you'll see over here that there is a little phone icon. If we click on this, it will show you what your website will look like on, let's say, an iPhone. Let's make this a little bit bigger. So let's do 100% of the size. Perfect. You'll see that your website on an iPhone looks like this. And if we do an iPad, well, it looks like this. And if it rotates, it looks good. So responsive means that your website, no matter what, whether it's on the big screen or something like an iPad, it is responsive. That means there's no cutoffs. Everything looks good, no matter what size the screen is. So if we go back to our website and close the developer tabs, I can actually play around with this, open and close, and see that it's responsive. The website looks good no matter what the size, and users can enjoy the experience and not be turned off because whether they're accessing it through their iPad at home on their couch, it still looks good. So keep that in mind. Responsive UI should be a priority when building websites. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello. This is your new robot friend, and I have a fun little challenge for you. I've created this robot that is actually pretty cool. So as you hover, his head grows big, and he can also dance. Now, here's the challenge. I've created majority of this robot, but you first need to assemble it so it looks like this. And in the next section, I've left a few files for you. An index file and a CSS file. The only problem is that these parts are all over the page and I need you to assemble them so that you can have a robot friend as well. In the following section, after the exercise, I'll have the solution that you can use, but give it a try and hopefully you'll have a new robot friend too.